They said
Two.
Palestine is always playing. All right.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Underwear Olympics. We are live. I'm sorry I missed yesterday. I had the flu. Still have it a little bit, but I'm
Yeah,
getting a
man, you're
little
getting
bit
better,
better.
man.
Oh yeah,
How's it feeling? You had some chicken noodle soup and some chicken broth and
I had some chicken noodle
some
soup,
Seven
a
Up
bunch of orange juice,
and some
and enough
7 Up.
orange juice to last me a lifetime.
Yeah, they said Diet 7 Up works pretty good. Not Sprite, but 7 Up.
So
It kind of
yeah, I've been
clears
eating
you out.
chicken soup and all that good stuff. So,
Me
but
too,
anyway, we got
chicken soup.
the Underwear Olympics. We're gonna be talking. We're gonna open up the
Cool.
panel. Let's hear what y'all have to say here on the Drive Time Underwear Olympics open panel.
Cool. Good deal. The
As
Underwear
soon as I get to
Olympics.
the right fucking. My bad. Yeah, baby. Hold on.
Alrighty.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Finn's Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Yo, what's going on?
All right.
So-
What's happening? Shake Money. What's happening?
I'm looking at
everybody?
the grades here, and the combine grades for quarterbacks, and the first
Which
three.
most of them not going to participate.
Yeah, but the top three grades are Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, LSU, and Drake May from North Carolina. Those are the
Right.
Caleb with a 6.76, Jaden with a 6.73, and then Drake May with a 6.50. And then of course Bo Nix.
For measurements?
No, it's my grade.
Oh, before the
That's what they
combine?
say. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because they haven't measured them yet or did any workouts or nothing.
No,
What's his name
apparently
said
he's
they're
gonna
not going
work
to
out.
do
He
any
said he's gonna work
workouts.
out whoever
Who's thinking about drafting them?
a private workout.
He's going to give them the medical stuff, the doctor work.
Yeah.
You're right. I
And
got
now though,
breaking.
he's 6'1". He's at 6'1", weight at 215, 32-inch
Yep.
arms, and 9.5-inch hand. So
Yep. I got yep. Breaking news
that's that.
for those in the chat that let me see, Sean from Red, White, and Bills and Fred Dunlap has announced that they will become Dolphin fans. They are moving from the Bills to become Dolphin fans. So shout out
Except for
to Fred and Sean from Red, White, and Bills for joining the Dolphins fan base, for becoming Dolphin fans. The
Shout out, and
transition
by the
from
way,
the
shout out to
Bills have
Ryan
been
AP in the building. What's going on?
this.
Adam Sadowski,
Yeah, it's been
Raphael
pretty
Corright,
good transition.
Mr.
So
Scott
shout out.
Jackson. What's going on? Daniel Berry Sports. What's up? So who do you want? Who do you want to? If you had to pick? See me. Like I said, my obviously, if I had to pick somebody, it would be a center. And
No, I'm going defensive lineman and left tackle.
the guy I'm like, I'm gonna tell you his grade right now. He's a junior. He's Jack Power from Oregon, 6'3". He weighs at 334 pounds. He's a junior, so I would definitely like to see him first round. What's going on, Louis?
Right.
What's up, boys?
What's up,
What's
Louis?
going on? We're just looking at all the draft. What position would you, if you had to go in first round, what position would you look at? Looking at all the position grades.
Oh, Shake, I'm taking J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan at 21. According to Pete, that's the move.
All right, he got.
If you're going quarterback, it's got to be Daniels.
His grade was a 6.39.
Pete said McCarthy's the move.
He's what, 6'2.5", 219.
So that means
pounds.
he's the bust, and what's his name going to be an all pro? It's always the opposite. So who did Pete say? He said he was going to be a bust.
31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, whatever. His grade is a 6.39.
The hands is okay.
Yeah.
I guess you could say that's average. It's not. It's the same size hands as mine, rough, basically.
I heard Pete in a Twitter space today saying that his ranking of quarterbacks was Josh Allen was the best quarterback in the league, followed by Herbert, Burrow, Lamar, and Patrick Mahomes was number 5 on his list. And he said that J.J. McCarthy was going to be the best quarterback in this draft and that Miami should take him. So I'm here to That's why I wanted to come up, Shake, and tell you. I agree with Pete. We should take J.J. McCarthy at 21.
Well, according to ESPN, his strengths plays with the chip on his shoulder and intensifies focus when needed. Plenty of experience working under center in a pro-style passing scheme. Won't hesitate to slide and find new launch points when pressure builds. Those are some. Here's the weaknesses: sluggish at getting through progressions, can get stuck on his first read. Modest arm strength.
Mike McDaniel can work that out.
Winding up in his delivery. What are those both sound like?
Sounds like a project for Mike McDaniel.
Stuck on his first read and has a medial, somewhat not strong arm. Gee.
There you go. McCarthy and Tyreek Hill should be a perfect fit. Because if he can't get off the first read, that means Tyreek is definitely getting 2,000 yards. He's definitely getting 2,000 yards.
Here's another knock. Lee's throw behind moving targets, allowing defenders to challenge catches.
Hey, man. I wonder if Pete has them grades. I wonder if Pete knows that. That's crazy.
Well, that's what I was saying. If he's stuck on his first read, Tyreek got to be happy with that because he definitely ain't gonna look at no other receivers.
Here's another one: average escapability as a runner when scrambling.
Shake. Next time we get around Pete, Shake, I need you to read these numbers to him. I need you to tell him these numbers, Shake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely tell him about that first read.
Yes, you're sluggish, getting through progressions, and can get stuck on his first read.
Hey, Shake, that's how we get Pete. We be like, hey, you want J.J. McCarthy, right? And you get him talking about him and loving him, right? And then you read off those stats and say, this sounds a lot like Tua, but you don't like Tua, but you like this guy. It sounds just like it.
Right.
No, all we need to know is he's left-handed and he's Samoan.
Did you see that tweet from Pete earlier today with Tyreek and what's his name? Caleb Williams.
Okay, here we go.
You see that?
Fred Dunlap. Skylar obviously hated on 100%. Yeah. Okay.
Skylar. Who's he play quarterback for?
Who even mentioned Skylar?
Who's he play quarterback for?
Oh man! Hey, you know what? That's a good question, Crypto. He dressed like me and you when we went to the game and Shake Money. He looked just like us.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out who he played quarterback for. He had the same clothes that we had on. He had on some shorts and some sunglasses and some sandals. That was his uniform.
And he was sipping on pina coladas on the sideline.
Pina colada sipping up. Yep. Short sandals, a sombrero, and some sunglasses. Damn.
So how you been?
Damn, Fred.
Lewis?
Good, bro. Good. I've been working. Well, not even working. Just been bullshitting here at the house, putting some clips together of my son's football season. So I sent it to Cap. I kind of tweeted it out. I'll send it in the group chat now in a little bit, so cool. You guys can check it out. But
yeah, the duck walk worked there, Sean. I remember the duck walk. That duck walk was kind of painful when you first did it. When they had us doing that nonsense. The duck walk in the Olympics, the underwear Olympics.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, I appreciate the kind words. J.R. Black went on Twitter and seen that. So shout out to J.R. Black, man. I appreciate you, fam. So appreciate the kind words.
I'm going to be reading you a few of Tua's strengths and a few of Tua's weaknesses. All right?
This is going to be good.
Okay, strengths. Fits the mode of NFL's new dual threat quarterbacks. career touchdowns to interception ratio of 8-1. Sudden ball hand on RPO plays. Active, agile, offers quick step up and resets. Rare upper body twitch for allow to fast release. Okay, that's just a few of the strength. Let's read some weaknesses here. Short in the stature with mounting durability concerns. 2 ankle surgeries, hip broken, nose concussion as a starter. Can improve on anticipatory throws, fail to recognize easy throws, inconstant squatting feet to backside reads. So fails to sit and finish delivery when he is getting to be hit. So
Wait a minute.
what do you
Failed to
think?
deliver what? Wait, say that again.
It says,
Delivery on the
yeah,
football after being hit or before.
yeah.
Okay.
Failed to recognize easy throws to developing routes. Those are his
Okay.
weaknesses.
And that was coming out of college.
Yeah,
Kind
those
of
are
what we kind of what we seen this season, late in the
This
season
season,
when we
yeah,
seen
late in the season, yeah, it was like eerily
when we
similar. I'm
seen
like, damn,
when we seen all the crossing routes coming open underneath, but Tua just then what
he didn't
like
even hit him right. That's
doesn't
weird.
hit him. Well, again, the big knock on Tua is he's always looking for the home run play, the big play, right? I think that's a lot of
See
times
that
that's
they
what gets
didn't get
him in
him
trouble.
sacked though. Remember what got Burrow in trouble when waiting on Chase to develop down with his routes, but he held on the ball and got sacked. Tua, I don't know, he's not really throwing them away because his completion percentage went up a little bit, but
It
he did get
it's
in trouble. Yeah.
it's that he's always looking for the big play instead of just taking easy stuff that, again, it's a 4-yard gain here, it's a 7-yard gain here, it's a 3-4 yard gain here, 5. You know what I'm saying? He don't look for that. He just
No.
don't even. It's like he's not even looking or aware of that. That is, he wants the 12, the 15, the 18,
But
the 22-yard plays. That's what
but
he's
you
looking for.
but do you think that Chan Gailey, early in his development with under Flores, tried to get that out of him by making him throw a lot of short passes? Like that's why
Again,
Waddle's averages went down.
I don't think we have to go that far. I think Mike McDaniel probably sits with this kid and Darrell Beverly sits with this kid and is like, why ain't you throwing here? Why not?
Okay,
Why are
but
you not
yeah,
throwing the
because
Braxton Berrios? I don't think we have to go back to Shane Gailey. I think it's just
no,
something into it
but
where he's
Waddle caught
looking
a
for the
lot of
big
short
play.
passes. Right? Yeah,
Well, again, I think
passes.
Waddle was his. I'm talking about when you're going back to his rookie season. I think he was really the only thing he really had, so he just felt comfortable. That's why Waddle got the. I'm talking more of this season, Chris. I hate going back 3 years and asking what happened. I don't care about what happened 3 years ago. I'm talking about what we've seen so far. Why does Tua again? Shake Money just read everything. Why is he not going underneath when the plays are there? They're there. He don't
Yeah,
look for them.
yeah, I know, but I think I'm saying reason why I went back 3 because I think he was going underneath more in his first 2 years. Why is it different now? That's what
Well,
I'm
because
saying.
I don't think they ran a lot. Besides 9 routes, go balls to Devontae Parker, they didn't have a lot of deep routes. The concepts weren't like what they are now. Now you got some more. You got in-breaking routes, 15 to 20 yards up the field. In-breaking routes, post routes and shit. I don't think we had a
Yeah,
lot of that under Chan Gailey and Brian Flores, right?
yeah,
well,
it was
hey,
very
well,
far and
hold
few
on.
between
One thing I can say
when
though, one
Will
thing I
Fuller
can
was
say
not Will Fuller, but what's his name?
is before this year, Durham Smythe's best year was in 2021, and one of the reasons
Yeah,
is that they were doing a lot of 12 personnel, so they did do a lot of underneath stuff. So he probably was doing a lot more underneath in that 12 personnel than what
hmm
scheme that McDaniels is
McDaniel's
trying to
not
do.
using his tight ends at all to go any kind of variety in his route tree. The route tree for the tight ends have been cut off kind of on the McDaniel more so than it was before.
I would have to go back and look at it. I don't think so. I think just Tua's not looking for the underneath stuff, bro.
He's not. He's not looking at it this year. Well, at least under McDaniel, he's definitely not looking for it. It seems like he's waiting for the development route, and if it doesn't
Shout out
develop,
to
it's either an incompletion or a mistake.
shout out to the Miami
Yeah.
fan talk show. The $5
That's probably why his
Breaking
turnovers
news.
increased this year.
I just saved them. Hold on, I just saved a bunch of money by switching my card to Geico.
Hey, man, shout out to Philly, man. Philly was telling us some stuff yesterday. That shit was crazy, but shout out to Philly. Hey, Philly, if you get a chance, bro, go to my Twitter and check out the highlights of the Jitterbug.
So hey, listen. So serious talk.
Who?
What would you do with that first round draft pick if you were GM? So you would trade back, or would you? What would be your first
38.
interest?
I'm going again. I kept saying it. That's why I want us to bring back Robert Hunt. Shit, I would be willing to even bring back Connor Williams. I think we should try to reach out to Isaiah Wynn too. Like, I'm going O-line, bro. I'm going O-line. And if the guy that I really, really want is there at 21 and he's high on my board, I'm taking that. If I can maybe trade back to get some more picks, maybe not out of the first round, but if I can go from 21 to 27, 28, and still get
kind of how we do with Green Bay.
Yeah, exactly, Shake. If I can go back maybe 7-8 spots, get some more picks, and then still get a top line offensive lineman, I'm doing that as well. I'm building an absolute wall, and it's not only for Tua. A lot of it has to do with Tua, but for the running game too and everything. I just think, bro, we keep saying it. For years and years, this team has been built from the outside in. Byron Jones and Xavier Howard. Jalen Ramsey now and Xavier Howard. That's what it was. And now Jalen Ramsey and Cam Smith. That's not how football teams win. Offensive line, defensive line, trench play wins in this league. It's time for us to start building from inside out instead of outside in. That's what I'm doing. Offensive line, Shake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
by the way,
if I'm going offensive line, I'm definitely trying to get Terran Armstead up out of here. I'm drafting his replacement.
What's today's date?
What's today? The second?
Yeah, the second, I believe.
Second, yeah. Today the second. Yeah.
The reason I'm bringing up the second because the March 5th, Tuesday at 4:00 is the deadline to tag somebody. So Chris Greer, if he's going to tag Christian Wilkins, he has until Tuesday to do it.
Yeah, that's the day that Christian Wilkins signs with the Texans. That's neither here nor there.
So he has until the 5th. So either shit off, get off the pot.
Right. Yep.
You only have 3 more days until you can franchise it?
Yep. Yeah. That's it.
The franchise deadline is.
That's why I say he's a Texans.
4:00.
I'm just going out on a limb and saying that, just in case.
You have a deadline.
I'm just preparing for the worst. That's why I'm announcing the teams. Yeah.
And in 2 weeks' time, remember, and a little less than 2 weeks, we have started free agency, which is cool because the day of free agency lands on my girlfriend's birthday, so I know I'm not gonna forget.
Yep. We gotta make the decision on Hunt because they got money bags going all over the place. The Raiders put an $87 million tag out there for Wilkins on the table. So yeah. Things are finna start picking up, fellas. It's either a Raider on Tuesday or he's a Texan.
Hey, Crypto, you know what's crazy? Remember a conversation, and this is kind of off topic real quick, but remember a conversation we were having probably about 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about what the Chicago Bears should do with the number 1 overall pick and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I told you
I remember.
That if I was the Bears, I would keep Justin Fields around, right? And I would try to build around him.
Right.
Did you hear what Keyshawn Johnson said the other day?
No, Keyshawn, he just said something about that situation. No,
He
I
talked
didn't hear
about
him at
that.
all.
Bro, Keyshawn said, think about it, right? Let's say you're the Bears, and let's say you do trade Justin Fields. What are you going to get for him? Let's say a second round pick and maybe a
At the
4
most,
for a
yeah.
fifth or something like that, right?
Right.
You could
That's
probably
about
get
it.
something
Yeah.
like that. Then he says,
Mm-hmm.
but if you trade the number 1 overall pick and you still stay in the first round, let's say you go from 1 to 3 or 1. Remember, Washington's supposed to pick 2. And
Yeah.
that kid Caleb Williams is from Washington, the DC area, and shit like that. Let's say they want to
Yep.
move up. You could probably get 6 picks instead of 2, right? You could probably get Washington
Mm-hmm.
just to move up 1 slot. You could probably get the number 2 pick, a second round pick, third round pick,
A
next
third
year's first, or
and next
whatever.
year's
You could probably
right.
get
You can
whatever,
collect
right? For
some.
that,
Yeah.
it's,
It's a valuable
don't that
pick.
don't that
Right.
sound better? Don't that sound better if I can get multiple picks, maybe next year's first even or something like that, instead of just getting a second and a fifth or a second and a sixth?
Right.
I
That's
like
much better. Yeah, that's much better because you could still get Marvin Harrison Jr. and the best defensive lineman or tackle on the board.
Absolutely.
You could actually do what Houston did last year or 2 years ago. Doubled up
Bro,
in the
bro.
first round in the top 10, 2 top 10 picks, and boom, you got
a-
yourself a nice stud line on both sides in front of Justin Fields.
Absolutely. And then you probably get another first next year. Let's say a first this year, a first
Hmm.
next year. Then you'll have 2 first round picks next year plus multiple picks. Chicago is just not a quarterback player away, right? They need
Exactly.
pieces over there.
Pieces,
Bro,
other pieces, exactly.
build this thing through the draft, bro. I don't know what
Yeah, he's on his rookie contract. There's no hurry. You can just get him his top. DJ Moore and a lone pair with Harrison. Now he's starting to look like almost the offense he had in Oklahoma. I mean,
and,
Ohio State.
and,
It
and
looks eerily
crypto
similar. It's crazy.
and
You give him
crypto.
that?
Remember,
Oh,
crypto. Remember what I told you in that conversation, right? They got the number 1 pick and number 9. Let's say they just in this scenario they did trade with Washington, so they go from 1 to 2. They get Marvin Harrison at 2. I told you what I'm doing with number 9, right? Forget
the
that
tight end.
offensive lineman. I'm going to
Yeah,
get
the
Brock
tight end.
Bowers from goddamn Georgia. I'm
You
giving him in
completing
that.
that lineup,
I'm
right?
giving him Marvin Harrison Jr. and this tight end and DJ Moore on the other side. I'm loading that kid, to your point. I'm giving that kid the same opportunity we gave Tua, right? Put all these
Yep.
weapons in front of him and see what he is. I'm
Yeah.
giving Justin Fields, although I'm giving him a legitimate weapon at outside receiver, right? With Marvin Harrison Jr. And I'm going to get him a quarterback's best friend, right? A tight end, right?
Yep.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. And that's a power move. Now you instantly become competitive with Detroit and Green Bay almost overnight.
At least
They,
offensively.
at least offensively, exactly. Because remember who they got last year in the offseason, right? Didn't they get Sweat? What's his name?
They already
A
made their
defense
moves
that
defensively.
right,
They
exactly.
got their pass rusher in Sweat, and then they got their 2
Exactly.
linebackers in T.J. Edwards and Trayvon Edmonds.
And Edmonds, exactly. So now the defense is complete. So now they can compete with Detroit and Green Bay now.
Absolutely, you put your defense together last year,
Right.
you go get that offense this year.
Yeah, that's the move to make. And you got picks in this next year and this year, a whole boatload of them. Just with that move.
Absolutely,
Yeah, that would
absolutely,
be the move to make right there. Yeah, that's actually. And you say, hey, Fields, we've given you all the weapons like you had at Ohio State. Now it's your time to shine. That's it. That's how you complete it. And then what's this? His 4th year, or going into his 4th or 3rd year? So you got 2 more years left on his deal.
I think this is his
Yeah,
4th year. Yeah,
4.
going
So
into
yep,
his 4th.
going into year 4, you can say, hey, now this is your contract year. We're giving you all the weapons. Now go out there and play and get paid. That's how you do it.
And even if you didn't want to do that, you could remember he's coming into his 4th year, so you still have. And then if you want after this year, if he did what Tua did, let's say, right, or gets close to something like that, then you play him on his 5th year option too, just like we want to do Tua, right? You could
Yeah,
you
then
could
play
pick up
them
his
out,
5th year option.
and then you can pay other players that's coming up on a contracts,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
You can make him play on his 5th year, and then you got 1 more year him guaranteed on the contract, and then they have a better cap situation. and that 2026 you can pay, and then he can play for his money. That's the move to make right there. Actually, if I'm Chicago GM, I'm looking at that opportunity right there. Like, well, shit. I'm
Yeah.
trying to, yeah, I'm trying to load up to try to compete, with all the weapons. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm Chicago's GM because you think about it. If they do stay there, they got to worry about trying to replace Fields with their new rookie, and then that new coordinator gonna have to do whatever they need to do to get whoever gonna be at 9. You see what I'm saying? So it's gonna be a weird, odd situation. No picks with one guy or a bunch of picks with the same guy. That's a much easier move to make. Because Washington, Caleb Williams is probably gonna be in a situation where he's gonna be happy because he's from Washington. It's a win-win for both franchises, the Commanders and the Bears. You ask me. You won't have a disgruntled player that don't want to play for you, like Eli. Who's that? Eli Manning or what was it? Philip Rivers didn't want to play for the team they
That
was
was
drafted
that
by.
was both of them. Eli Manning
Yeah,
definitely did it.
didn't want to play for the team they was drafted by. So you avoid the disgruntled player, and then you get a shitload of picks in replacement right there. If he's coming out saying he don't want to play for you, hey, grant him his wish and get some picks for him. That's what I'll do. That's just me, you know, at that spot. And then let the chips fall with the Patriots or whoever picking at third, or for the who's going to be fighting for those other quarterbacks that's left. That's
So
crazy.
I'm looking at for the fastest linebackers. Peyton Wilson from NC State runs a 4.43. Dallas
That's pretty
Turner,
fast.
Alabama, 4.46, and then Kellen DeLoach from Florida State runs a 4.47.
What was Micah Parsons' number? You got his number about it, any chance, Shake?
Michael
And
Parsons.
yeah, what was his combine numbers looking like?
I can
Was he
pull
in a
that up.
4.4 or 4.3 range?
I can look that up real quick.
That's not bad for a linebacker. You keeping up with the slowest wide receivers or
Who
mid-tier
He was
receivers
he
with
was a
that speed.
4.39.
who
4.39.
who you talking about?
4.39, Micah
Yeah, Marky
Parsons. I
Parsons,
thought he was fast
4.39.
too at his combine too.
What did Liam Eichenberg's brother run?
Let's see.
I'll be
What's
crazy
his
if he
name?
if he ran a
He's not.
4.5.
He's not even in the top 11. So
Oh, he's not. Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
No, I was just trying to
But-
see what he ran at the combine.
well, then again, if he at the NFL, I guess if you, what's the term, Lewis? If you play well, you play fast, but don't run fast, or vice versa. You play fast on the field, but you don't
Yeah,
necessarily run fast at
yeah,
the combine.
yeah. Listen, at the end of the day, I think there's one name that we should all recognize that didn't run real fast at the combine, and
he
he's
hasn't
the
ran it
GOAT.
yet. He hasn't done it
He,
yet. Tomorrow's the last day of the combine, so he hasn't done yet. He hasn't won. He hasn't. There's no stats for him.
okay, that'll work.
Tomorrow's the last day.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
Crypto, you ever heard of a name Jerry Rice?
Oh yeah,
I
most
think Jerry
definitely.
Rice
He was one of the
Jerry
slow pokes.
Jerry Rice ran close to, I think, a 4.7 at the
Right.
in the combine. So
Yep.
again, as long as you got hands, as long as you can see the ball and catch the ball, I don't really give a damn what you run.
Exactly. Because you could be the fastest guy, run a 4.2 flat, and then can't even catch the football, like Schwartz, right? Or what's his
Yeah,
name?
like that guy
Or
John
Ross.
Ross. John Ross.
John
Yeah,
Ross, right?
yeah.
He runs faster than a deer and freaking can't even catch to save his life, or can't cut.
Jerry Rice was a 4.71.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He
4.71.
ran a 4. There you go. So he ran a 4.71. Who wouldn't
4.71.
take Jerry Rice?
All right, exactly. They'll be like, man, he's a bum. He's slow. He can't run a shuttle drill.
He's not good
Bro,
in his underwear.
I heard I couldn't believe it neither. the other day, there's a podcast Shannon Sharp does with Chad with Ultra
Yeah.
Sigma, right? With Chad Johnson, Nightcap.
Right. Nightcap.
And they put up their grades from the combine. You know, Shannon Sharp graded out as a 37, I think, was his final grade.
Both of them got an F.
Yeah, Chad Johnson had a 38. Shannon Sharp was graded at a 37. That man is a 3-time Super Bowl champion and going down considered Hall of Famer and considered one of the greatest tight ends of all time.
Yep.
Like, come on, bro. Like, again, this underwear in the Olympics, it's cute. You know, again, for all the people that want to believe in the metrics and this and that. If you're a football player, you're a football player, bro. I don't need to know what you run in the 40. I don't need to know what your jump radius is and none of that. That's all cute.
Mm-hmm.
If you could play, you could play. If you can't, you can't.
Exactly.
Listen, I'm gonna reveal some secrets. Okay. The reason, everybody knows this now. It was being revealed that the reasons why Latinos we throw a birthday party for our 1-year-old is any excuse to bring out the liquor and beer. We'll do it.
Liquor and beer, huh?
Oh yeah.
All right. Okay.
Knowing damn well the baby first birthday ain't gonna be. I remember some of the best birthday parties were some of the first birthday parties I've been to.
Mm-hmm.
Liquor, beer. Yep. That baby ain't gonna remember nothing of it. Well, that's how it is with the combine right now. The combine, it's not really for looking at players; it's for illegal tampering. So,
yeah, people jockeying for position to figure out what players they want, what bad rumors they gonna spread on folks so they can slide in the draft. You know the drill. How many videos of somebody smoking crack gonna be leaked this weekend? I don't know. Not quite smoking crack, but you know the Larry Tunsil thing. It's gonna be interesting. Or they're gonna say this guy had a 1 on his Wonderlic score.
And I want you to think about
this. You really want to draft him? He has a 1.
Hey, that's crazy. The picture I just seen of Shake Money's face on the I'm not gonna give it out, but that's a pretty good picture, Shake. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, what?
I guess
it's on the thumbnail.
No. Well, I don't know if that's the picture that's gonna be on the thumbnail. It looks like it's in the group chat.
Oh shit.
That's a pretty good picture. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's hilarious.
Oh, okay. I see it now.
I haven't looked at it.
The W Energy WrestleMania preview. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's crazy. So.
Hell no.
Oh. Yeah, that is crazy.
I'm gonna be posting that on Twitter because I'm gonna be promoting that. And like I said,
is that your reincarnation of Ravishing Rick Rude or Ravishing Rick Shea?
I'm gonna be doing Saturday morning off topic shows. So meaning it's the off season. So Saturday mornings I'm gonna be doing for a couple hours. We'll talk about whether it be music, whether it be TV shows, whether it be what I mean. Just off the cuff shit for the off season because. You know what I mean? How much is there to talk about? You know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
Oh, man. So you ready to drop this link, Lewis?
Who?
You ready to drop this link?
Oh,
anything before I drop it?
No, I get it. Here comes casual hour.
Oh yeah. We got to get EM up here then.
Oh shit! Who?
He said casual hour, so got to get the homie EM up here.
JJ McCarthy, Spider X with Tootsies. Oh yeah. That's the pay. Now, if he was spotted at whatchamacallit at the Mint, then that'll be a
Right.
different story.
Oh
What
yeah,
the hell
they
are you
got
doing at the Mint?
they gonna get that out there with X McCarthy.
Have you ever been to the Mint,
Yeah.
Lewis?
Yeah, I've been there, man.
Yeah, that was my strip club going back in the day. Me and my boy Joe.
I heard that, man. Yeah, for sure.
Mm.
Shit, if you like girls with tattoos and bullet wounds, strip the Mint is for you, man.
Tattoos and bullet wounds.
Yeah.
Man, what kind of establishment is that?
That's gutter right there.
Mm.
Oh man.
Oh man.
See, look, check this out. I'll never forget. This is how stupid people are. Okay, this happened for real. My homeboy witnessed it. This is when I moved over here. Now he told me about it. So what happened was, he saw the guy stepped on his shoes because damn, the Mint Lounge is very narrow. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
if you got good sneakers, don't fucking go there. I'm gonna tell you right now, right off the bat, don't go there because you're gonna get your shoe stepped on eventually. And he stepped under the
Oh,
dude's
so you
shoe,
got
man,
him.
apologized. You know what I'm saying? He's like, no, fuck that shit. And they got into a fight. The guy left out.
Mm.
The guy whose shoe got stepped on, he was waiting for him outside in the club, shot him, and 2 minutes later got caught because across the street from the Mint is the police station. So
Man,
yeah, that guy didn't get too
all that
far,
for getting stepped on, his shoes being stepped on.
pretty much.
Man, the deep end people go off of.
But here's the crazy part: they know the police station is across the street. Why the fuck would you do that, knowing that the police station is across the
Right.
street? The police was there in seconds as soon as they heard the gunshots.
Yeah, and they probably got like undercover cops roaming around the area too, right?
No, I don't know about undercover cops, but there's police station right across the street. Like I said, dumb place to do anything or try to do anything. That is. So the only thing I've done legally there was buy bootleg DVDs. You know what I'm talking about, Louis?
Oh man,
Huh.
hey man, hey, yeah, yeah. Oh man, that's crazy.
But yeah, man. So all right, come on, y'all.
I'm gonna say, as for me, Sean was asking, Red Wine and Bill. Sean, he was asking about a certain question. I'm gonna say, as for me, Sean.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I'm
Right.
definitely 100% that right there.
Yeah.
Boobies are I like boobies like good A to B. That's fine by me.
Mm. Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna lie, man. The ugliest thing to me in my life is butt implants. Those things look fake and look ugly as hell, man. They go too overboard with that shit. What's up, Greg?
Yo, what's
What's
up?
up, Greg?
What's going on? How do you look? What are your prospects in the underwear Olympics looking
I'm
like?
loving all these prospects, but sadly, we're not going to get any of them. We're all going to get 6. I'm just joking, but yeah. Listen, I love this guy, Brandon Feist, out of Florida State. Really good D
Yeah.
lineman. Had a great day yesterday. Um, the tight end from Colorado State had a good outing. Cole Bishop, the safety from Utah, had a good outing. I mean, this is all it is. The combine. It's here to prove your draft stock, pretty much. Get your name out there. You know, can't really go off much. Caleb Williams, right? That guy, right? I mean, he says go off the film, and that's all we can go off. I mean, you can use the combine, you can go off 40 times, but in reality, you got to go off the film sometimes.
Yeah, they're gonna have to look at a lot of film for them now because they said I'm not doing no workouts. Look at my tape.
Oh, that linebacker from NC State, Peyton Wilson, looks like a stud. And that's really all I have seen on my Twitter timeline. I haven't been able to. I don't have NFL Network or NFL Plus, so I can't watch the combine. Javonte Sanders, that's his name. Another guy. There's Miami JPJ. Frank Gore. How can we forget Frank Gore Jr., man?
Frank Gore Jr.?
Yeah. His father.
What college did he go to?
Southern Miss.
Okay, yeah, he upgraded from the school his dad went to. Definitely upgrade. What's going on?
Is what's his name? Son declared. Is he in the process, the draft process? Or
What's going on,
no?
El Capitan?
Did he back out of it?
Hey, we got a legend in the building, baby. We got a legend.
Who?
EM Dolphin fan, the legendary Dolphin fan.
Who?
EM, you know that, the legendary
Who's
man.
that? Legend.
No idea.
What?
No idea.
Urban legend? Urban legend? Is that the urban legend? You kind of look in the mirror and say Bloody Mary 3 times. Is that kind of legend?
We throw around great legend, superstar. We throw all those words out loosely. I'm just telling you right now.
What?
I'm gonna look in the mirror and say Bloody Mary 3 times. I'm gonna see if EM shows up. I'm gonna try that one out. It's an urban legend.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the other one? Candyman.
Listen to me carefully.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Kings. Stolen Valor. Damn. The hell? Stolen Valor?
How's that?
What's that supposed to mean?
By the way, that's another El Capitan, by the way, so you know.
Who's that? Raphael?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Raphael. Last favorite Florida fan. Who's a Florida fan? That franchise is actually liked by somebody?
Yeah.
Damn. I didn't
Hey,
even
by
know
the
that
way,
franchise was liked by anybody.
Hey, by the way, this March 30th, Saturday morning. Be on the lookout for the.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
That is. Oh my God. Oh, that is crazy. Got 2 belts: the WW, the heavyweight, and the intercontinental belt. Who's the last person that had both belts? Not thinking about, was it Ted DiBiase? Had both at one time.
Hey, Andre said, please don't say bloody murder. Crypto CB might show up, and I just want to know who's that? Who the hell? Who the hell is CB Andres? I don't know who the hell that is.
CB83. He's one of the best film breakdown on Dolphins YouTube.
Who?
Who?
CB83, yeah.
Oh,
That person
again,
breaks
hey,
down film?
I have
Uh-huh.
no idea. I have no idea who the hell that is.
Oh man,
Damn.
that's my
Breaks
dog.
down. He said he'll come out. He might come out if I say it.
He used to be a tight end for Howard. I think that was his 83 used to be his jersey number. So
Tight
There
end.
ain't no way in hell that man played football.
for the University of Howard, baby,
You got it.
one of the greatest HBCUs out there.
Yeah. That was one of the HBCUs that got no football coverage. That explains it.
Oh man,
CB83, he out there give him a bad name.
That's crazy. That dude that changed his icon name to CB Finn State with CB 41 and a half. That shit.
Yeah, he did. Yep, he's CB41 and a half. God damn it. That's it.
So, all right, let me ask y'all the Tua question. Here's a Tua question I mean to ask.
If you talk about Tua Shake, this panel will be loaded up quicker than a rabbit gets fucked.
Yeah, sure enough will.
No, I'm just asking the questions. Here's the question: being that when is your timeline? When is your timeline to say, okay, he's gonna get the extension? When is your timetable on it? Do you think?
I have no idea. Listen, I think
It's
we
gotta
are
be
going to
in
hear
March, right?
it. Yeah, I mean, listen, I have no idea. I don't want to put an actual
It's up
date
in
on
the
it.
window.
I think it's going to happen. I know that. I just don't. Oh,
There
there
you
he
go.
is. There he is.
There you go. Way
But
to represent CB41 and a half. God damn
I
it.
think
That's
I
what
think
he
it
is.
is going to. I think it's going to happen though, Shake.
Yeah.
Yo, man.
Well, if everybody's saying that the reason I'm gonna put up, I'm putting the camera so I can put the quotations, so they could make some cap space. They got less than 2 weeks to do it. I think they'll do it for that purpose.
I think our
Insanity. What's going on, Insanity? That's a legend right there. Would you say so?
Now, when you want to
Yeah.
talk about legend, Shake, right here, see,
Yes, that's
Finsanity
it.
is definitely a legend. Not this other. Who's that guy you say is a legend? What's his name? Who?
EM. Yeah.
I have no idea who that is, but
EM.
Finsanity for sure.
EM stands is short for Ethering motherfuckers.
Well,
Oh,
again,
yeah?
well, thank God I've never talked to that man because I've never been ether before. But shout out. Oh no, hey, Shake. There's only one guy in the community, Shake, that be cooking folk. Throw it up, Shake. All right, throw it up, God damn it. But yes, Finsanity is a legend, and shout out to the queen of the community for real. So
yes, indeed.
that is a legend.
Oh yeah, here it is. Hey, by the way,
that's cooking folk, Shake. That's cooking.
If you do believe that Tua will be here, man, and you're a big fan of Tua, and you're a fan of Grand Theft Auto, check out these shirts, man. I'm gonna be getting one soon.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get one the second he gets
right
his extension. I'm gonna buy me one.
That's the game right there. That's the game of all games right there.
For the Vice City Mambas.
ETA.
Hey, shout out to Marino's Goat in there too, and Nene that just got in the building. I see both of them as well. So shout out to Nene and Marino's Goat.
Yeah, Nene, what's happening? What's popping, Nene?
All right, let me ask y'all: Do you think that Christian Wilkins deal will get done? Yes or no?
You know what, Shake? This is one
I
for
don't
me to
think so.
handle.
I'm
Goddamn
gonna
it!
say 10%.
Hey, listen, I think the closer we get, I think Miami's having thoughts of bringing him back. Now, I don't know if it's going to be a long-term deal extension-wise, but even with the franchise tag, I don't know, man. For me,
He
Shake,
lowballed them.
it looks like they're probably going to franchise tag him, and I think it's a wrong move. But hey, it is what it is. I know,
I
I
100%
wouldn't do it.
He's not gonna sign the franchise tag.
think if they use the franchise tag on Christian Wilkins over a guy like Robert Hunt. Because let me tell you something. I'd rather have that guy, Brandon Feist, something Sweat, whatever his name is, or we can replace Christian Wilkins. He is replaceable. We don't need to give him $28 million because our quarterback, the left armor god, he's going to get $50 million because he earned it. Christian Wilkins is not worth the money. We can replace him. And yeah. Franchise tag. If we're franchising tag anyone, it's got to be Robert James Hunt, whatever his middle name is. Robert Hunt needs to be here. He needs to be here. I'd rather use a tag on Hunt over Wilkins. Let's get it done. Let's go, Christopher. Let's get the job done here. What are we doing? What are we waiting for?
They're not using the franchise tag on Robert Hunt, unfortunately, Greg. That ain't happening. So
I know, but they should though.
Robert Hunt shopping. He gave him permission to shop.
I wouldn't be giving the franchise tag to Robert Hunt anyway. If supposedly he's hearing
shopping.
or he's asking for anywhere between 15 to 17 million, or he's hearing that a team might be willing to give him 15 to 17 million, that team, in my opinion, should be Miami. If that's what he's asking
well, you
for,
know it
and
ain't
that's what he's
because
worth.
Chris Greer lowballed him.
Well, okay, well, lowball him is fine. That's all you want, but I disagree with that. I think they should be. I think Robert Hunt should be a priority.
Yeah, he should be, but I don't know if Greer think he is for some reason. I don't know what's wrong with Christopher. Should have took care of Robert Hunt during the season. That's what he should have did.
They should have traded. You know what? Never mind.
Traded him. Or traded. Traded. What's his name to get the money?
They should have traded Wilkins last year. You could have probably got a lot of deals done if you would have. Either way, we just never. Whether it's signing our own players and getting ahead of it early, crypto, or if we're not trading a player maybe a little bit early or whatever to gain picks and stuff. Again, last year I was calling for trading Christian Wilkins. You were going to get something for him, right? Now, all of a sudden, you either lose him or you got to pay him upwards of 20+ million, right? You could have got assets for him last year, a year early, right? I was calling for it. Everybody told me I was crazy. Just like the other day when I brought up the scenario. If I'm the Miami Dolphins, I'm putting Javon Holland's name out there for trade. I'm pulling it out there. He's 1 year left on his deal. He's going to want to be the highest paid safety in this league. And I just think safety is one of those positions you don't need to make the highest paid player, right? I think safety, a rookie could come in, get the job done. Hell, I tried to bring it up on Steven's show yesterday when Steven had the show. I asked the question. Should we look for it? The answers I got were no. Well, okay, cool. We traded a first-round safety a couple years ago. You know what we did after that? We drafted Javon Holland.
Yep.
Like what are we talking about here? Like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? We can't let go of Holland because he's man. Stop. No one out here is gonna say that Javon Holland's better than Minkah Fitzpatrick. We traded him.
Well, the only thing with that, Lewis.
Safeties are replaceable.
They should throw his name in trade conversations, but if we have, I think only Holland's under contract. I mean, are we going to bring other people in?
Yeah. By the way, in year 2, Minkah Fitzpatrick being traded, playing on 2 different teams, made All Pro. Did Javon Holland ever make All Pro?
Nope. Not at this stage.
This is the second year.
I guess getting a Hail Mary interception return for a touchdown didn't help out his cause. I don't know, man. Minka, he did the job when he was in Pittsburgh.
No, but I agree with you. Look, it's all about getting knowing what our key pieces are and our disposable pieces are. And obviously, you want to keep Jalen Phillips. You want to keep those guys, the edge rushers, whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm.
I appreciate the kind words, Nene. I see Nene talking about my son well in the chat. I appreciate that, Nene, for sure.
What
But
happened,
yeah,
Lewis?
I was just telling Nene thank you. I seen her words in the chat about my son, and I
Not
just
to
wanted
mention
to tell her thank you.
who else can we
Oh,
get
okay,
rid
your
of?
son's
Who
school.
else can we trade for assets?
Well, I'm looking. Those are the guys that I'm looking at, and a guy like Javon Holland. That's why you got to jump on it a year early, right? Because he still can go to a team as a rental this year. If a team just wants a 1-year rental, that thinks maybe they're because Javon Holland is a good player, right? No one's trying to take that away from him. But again, we got a lot of guys coming up, and I just think safety you can replace, right? There's other things you could do to fill in that role, right? And
Mhm.
again, why not give a team the opportunity before they have to sign Javon Holland? Let them trade for him. Bro, I easily think Javon Holland can maybe fetch you a late first round pick, right?
Yeah.
Let's say, and if not, a very high second round pick, right? And then maybe multiple picks. Maybe you could get a second and a fourth. Well, hell, you drafted Javon Holland in the second round. So if you could get 3 years of production, right? Get equal value to him 3 years later, plus an extra pick to get you maybe in a round that you don't have a pick in this year because we don't have a third or a fourth. Why not make that move? Because again, what are you prepared to make Javon Holland one of the highest paid safeties in this league? Because that's what he's going to want.
And what has Javon Holland really done to deserve that, massive contract? I mean, he's only been able to beat on these bad teams. You don't see him making plays. Well, actually, I shouldn't say making plays against good team, but you don't hear his name as much in the good against the good teams. But with that being said, I would, throw his name out, see what you can get. I'm not gonna sit up here and say we need to trade Javon Holland, but you got to think about it because I mean, didn't Christopher Greer? He came from New England, right? He came from the New England, management regime, right? They always had a motto, and this is the one thing that Christopher Greer, at his time being here in Miami, and if we look back in the past on his mistakes and whatnot, he came from the New England regime. They have a motto over there where it's like they get rid of a player too soon than rather hold on for too late or whatever the saying they say. Xavier Howard, right? We love Xavier Howard, the X-Man. We all love him. We all love what he did. There was a time when we were tanking that we should have probably traded him or let him go, but we didn't. We hold on to him, and now we're getting nothing for him. Same thing with Mike Gesicki. We franchise tag him, we got nothing for him. We just, had him show up to work and just take notes and just sit the bench. I mean, I'm not saying let's trade him. I say let's throw him out, see what we can get. Because what Javon Holland, I mean, if we look at the Texans and Cardinals with D-Hop, I think the Texans might have. I don't even remember the trade. But they might have won that trade because didn't DeAndre Hopkins have like problems over there, injury problems, whatever. What I'm trying to say is you throw them out, see what you can get, and then if you want to pull the trigger, you pull the trigger.
That's what I'm talking about. I need to get Fansanity to come up here on TFTG, man. She needs to come start rocking with the fellas up here at TFTG. Actually, shout out to Miss Fins and Fansanity. We had a great conversation. I believe that was yesterday during the morning. They were having a good show. They had the link pinned. I went up there for a little bit, hung
Shout
out
out.
with the ladies. So it was a very good show. But Finsanity and Miss Fins had some very kind words for the Fins tailgate. And
For sure.
Finsanity, again, we're just for Miss Fins already knows that, but Finsanity for sure. We here at the Fins tailgate want Finsanity to know it's an open door policy over here, Finsanity, and you are always welcome. Anytime you see my face, I'm sure Crypto and Shake feel the same way. anytime they're up here as well, you're always welcome up here. So just wanted to point that out. But I would love to hear her thoughts on my Javon Holland take. Come up here and tell me if I'm right or wrong, Insanity.
Oh man.
Lewis is hating. He's trying to get rid of him.
Well, the thing is, let's say we don't trade Javon Holland, right? We get to next year, right? And Javon Holland wants his big contract, and we don't have the cap space for it. And are we going to really do this again? Like, make another mistake here? I mean...
Hey, man, you know what? You know what I'm hoping for? Care. Look, the Vikings traded away Stephon Diggs, who's being a problem child, right?
Yeah.
And who they get? They get Justin Jefferson. So
yep.
Let's let's see if we could do that.
Exactly. Right. Yep. They was able to move on early enough, and
damn, word of mouth talking about 2 first-round picks for Holland. No, I don't think you're getting 2 first. It's not
happening.
That ain't, bro. And again, I think word of mouth is saying without 2 first-round picks, he wouldn't trade Holland. I don't know if I agree with that, bro.
I would settle for 2 seconds or a second or a third.
Absolutely, bro. If someone came and gave me a second and a third, Javon Holland's up out of here. Telling you now.
That's 2 for 1. You can get his replacement in here, young and early on the contract, on his rookie deal, and then get an extra piece.
Bro, I would draft Cam Kitchens as a replacement. I think Cam Kitchens might have, due to some of the things we've seen at the combine, I think that might have made him out of the first round. You could probably get him in the second round. Bro, again, watch Cam Kitchens. This is what I was trying to say earlier about the combine, right? Like, if you watch Cam Kitchens, if you watch the Miami Hurricane games or whatever, he's a football player. He's a dog, bro. You can tell he's a football. I don't care what the 3-cone drill and the shuffle and the 40-yard dash tells me at the combine about Cam Kitchens. I know he's a dog. You see what I'm saying? Like, it don't. What happened at the combine don't match up what the film tells you. So if you told me I could have, to Shake's point, a second and a third for Holland, and you mean to tell me I can get a guy like Cam Kitchens in the second round, where I got 2 picks in the second round plus a third that I didn't have, and you mean to tell me I'm losing Holland, but I'm filling that in with Cam Kitchens? Sign me up, bro.
Listen,
sign me up.
I love the combine. I love watching it, but I'm going to be honest, the combine, like Lewis's point, it's overrated. The 40-yard dash is the most overrated thing. Look at John Ross years ago. Ran a 4.22, got drafted 9th. What has John Ross really done? He flammed out in like a year or two. So the combine, it's literally the most overrated thing. There was a story out there that some guy, I don't remember his name, he would literally practice the drills leading up to it. He got drafted in like the top 10, and then he fanned out of the league pretty much.
Yeah. You already know it, Nene. That man was petting his bald cat, Nene. You know, Nene. Nene's in the chat. Nene knows the real, goddammit. That man was on Instagram Live rubbing a bald cat, crying about the fan base. Get the fuck out of here. For a second and third, you can have them.
What if it was a Siamese cat, Lewis? Or what if it was a...
There's only, and again, shout out to all the ladies in here, right? Cover your ears. This is where, Lewis gets a little crazy. There's only one bald cat I really like, Crypto, and it has nothing to do with football. Fuck out of here.
I'm just saying, it could have been a Siamese cat, I don't
know what kind of cat it was. I just know it was bald and it was ugly. I know that.
Those things are expensive as fuck too, boy.
Yeah, it is like what, 10 grand? Yeah. Damn.
And Finsanity just said it right there. So Minka was traded for a first, a fifth, and a sixth. If someone came to you and told you they were giving you a first, a fifth, and a sixth for Javon Holland, you wouldn't take that?
I would take it in a heartbeat.
Or somebody, even if there wasn't a first, let's say it was instead of a first, a fifth, and a sixth, let's say it was a second, let's say it was a second, a fourth, and a fifth. I would even take that. Because you ain't got no fourth round pick this year. Then you'll have 2 6,
Right.
or two fifths, a fourth, a first, and a second. Yeah, absolutely. In 2 seconds. I would make that deal in a heartbeat.
Yep.
But again, you remember who you heard it from, right? They're probably going to sign, but I was ahead of the Christian Wilkins last year. We wouldn't have found ourselves in this mess we're having this year, and I'm ahead of the Javon Holland.
Yeah, you can get value for him at this point. These 2 picks, 2 middle-round picks. Well, you know Chris Greer, he always wait till last minute. Because you know the fan base is they're gonna rant and rave how much they love that bald cat, you know, and they need to keep him around. And we're gonna miss our opportunity.
Yep.
This team
Well,
at 21 is going to take this guy Xavier Worthy, who just broke the combine speed record, and they're going to preach to us more speed. Oh my! I can just see it now. We're going to draft a receiver round 1. Oh my goodness!
Mm. Damn.
I would agree I would agree that they had to trade Minka, right? Like I think we all kind of heard some backstories. Sorry, a motorcycle riding by the house. I would say I think we all heard some of the stories that came up. So I think Insanity is spot on. We had to trade Minka. The point that I'm trying to bring up is that, yeah, we thought when we traded Minka, it was the same thing. Oh my God, what we're gonna do? We just traded Minka. Then all of a sudden in the second round, we draft Javon Holland, his replacement. I just think that position is one of those positions. It's not a premier position in the league, right? It's not a quarterback. It's not a pass rusher. You know, it's not a top line corner or anything like that. I think safeties are replaceable. So I'm just saying, for me, I like to jump ahead. Either you're going to try to work out a deal with Javon Holland, which for me I wouldn't, but either get that done or move off of him when you can get value. Because if we don't, and we just let him play out on this third year, basically, or this year, it's a wrap. We find ourselves in the next. There's no 5th-year option on Javon Holland. This is it,
No,
fellas.
this is year 4, is it?
Yeah, this is it. So, like, what are we gonna do? I don't know. I think, for me, especially at the combine when all 32 teams are there, every general manager's in the building. We all know how those conversations go at night. Chris Greer is probably finding himself at a dinner table with 7 or 8 other different GMs in the league, having drinks and eating and, conversating, right? And if I was Chris Greer, all I'm saying is, in one of those happy-go-lucky conversations and the drinks are flowing, I'm dropping Javon Holland's name out there, right? Now, I'm not making it public. I'm not going in front of the camera and saying he's officially on the market. But I'm throwing that name out there just to see what kind of interest I can gauge from the other general managers in the league. That's what I'm doing. I'm just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Also, another thing about that, Dust, look, let's just, damn, Lou's gone. I think
the Jets.
Holland fucked up his internet. Him and his bald cat.
Yep, that was it.
They got him.
The bald cat came and got Lewis.
Got him.
We'll trade him to the Jets with Mecole Hardman.
Yeah, I remember whatchamacallit got 2 first-round picks. That safety from the Jets, remember?
Jamal Adams from the Seahawks.
Yeah.
And the Jets still found a way to football.
And they just cut him. They just cut him today.
Fucking Jets. They got all these assets from the Jamal Adams trades, and they still can't get to the playoffs.
Well, I tell you, what a franchise. They're a model franchise. They're a model franchise.
Who's that? The Jets?
The Jets.
They're a
Yeah.
mess, man. Apparently people leaking game plans. Oh my god, it's a mess up there.
You know, the first Super Bowl in Miami was the Jets.
Oh yeah, Super Bowl
But hey,
3.
so Lewis, you know what I was thinking too? You know, another good thing about that is, let's say for the sake of argument, we're not going to trade. They say just throw Javon Holland's name. You know, see what people give for him, right? And when it's come to a contract, hey man, listen, I threw your name out there to see if I could get any interest, and nobody bit. So that tells you right there that teams aren't really looking for you. That would probably give him some leverage.
Absolutely. And listen, I think there's a guy that's on our roster too, right? That he has every physical trait that you're looking from kind of like a safety standpoint, because you can play him in the box. He still has amazing ball hawk skills, right? But he's a willing tackler and stuff like that. Let's say you did make a move to trade Javon Holland. I think, bro, if you want to extend Jalen Ramsey's career, the shelf life, right? It's not at corner. It's at safety. And the fact of the matter is, you look, there's some guys, I believe Rod Woodson years ago, right? Ex-Pittsburgh Steeler, went to the Ravens. He was a corner at Pittsburgh, went to the Ravens, became a safety, prolonged his career, became an all-pro over there. Charles Woodson, corner at, I believe, Green Bay or Oakland it was. Then when he went to Green Bay, went to safety or something like that, I believe Charles Woodson as well. I don't know, bro. If I make a move like that, I think Ramsey, I think this defense, we already heard. And again, Ramsey,
what's going on?
Ramsey years ago when he was with the Rams, all the way, he played boundary corner, played inside in the nickel, right? Slot, went to safety. I don't know, bro. I'm trying to see, and again, if the scenario happened of a Javon Holland maybe getting moved or being traded, I think Jalen Ramsey could slide in there and you prolong his career. And maybe not this year. I'm just saying moving forward and stuff, that could be an option. I'm just a forward thinker, man. I just like to kind of think outside the box, and you know, I'm trying to help this team. And you can't sign every good player. You're going to lose players, whether it's through free agency, whether it's through trade, whether it's whatever. And I just think Miami, you know, we got to be smart and just think ahead, man. Don't just sit on these guys and be like, oh, these guys are lifers because this. Nah, bro, that's not how this league works.
That's not how the cap works either.
Right. Right.
But do you think Chris Greer? Well, Chris Greer has pretty good reputation with safeties and corners, except for Noah and the jury's still out on Cam Smith. You know.
Yeah.
Bobby McCain was a good hit at corner. Who else?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't believe we got people in the chat talking about Javon Holland's a Hall of Fame safety.
Where did he get that from?
I mean, it's crazy, bro. Listen, there's just some
Hall
people,
of Fame safety.
There's just some people that don't like you, and when you say things, they're always just gonna go against you, and just it is what it is. But come on, bro, you miss me with the Javon Holland being a Hall of Fame safety. Like, miss me with that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Not at this stage. I mean, what did he do that really stood out this year, other than fielding a punt off a Hail Mary and taking it back? That was more like a punt return for a touchdown than anything.
Yeah.
What outside of that highlight has he done?
Shout out to Tony H in the building.
Tony out here talking about if you wear glasses, he calls you a nerd, bro. Tony is a bully, bro. God damn.
Damn.
That man said he don't even give a fuck if you can't see or not. He said He said that he don't give a fuck if you walk around here blind. If you wear glasses, you're a nerd. God damn.
Yeah,
That's
you should wear
crazy.
contacts.
What?
Yeah, bro, that's a bully, bro. Tony is a straight bully.
Yes.
Here to put it
Yeah,
out
that's
here.
definitely bullying. Shout out to all the nerds in the crowd.
That's crazy. God damn. Bullying people in the
Nerds.
community, man. That's crazy.
Revenge of the nerds. Revenge of the nerds. Tony, they're on your ass, Tony. What about bifocals?
Double nerd.
What would that work? Would that work? If you had bifocals
Yeah,
on?
then you're a double nerd because you can't see far or near.
Yeah. You twice the nerd.
Yeah. God damn. So first round. Oh man. It's gonna be
You said
interesting.
first
Like I
round?
said, so the fifth is going to be the actual deadline where we have the franchise tag. So
Right.
and then March 13th.
May 5th. I mean March 5th, my bad.
Yeah, he has until March 13th to get
Get everybody signed.
They have to be at salary cap compliance.
Yeah, everybody's gotta be signed.
Yeah. See, I'm not trading Waddle. I'm not trading Waddle. That guy saying Speed in there talking about trade Waddle. I ain't no. Let's not get over it. Let's not get carried away now.
You want to do it for two first round draft picks?
If you was doing,
if
you was dismantling the team, the two first rounders.
Well, no, I don't even got to dismantle the team. If someone offered me two first round picks, yeah, Waddle's gone. Yeah.
What's up, Ronnie N? Sam Skeet is in the building. Dumb MCs.
Yeah, you could definitely pick up some good quality with them two picks.
Dolphinier in the building.
You got to worry about paying them for another 3-4 years. Oh yeah.
Did we get a big body wide receiver? We did. We have. I mean,
we're bringing Devontae Parker back.
Yeah, just for crypto.
Well, there goes the franchise right there.
What about Claypool? Do you bring back Claypool?
I bring him back. I bring him back on a
make him play his real position. Make him play his actual position. Yeah. I think he was supposed to originally been a tight end. Everybody used him as a wide receiver. Let's make him play tight end.
He'll be able to block?
Yeah, I think he can. He's big enough for it.
Yeah. A lot of people forget.
He's big enough for it.
Easy is a wide receiver too. That's a good point in the chat. I think Easy, man, yeah, he has everything you want. If that kid can stay healthy, I think he was well on his way last year to I think having a pretty good season.
Yeah, this is his last season to stay healthy.
Shout out to Nene with the $2 donation. Tony is a bully.
I concur.
Man, she paid to say that. God damn, she paid to call that man a bully. Shit.
Yep. I concur, Nene. How dare you talk about the nerds?
No, I haven't had the flu in such a long time. You forget how much it fucking sucks.
Tony says in the chat, "Are we drafting every fast person in the draft?" And Tony, I would say the only way I would do that, I gotta see their PFF grades, Tony, before I draft anybody. So, Tony, just put it in the chat. Have you seen any PFF grades for any of these players?
Right. Yeah, I'm drafting every fast track star. I want my offensive lineman running a 4-4 or 4-4 at minimum. I need every offensive lineman running a 4-4.
I gotta see the PFF grades. That's what I gotta see.
And Eichenberg is already running a 3-7.
Never
So
mind. Tony says no PFF grades have came out yet. So no, Tony, I'm not making no goddamn draft picks then.
Listen, the only way I'll be down to get Eichenberg's brother is if we got to get in maybe the sixth round. We have 2 6th-round picks. Draft Talia Tungavaloa and get the brother set.
Who?
Talia Tungavaloa. We'll get
so we're gonna have
brother.
the Tungavaloa twins and the Eichenberg twins.
And then see what we could have them. What we could do is we could have them play side by side. One throws with his right hand, the other throws with his left hand.
Oh shit, I like that.
Man, now you're onto something.
Yeah.
The
You don't know
mirror
what the ball's going to be hiked to. You ever heard of double running backs, double quarterbacks? There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Double quarterbacks. Line them up side by side. You don't know who his ball is going to.
We'll have the Samoan snipers.
If you want the ball thrown on the right side of the field, hike it to the guy on the right. The left side, you hike it to Tua.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we do it.
Or you could fake them. You could give it to Tua and have him throw on the right side every once in a while. You know, to throw them off.
Yeah, we have what do they call it? A 2-headed snake. 2 quarterbacks in the backfield taking the snap. One of them gonna take the snap.
Hey yo, hey yo.
Oh, come on.
Crazy. Hey yo, that's crazy.
Damn, Tyrone.
That's
you don't like that idea?
Crypto.
No, you like the 2 quarterback set. Damn.
Hey, listen, I like the idea, but goddamn Crypto to say the 2-headed snake, that's crazy. That's wild though, Crypto. You need to calm down, Crypto. All right, pause that, Crypto, goddamn it.
That's how I'm just saying that's a threat.
No, but let me ask you a real talk, serious question. That if Tua's brother was a UDFA, would you entertain bringing him on?
Yes.
As a body, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Because you could pick anybody you want in those rounds.
I'm gonna be honest.
You don't lose nothing by doing that.
If you could maybe move back in the draft from 21, still stay in the first round, like we were talking about earlier, and let's say you could get maybe into the 3rd or 4th round where you don't have no pick, I wouldn't even mind drafting to his brother, let's say in the 6th round. If he was there in the 6th, 7th round, something like that, I would draft him. Why not? We're all talking about bringing in quarterback competition again, whether you like it or not. That's fine, but that's a quarterback, right? I would,
There you go. He is a quarterback, so
I would.
It's his brother. Chance. Hey, at least they could say, "Well, you can't hate on Tua's family, right?"
Yo, Craig, what's going on, brother? Thanks for coming.
How you guys doing tonight?
What's on your mind?
All right. Everybody doing good?
Happening?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
You doing, man?
Can I do a little, as you guys would say, a little cooking, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Okay. First of all, we are not drafting J.J. McCarthy. So, Pete, get over it. We're signing Tua to a long-term deal. Okay? And a lot of other things, I say trade out of the first round. Trade down to about 26, 27. Get a bunch of picks, and then trade out of the first round. And in the 2nd and 3rd round, you will have a monster day.
By the way, Insanity, I'm happy the Heat won, but it's nothing impressive. We did beat a Apology franchise after all.
Nah, y'all exactly. Y'all play a team from the G League?
Yeah, that team from Utah.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
And then, sorry to break everybody's heart, depending how Holland does, if he does well in Anthony Weaver's defense, I think he will get a long-term deal.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
I mean, depending how he does, we'll see
One
how he
thing,
does.
Okay.
If he
Yeah.
can,
one thing I do notice if you look at
Okay.
the coaches, the defensive line, because I listen to everybody's channels. You know what I mean? When we brought in our coaches, but one thing, all the linebackers coach, our safeties coach, they all have a track record of developing players. So it wouldn't shock me if they went young on defense and heavy on offense, because that's the side they need. At the end of the day, look, last 2 years, whether we could argue about till we're blue in the face. I don't give a fuck. This is the side I'm gonna I'm gonna put my face on the camera and everything. So this is where I stand on it. The last 2 years, it wasn't the defense that held us back. It was the offense that lacked points. It wasn't the defense. The defense had plenty of takeaways in the playoff game with Skylar Thompson. We had we put the Kansas City Chiefs in good field position and held them to field goals, which I think is accomplishment in itself. So I think they really need to do is bolster up that offense, because at the end of the day, it wasn't the defense that failed us the last 2 years. It was that offense.
and the other thing everybody's saying about tagging, Christian. I talk to a certain team secretly. If I'm Chris Greer, say what would you pay for him, and then I would I would sign him to that deal. Say, hey, okay, we'll give him 22, sign him and trade him, and say what's he worth to you.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Not to mention, look, you don't get a good defensive line coach as your defensive coordinator if you're not going to develop that side of the ball.
Yeah.
Even Sam Skeets agrees with me. I agree. The offense always falls apart at the back end of the season.
Yeah, they did that this year.
Yeah, but the reason why they fall apart, you talking about the offensive line or the defense?
No, he was talking about the offense falling apart
I don't know about that.
at the back end of the season.
I don't know about that.
We're gonna have.
We had so many injuries on the line. I can understand that, but like I said, Bushbury been doing a good job plugging players in and off the streets and free agents.
Yeah,
so.
and think about this: if he's doing a good job with those kind of roster, those kind of offensive line, imagine what he would do with Lee Tanner.
Exactly. So that's why I say I'm glad we have Bushbury, because he can develop, players coming out of college, and then also he knows how to plug and play veteran free agent players. And let me say hello to Shake Money, Crypto,
What's going on, Mr. Paul?
Lewis,
What's happening, man?
Craig, Nene.
Hi.
Hello to all of y'all. Hanging out with the family.
What's
Hello,
good,
Pastor.
Mr. Paul?
Man, let me guess. Everybody wants to blame the offensive falling apart on Tua, right?
What happened?
We know Fred does.
Oh, be careful, Fred, down in the chat room.
Blame the offensive line.
Don't nobody give a damn about no goddamn Fred, Mr. Paul.
Hey guys, I just want to ask Lewis a question about something he said the other day on Space.
Uh-oh.
No, what you got? Guilty conscience? It ain't nothing negative.
No. I'm always good, Miss Nene. What's good?
So you said something that was important about the smear campaign once players leave this organization, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because I was listening to a content creator today, and that person brought up a good points. He's kind of controversial, but I agree with this part of his statements about Greer possibly giving these guys, hey, this is my offer. If you don't like it, you could test free agency, right? And then we as fans or maybe the media then create these stories on why things ain't working out. What's your thoughts on that? Because to me, there's a cause and effect here, right? If we can't get on the, because this person brought up Austin Jackson, was like, look, we were lucky to get that one good season from Austin Jackson and get him to agree to a lower deal, right? But maybe these other guys are looking at it like, I hear what you're saying, Chris, but this ain't enough for me. I'm gonna test the market. And he's like, okay, bet on yourself, because he has said that in the press conference a couple of times, mainly towards Wilkins. What's your thoughts on that? Because I couldn't speak because I was getting ready to take my exam. But I thought you brought up a good point about the smear campaign and why is it that these guys we absolutely love them when they're here and they're playing on these rookie contracts, but then when they make a business decision to test the market, all of a sudden they're what they're saying, Hunt is lazy now, Even the stuff with Christian Wilkins, I just wanted your thoughts on it.
Listen, I think for me, I'm never gonna talk bad about a player. I've said I was the first one to say, Nene, I don't blame Christian Wilkins for wanting his money. I would just say for me, I'm not paying him his money if I'm Chris Greer. Now, I've always said that. I don't blame him. If Christian Wilkins can go to any other team and he can squeeze out 24, 25, 26 million out of somebody, good for that young man. Go get your money. But I don't even know how I want to answer this because really, when Chris Greer, if the narrative is Chris Greer is lowballing players, and I don't even want to say lowballing, right? I just want to call it if Chris Greer is throwing out a number where he thinks that player is valued at, and he wants to stand on that, whether you think it's lowballing or not. I kind of like that from the general manager. This is what I have for you. I'm not. If I was the kind of general manager that would just, hey, well, here's the contract we're giving you. And the player comes back and says, well, that's crazy. I'm not signing that deal. I want way more money. And Chris Greer would just turn around and say, oh, okay, well, since you said you want more, here's a blank check. Let me give you what you want. I don't think that's the way to do business. I kind of like how Chris Greer does it. Now, the one thing I will say to your last point, though, Nene, is that that's what I don't like what we do as a fan base, right? We want to sign all these players, or we want to sign all these coaches like Vic Fangio, perfect example, like the stuff we were hearing yesterday about Robert Hunt. But let's go to Vic Fangio, Nene, right? Last year at this time, Vic Fangio was the savior of the Miami Dolphins. He was going to come out. He was going to benefit. The defense was going to be highly productive, which they were, right? But he was coming to save the defense. He was going to work well with these players. He was going to be able to be the calming voice for Mike McDaniel, right? All these things we heard. Now, a year later, from that point, when we heard he was the savior, to this year, he never wanted to be in Miami. He was trash. He didn't work well with others and stuff. I hate when we do that, right? If a player's going to leave, they're just going to leave. It's a business. We all understand. We love them. Thank you for your service here in Miami. Go get your money somewhere else. Hopefully you stay healthy and you're productive. Why can't it just be that? So hopefully that kind of answers your question, Nana. I kind of like the way Chris Greer does business. Now, again, has he missed on some players? Yes. Has he missed in free agency? Yes. Has he hit in free agency? Yes. Has he hit in the draft? Yes. I think, wherever you want to stand on that, that's fine. I kind of like the way he does business, though, with the contracts. And then I do also agree with you from a Miami Dolphins fan base and from the fan base in general, Nene. I think when a player's leaving or a coach is leaving, we've seen it. Brian Flores loved him here, trashed him on the way out. Josh Boyer liked him here, trashed him on the way out. Vic Fangio loved him here, trashed him on his way out. I don't know why we have to be like that, Nene. I really don't. It's confusing to say the least, or at least for me.
Well, the secondary part to my question, right, is I get giving a fair offer to the players, right? But is it fair now to assess Greer in what this is? I know some people take a couple of years off of his actual leadership. So depending on where you put him on how long he's been in a position to make decisions, isn't it starting to get to a point, right? And let's say, for instance, they don't come to an agreement and Tua has to play on that 5th year per se, and there's no new deal. Wouldn't the reputation start forming the Greer that he's drafting these guys, but we're not keeping them part one, and we're not getting anything to replace them part two?
Well, I mean, again, I think there can an argument be made. But if I lose one player, right? Let's say we lose Robert Hunt, right, this year. He's a player we drafted. But if you're telling me we're signing Tua, we're signing Christian Wilkins, we're probably going to re-sign Waddle, we're probably, let's say, going to re-sign Holland, and those are 4 draft picks that you're signing. So, yeah, you're going to lose. If you lose one, but you sign 4, how can you turn around and say we're losing the players that he's drafting? Like, I don't know. I don't understand how that works.
There's contention until something is set in stone. The only ones that he's essentially kept is Baker, and a lot of people didn't agree with that. And Austin Jackson, who technically only gave you 1 year of production out of a couple of mediocre years or injury-ridden years, right? This is speaking on the consensus that we let Wilkins walk, we let Hunt walk, we let Tua, play Russian roulette with his 5th year. Could it be fair? That's all I'm asking. Could it be fair? Like, okay, we're getting these guys, but we're not keeping them per se, but we'll get a free agent and pay them a lot of money, and then they're only, viable for a couple of years. Example, Teron Armstead being one, and secondary, the linebacker that just
I think you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, though, man. I think you're in a no-win situation if you're Chris Greer, and I'll tell you why. You mentioned Jerome. You mentioned Jerome Baker, right? That's a guy you drafted, you kept around. We don't like that, right? But now we drafted Robert Hunt, and we're going to lose him. We don't like that neither. You see how I'm saying? So if I keep a player, right, and maybe I overpay them from what the fan base thinks Jerome Baker's overpaid, we don't like that. But if I don't overpay a player and I lowball him and he wants to go test free agency and he walks, we don't like that neither. So explain to me now, and I'm not just saying for you, Nana, I'm just saying in general, explain to me what Chris Greer is supposed to do.
Well,
right? It's like a no-win situation.
I agree, and that's why I truly believe there's certain people that's built to be in those particular positions, because I think if you're winning, right, people will overlook all of these nuances. But the fact of the matter is, this team has not won a playoff game. The fact of the matter is, the amount of draft picks he had, the amount of money he had, and here we are again. Though we have improvement, we're no longer the dregs of the NFL, and we can beat the dregs. But the overall pitch was Super Bowl, right? And it seems like if we go another season of a first round exit per se, and you still going to have questions with different players, such as Phillips is going to be another one on the table. You already talked about Holland. And, we still don't know until the deal is done. I think we all assume on this panel in particular, Tua is going to get his money at the Miami Dolphins. But we never know. Until the deal is done, it's still speculation on both sides. And I know I've been anti-Greer, and I'm just speaking from a neutral state, right? Could it be that he will build a reputation of drafting on his hits? He still don't keep them. So I just wondered that because you were kind of going in that direction, but I had to go to class.
But and again, but you just can't keep everybody. You're going to lose eventually. You're going to lose everybody. For me, and again, this is where there's a gray area for me, because I do understand the frustration with Chris Greer. As long as he's been in the position, right, no playoff wins. That's a horrible look. But it's just for me, and I'm only speaking for myself. How do I blame a guy when I look at our overall roster and I'm like, damn, bro, this roster should be able to compete, right? At the end of the day, for me, that's the general manager's job. The general manager that I see that's sitting in the press box on Sundays, he's not throwing no passes. He's not making any tackles. He's not doing that, right? And when I looked at our team, I'm like, man, I love a Jalen Ramsey on my team. right? I loved Xavier Howard. I love Tyreek Hill. I love some of these guys that I see, A-Chain and Mostert. And I think the pieces, I can't blame Chris Greer, a guy that does nothing on Sundays to impact a game from a physical standpoint, right? We might not like the pieces. So that's where I think everybody just has their opinion. If for me, though, I can't blame Chris Greer for,
Well, I
missing
think
the draft pick. Like I think everybody in that's been in that position or sat in that seat has missed, right? I think the overall job is to put a very competitive football team on the field. And in my opinion, I can only speak for me, just like Nene, you speak for you, and everybody else speaks for themselves. I think Miami has had the roster to compete with anybody in the league for the last 2 years. I think there's other factors on this team that's holding this team back. It's not talent. At least for me, it's not.
well, Lewis, I formed this question to you, Xavier Howard, right?
No, I was going to ask you. I'm sorry.
Do you think Greer prepared himself properly for the decline of Xavier Howard? Yes, we got Jalen Ramsey, but I guess you're just swapping the two per se, because there's an argument to be made that, you brought up trading Javon Harlan. The person I heard speaking is, you may start thinking of Javon Harlan because you don't want to be in the same situation you were with X. You pay him this money, he declines, and then you don't have anything to replace him, right? Because we were supposed to replace him with Noah Iganagmi and Cam Smith that can't hit the field. So it to a certain extent, when we bring up these players that have not met expectations or have not hit the field, are we doing our due diligence on the reason why they're not hitting the field? Or in the other conversation, you talk a lot about toughness and being soft, and I 100% agree with you. Are we doing our due diligence to prepare this roster not to just have sexy names, but to be able to compete with some of the tougher teams, especially in the Decembers and the Januaries and the possible Februaries?
That's what
Again,
I was going to say about the chemistry. You can assemble great talent as far as a name, but the chemistry might not work well together.
again, I just
That's
think
the thing, is the chemistry there.
I just think when I look at a guy, let's go down the list from free agency wise, right? Like Tyreek Hill, he was a dog in Kansas City. You think that's changed in Miami? I don't think so. I think Tyreek Hill is a dog, right? But I do think he might not be the greatest leader, right? I think watching that playoff game and watching the end of how that Hard Knocks episode ended, and I hear a younger player that plays that same position in Jalen Waddle talking about,
Amen.
we got to be better on offense, right? Like Waddle was putting it on the offense. There was no blame. There was no, oh man, it was the injuries that caused this. Waddle is saying we got to be better. I hear Tyreek not mention a word sitting next to him, right? Basically didn't even look at Waddle, didn't acknowledge him, nothing. And then a couple weeks later, he's on Twitter saying we accomplished all we wanted to do this season. It was a good season. I think Tyreek is a dog, right? I love having him on the field. I think he's a productive player, but would he be the biggest leader, I say, on this football team in the aspect where guys would follow him? No, I got some questions in that area, right? Now, do we blame that on Chris Greer for making that move? I mean, again, a general manager's job, right, and for me at least, is to go get the most talented guys to fill out your roster. Now, if you want to tell me Chris Greer hasn't done a good job of maybe getting some depth on this football team in certain areas, I think the offensive line, he had great depth this year. People want to tell me, well, the offensive line, we got to do this. I would agree we have to fix it, right? But for the most part, the offensive line didn't cost us no games this year. A lot of guys in and out of that lineup and stuff. I think they were productive, right? I think 2 years of Tyreek 1,700 plus yards in both seasons. I think Chris Greer hit on that, right? Like that, he's bringing production and touchdowns and value and all kinds of stuff to your football team. when I talk about Chris Greer, it's from a standpoint, I do like the moves he makes. I think he's put a competitive football team on the field. I can't blame him. Just whoever wants to, that's fine. I'm just saying, for me, I can't blame him for the actions I see on the field. Right?
Well,
If I see
Lewis,
Chris Greer missing tackles and throwing interceptions or missing pass, cool, right? But I don't see him doing that.
Well, Lewis, and I know it can come off that way because everybody knows my perspective on Greer, but I'm just speaking to you from a flat base, no emotions on my opinion on him, just based off of
Right.
some of the things that we see common in the character of players. Now, you brought up Tyreek Hill, so I wanted a question for you. Did Greer do you feel he could have did more evidence on why Kansas City didn't retain him and was, because some of the stuff, and we all know what we're seeing now. He giving you the touchdowns, but I agree with that moment on the sidelines where it just looks like he's just chewing his gum and thinking about maybe the streaming game he getting ready to play after this. And I think it's because he's a fat cat, right? He's already got a Super Bowl ring. He's already gotten paid. Jalen Waddle was on a rookie contract and hasn't even won a playoff game. And he came from Alabama where they won national championships. So this is probably an uncomfortable feeling for, Waddle because he's used to winning, right? I just think from the contract perspective, right? If we keep sitting to the table and the only way we keep guys is overpaying them, then that's something we have to look at. Or we at least needs to get some type of compensation, right? They shouldn't just we draft them, they stay here 4 years, and then they walk and we get nothing in return. That was mainly where I was going.
But you know what? And one thing, there's a lot of players that as soon as they get a championship, they realize that, you know what, it's not worth it putting my body through all this just to get a ring, whatever. I got my ring. Now let me get my money, and it is what it is. Even if a player is checked out and doesn't want to win another championship, he's not going to come to a team and say, "Yeah, I'm just here for the money," out loud. Anyway.
Yeah, are we going to say
Shay.
that Jalen? Are we going to say that Jalen Ramsey though is a fat cat because he came over here with a Super Bowl for the Rams?
I don't think he gave the same to that moment you spoke of what was caught on Hard Knocks. I don't think Jalen Ramsey coming back from that injury and the work that he put in and the interception he got against the Patriots and how when you put him in that defense initially it looked so different versus before. I don't think his attitude ever screamed that I'm okay with where I'm at. Win or lose, I'm all right. But Tyreek Hill, I think, is a little different.
He didn't come out there and say to the defensive coordinator 15 interceptions. And that was his primary focus. Unlike Tyreek saying 2,000 and all this other stuff. Jalen Ramsey didn't come out there and say 15. That I'm getting 15 interceptions and breaking the record.
Well, again, see, but this when I also heard Tyreek Hill. See, that's all we talk about. See, when the coach comes out before we even make the trade, or when we make the trade,
true too.
And the first thing he says is Tyreek is getting 2,000 yards. I don't think that's a Tyreek problem because I heard Tyreek Hill in an interview this season. They asked him when he was getting close, and he was, they asked him in the locker room, "Do you care about the 2,000?" And he said, "It would be nice, right? Like, who would say that it wouldn't be nice if you're close to an accomplishment that no other man has done in this league? Of course, it would be nice." But he also said that's not his main focus. His main focus is winning games and taking his team farther than what the ultimate goal is. So I don't think Tyreek's focus was on 2,000. I think he's just a player.
Did he say that because of he was getting backlash for it initially?
Well, how the hell are we supposed to know that, Crypto? All I'm saying is what he said, though, right?
Yeah, but that's like
how the hell,
deep into the season.
No, he said that during the season.
Yeah, but you said this happened at the beginning of the season, the 2000.
No. I said spoken. When we no.
But then after when they asked him, he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm about winning." But yeah, it's after the fact now.
No. But again, I think when we made the trade for him, Mike McDaniel first thing out of his mouth about Tyreek Hill was 2,000 yards. That wasn't Tyreek saying that. That was the head coach that came out and said that. Then Tyreek said, yeah, that's a
Right.
goal of mine before the season. But just because you have a goal, that doesn't mean again, only speaking for myself, but when we have these conversations, it's hard for me to believe that Tyreek Hill is telling Tua and telling everybody, throw me the goddamn ball on every play. It's hard for me to believe that.
No,
Now,
you
I'm
can
not
do
saying
that all
it's
within
not
the flow of
happening.
the game.
Well, but how can he physically this is my problem with the argument of Chris Greer, right? How can Tyreek do that physically during the game? He's not throwing the ball to himself. So unless Tyreek Hill has Tua
There's a way to
Tagovailoa,
relay
well, again,
that he
this
wants
is
the
my
ball
point.
more.
And that's fine, Crypto. Fine. I get that. Unless Tua Tagovailoa is so shook of Tyreek Hill, when Tyreek Hill goes up to him and says, Tua, you better throw me the goddamn ball. If that's the case, then, hey, we got bigger fucking problems. What I'm saying, Crypto, is I don't believe that to be the case.
So, Lewis,
I seriously doubt Tyreek has people that shook that he's going up to the quarterback coach and everybody else saying, throw me the goddamn ball on every play.
so Lewis, I got a
No, not
follow-up
on every
question.
play. No, nobody, no receiver's doing that.
So I got a follow-up question for Lewis. If it's not, because we all have eyes, and I love a quote that you said through the season, Lewis. Believe what your eyes show you, right? We obviously saw there was an effort to get Tyreek the ball. If it's not Tyreek Hill, then who is pushing this? Is it Coach McDaniel? Is it Tua? Is it somebody else that I haven't named?
I don't think there's no pressure from anywhere. I just think, and again, this is going to be I'm trying to be as honest as I can be. I think Tua just has a comfort level with Tyreek, and that's his guy. And I think that's what gets Tua in this trouble. I think that's what kind of gets that offense stagnant. I would say more, again, being completely 100 transparent, right? I think that's more of a Tua problem. I think Tua is the one that forces that ball to Tyreek a lot of times. Because when the film, again, if you're going to be objective, when you see the film, there are guys underneath wide open. There's running backs in the flat that are open. I don't think that Mike McDaniel is saying, hey, Tua, throw the ball to Tyreek. I don't think Tyreek's saying, hey, Tua, throw the ball here. I think the quarterback sees what he wants to see, and he has a comfort level with a certain player. And that player is a $30 million player, and he's one of the most explosive players we have in this league. And I think that's why the ball goes to him. That's my honest assessment. I don't think that there's pressure, though, to use Nene's word. No, I don't believe that.
So my thing is with that, right? If that's the narrative, right, that Tua just has this level of trust and comfort with Tyreek Hill. The next level of this, that it's not working, right, or it's putting us in some uncompromising positions where we're losing games because of this, right? Where does Mike McDaniel come into this? Because I just don't see Tua ignoring Mike McDaniel if he tells him, like, hey, I get you want to throw to number 10, but you got Waddle streaming across wide open, or you got some, Barrios coming in on a 5-yard cut.
And again, I think that's where Shake Money was spot on. When the show first started, everybody go check the beginning when Shake and Crypto were just up there. They were talking about the draft and stuff, and they were talking about the grades. Shake Money brought up what Tua and what the projections were for Tua. And one of the things that people said was a knock on him, and we've heard Nick Saban say it, and I think Tua's always looking for the big play, right? That was a knock. That they said that coming out of college. He holds on to the ball a little bit longer. He's trying to look downfield. He wants the big, massive play. He doesn't really recognize the underneath stuff, and maybe recognize is the wrong word. He's just not willing to go there, right? Like it's something in him. And I think Brian Flores was trying to work that out of him, right? And people didn't like that, and they didn't like the way he was getting talked to, or whatever it was, right? We all know the story. There's no reason to rehash that. And I think Mike McDaniel, it's hard for, again, and I know other people want to talk, so I'll leave it with this. But it's hard for me to believe.
Keep going, bro.
It's hard for me to believe that inside a meeting room, or when they're breaking down film and Darrell Bevel and Mike McDaniel are sitting across from Tua, it's hard for me to believe that the same film they're watching that all of us have previewed to the All-22, it's hard for me to believe that they're not saying, hey, Tua, the ball's going to Tyreek Hill here in double coverage. What were you seeing? Because Braxton Berrios is wide open underneath.
Hey,
Devon A-Chain is in the flat. Like, I think Tua understands it in the meeting room. I think he tells those guys, yeah, I missed this, I did this. And in the game, I don't know what it is, but I just don't think he's seen it during the game, and hopefully he develops out of that.
Hey, can I go in on that right there? I mean, like, you know, like this was the issue with Tyreek in Kansas City about him not getting the ball, but fortunately or unfortunately, whatever, he had a quarterback in Kansas City that was like, look, I can't get you the ball like that. You know, there's other guys on this team. You can't demand the ball like that. He had a quarterback that stood up and said, nah, I'm not going to do that. Here, man, it's like you know, Tyreek bring the same baggage with him. Look, man, I'm open on this. I'm open on that. He's clearly open on everything. That's just Tyreek's mentality. And you know, and me personally, I think that bothers Tua. And another thing, I don't think Tua is going to like Tyreek run 40 yards for nothing. No, man. No, he's going to throw that. He's going to throw that when there's clearly something crossing underneath, man, or something out in the flat. He's not going to let Tyreek run 40 yards for nothing. Tyreek will come back and let him hear that, man. And I think that's going on in his head too, man. I really do.
Well, I would say this to what you said, Lewis. You know, I always got to talk to you, brother, and I love how our conversation is going tonight. I remember distinctively it was the Buffalo game, right? And we went down there and we ran the game, we ran the ball, and we ran it with efficiency. And they got a hot mic of Tua, or it was Hard Knocks. He said, "Okay, this is the kind of game that it's gonna be." But then in the second half, we completely abandoned what we were doing in the first half. So I wonder, where is that? And I'm gonna use their words when they step to the podium, right? Because all you gentlemen can agree, when they come to the podium after a loss, one of the hot words you hear is a communication issue. And I can understand that the first couple of games of the season, right? You're getting all the rust off. But once you get to week 17, 18, and these games that matter, the playoff game, and that's what you have for me to tell me why we literally dropping the ball, I have to start thinking it may be something else. So, Lewis, I hope that explains why I'm skeptic on some of the other reasoning that could be behind it. Because one of the things that we have been sold is Tua and Mike McDaniel have this great working head coach quarterback relationship, right? And I just think the brilliance of Mike McDaniel, and I know some people don't like that when we note that, but the guy is smart. Some of his stuff is innovative. I just can't think for the life of me that he's not telling him that these are other guys that are open. And
Yeah,
why
and
aren't
you know what?
that?
And to bring up, I want to piggyback on something, Nene, what you said was the fact that I agree with you because look, it's week 17 and the offense is trailing off. Now, the defense was a little bit iffy, questionable at the beginning. We could say that was a communications issues because towards the end it got better. You don't get better. You don't go hit the ground running and all of a sudden towards the back end say, oh, there's communication issues. Like you said, by week 8, by week 9, those bugs should already been fixed.
Yeah, I think it's just a very good point by J.R. Black, his last point in the chat. It's the same thing, bro. I think when Patrick Mahomes came in the league, and by no stretch of the imagination am I trying to compare Tua to Patrick Mahomes, right? But Andy Reid kind of had to control Patrick Mahomes because in the beginning of Patrick Mahomes' career, everything was a deep shot. It was the long ball. It was, I want to stretch the ball downfield. I'm not reading my underneath stuff. I'm not seeing what's going on, right? Look at the play that just won the Super Bowl for Patrick Mahomes this season. It's an underneath dump pass right? It's you can tell even when Crypto will understand this because Crypto was one of the guys fighting against us last year. When we made the trade for Tyreek, people said, well, Kansas City's going to fall off. Patrick Mahomes going to fall off. What is he going to do without the fastest guy in the league? There's no more deep balls. What did Patrick Mahomes do? What did Andy Reid do? They adjusted, right? It was more underneath. It was more dink and dunk. And Nene, to your point of that when Hard Knocks, right? When Tua led a scoring drive, I believe it was on a Mostert 6-yard touchdown pass, right?
Yeah.
Out of the
Yes,
flat,
sir.
threw it, went to the sideline. He says, oh, it's going to be, just like you said, it's going to be one of those games, like a dink and dunk, take what the defense kind of gives you. Then you see Tua trying to go downfield again, make the big play, make the splash play.
Joe in the building.
I just think we have to be better in that aspect. And
Who is
that's why
that?
I'm with you, Nene.
Bon
Nene,
Joe.
I'm with you 100%. It's
I don't know
hard
who
for
that
me to
is.
believe. It's hard for me to believe, Nene, that Mike McDaniel, as smart as he is, breaking down a film with this young man, it's hard for me to believe they're not saying the exact same things. And that's what gives me kind of some positive hope, right, Nene? Right? And again, I'm not saying I'm all sold 100% in on Tua. That's not what I'm saying. Right?
Okay,
what I'm
thank
saying
you.
is, and again, but I can say the same thing for a lot of quarterbacks in this league.
Right.
It's just not a Tua problem. And that's
Right.
what I think what we're
Exactly.
seeing, some of the deficiencies in Tua, right? Some of the things that we have
Yes.
problems with. If they weren't coachable, I would be like, you know what, or fixable is a better word. Not even
Do we know? Do we know
If-
that those
if
are
it's fi-
coachable
if it
though?
wa- if-
Lou, do we know those are
but
coachable though?
you mean to tell me that sitting there saying, hey, you're throwing into double coverage, there's a guy wide open in the flat or underneath, you don't think that's coachable?
Of course, it's coachable.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Well, then what are we talking
I
about?
seen Tua do a lot of bad shit. I think I love Tua.
And that's
Don't get me
what I'm
wrong. I
saying.
love
He
Tua.
has to be better at that. But that's what I'm saying. That's a
Yeah,
fixable
he's
thing.
bad. He's
It's
bad at
fixable.
shit like this.
It's not. But that's not fix. Again, you know what's not fixable? Tua waking up tomorrow and turning out to be 6'6". That's not fixable. That's not happening.
Yeah. I mean, neither is $55 million.
Tua running as fast as Lamar Jackson is not fixable.
No.
That's not happening.
Neither is
But you
55
mean to tell
mil.
me? Do you mean to tell me that Tua, bro? What are you talking about? 55 mil? I could care. We're not talking about money. What I'm saying is what's things that are fixable and not. Height, speed, those things are not fixable. But if you mean to tell me, hey, Tua, watch this. Go over it 100 times if you have to, right? I don't give a shit if you go one play at a time with Tua and you have to show it to him 300 fucking times.
Lou,
Do you
my
mean to tell
thing
me
is
that
this.
Tua
I agree
don't
with
throw into
you.
double coverage, go underneath? Is that fixable? I would say
That's
yes.
why we need a tall.
I agree with you
team,
in
yo.
every single aspect. My thing is this, because it's always, it's not always greener on the other side of the tracks. So what are we gonna do? We gotta take care of who we have, and we gotta go forward with what we got. So yes, I think too we gotta work them. We gotta keep on working with them. And you know what? We've seen quarterbacks in the past that have won. I mean, shit. I mean, Trent Dilfer. I mean, Trent Dilfer, who was way less of a quarterback than Tua, won a fucking Super Bowl. So yeah, there's chances we can win, but the team around it's got to work. And Dilfer was paid a lot less than what we're about to pay. But then again, we got to go.
That's a
but
bad
we're going
example.
back. We're going back 20 years though. So
Trent
you know what I mean.
Trent Dilfer had a defense that is arguably one of the
Right.
There
greatest
you go, Lou.
all time. Like, what are we, bro?
Yeah.
Can we? You know what? Never mind. The panel start getting like this, and I start losing patience.
Lou, we were
Y'all
doing
got
so
it.
well.
No, Lou,
y'all
don't
got
go
it.
nowhere,
Y'all got it.
bro.
Y'all got it.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you, bro.
Lou,
I'm with you,
Y'all
dude.
got it.
Don't
No.
go. Don't go.
Y'all got it.
Trent
I
Dilfer is
can't
not
do
the
this.
standard.
I can't
We
do
can't be
this
using
tonight.
Trent Dilfer.
But
Hey, Lou,
I
got
was just
one
throwing
question
it
It's
out
not like
there, like
everybody's
about
winning
a
Super Bowls with
team.
Trent Dilfer.
Hold on.
It's a team. It's a
Let
team
me ask
thing.
you one more thing. Because the next conversation that is a fair conversation is that whether you like to or not, he has improved each year, right?
Yeah,
But my
indeed.
question, hold on, sir. My question is for the deficiency of the games when the lights are brightest and you have to make a decision, especially on the other side of Thanksgiving.
Hey, we got a bully
What
in
is
the panel. Hold on. What's going on, Tony?
what?
Yo, don't do me like that, Shake. Don't be like
I'm
Nate.
Absolutely a
just
bully.
That goddamn bully is here. Goddamn it.
but
How about let
Lou,
Lady finish?
And obviously everybody else can answer to this. What is the patience level of him getting over this hump? Because to me, this hump of the decision making in the games is no more about the health, right? Even though I'm sure we all want to still see him upright. But the decision making and the throws and that clock, that that clutch clock that the Mahomes
That
have.
internal.
What is the patience level? Because we can all agree he improves every year. But
Every
that
single year.
one thing is, to me, hold on. That one thing with the window of this team that he has around him, the weapons of Tyreek Hill, Waddle, and can you please mute yourself? Sound like somebody having a asthma attack or something. But him having the weapons of Waddle, Hill, A-Chain, how long do we give him to get this deficiency that seems so important, that's separating us from at least that playoff victory? What do you
4
guys think?
years.
Mainly Lewis.
4 years. I think it's 4 years. I personally think that contract that Spotrac put out was probably the most balanced contract we could expect from Tua taking. 4 years, 220 with like 105, like truly guaranteed, with 165 up to incentives. I mean, you give him 4 years, realistically, you can extend and keep the majority of this roster intact for the next 2 to 3. By the 4th year, you're hitting the reset button. And I think even if you wanted to get an out in like 2026, which I believe that contract does have, you can get rid of Tua a year early. If, again, this would have to take, things really hitting the fan in order for that to happen.
Well, the contract that Spotrac put out, because I'm with you, I think it was real team friendly. I think it was a good deal all around, right? Even for Tua. But it wasn't 165 with incentives. It was 165 fully guaranteed. 105 of that would come at signing. So it would be technically, if you want to do just the guaranteed money.
Yeah, you're right.
If you just want to do the 4 years at 165 million, right? Which, to your point, there's an out in 2026. You could really do the out in 2025 if you wanted to, right? But that would come with a massive dead cap hit that you would be paying for. But you could really, if you wanted to, get out in 2025. The real out would be in 2026. But let's do the 4 years at 165. Bro, it really comes out to $41.5 million a year. Now, if you want to compare what Tua is to other guys, let's do the comparison of Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones got $40 million a year coming off a season where he threw 15 touchdowns. So if you mean to tell me that you're getting Tua Tagovailoa for basically $1.5 million more dollars, and he led the league in passing, almost had 30 touchdown passes, and was top 5 in pretty much
wait a second.
every
We
statistical
win.
category, I would say that's a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
So,
That's a W.
Like, I don't know what people always want to come out and they want to see, oh my God, it was a 4-year, $220 million deal.
Did we just say 40 mil?
It's 165 million. It comes out to $41 million a year if you really want
But
to
we
look at it.
saved 40 mil.
With an out. It is what it is, bro. Like, again, no one can sit here and tell me that Tua Tagovailoa has not earned a contract.
Like, who we gonna get? Who we gonna get better? And then we saved 40 mil.
That wasn't my question, because I don't want to do the numbers, because I'm not privy to that. What I am saying is the patience of this new step that he needs to accomplish, because he said it out of his own mouth. There's 4 things that he needs to work on.
Nene, let me ask you this. Nene, let me stop you right here. Nene, what do you think? What do you think though? You start off. You with your question. You answer it, right? Because I think everybody's answer would be different. What is the expectations for you, Nene, that you would have to see from Tua? Let's say, because again, I think we can all assume Tua's going to get the money, right? He's going to get extended. So what do you have to see from Tua Nene, or what should be the expectation, at least for you, that gives you confidence moving forward that he's the guy?
I mean, me personally, I know that the deal is gonna go through no matter what I say. But if it was me, I'll let him play on that 5th year. I'm
Thank you.
sorry, but I'm not sorry because technically he's only giving you one healthy
She ain't
season.
sorry.
And when you have to make a major decision about the quarterback one, and it's not like it's shaming him, right? I think Lamar played on the 5th year, right? Whoever that is,
He
please, so
did.
I could finish my thoughts because I get
That's
distracted.
Dylan, bro. I think you gotta mute your mic, bro.
Yeah.
You keep like saying stuff under your breath, bro.
So my whole thing is, if it was me, I'll give him one more year to show it to me that I can stay healthy another season, and I need to see like the Tennessee moment where he had the ball to win the game. To me, he did it on the Cowboys game. He earned that because he did that. He drove the team down there. We hit the field goal and we're in the playoffs. But the Buffalo performance, the Kansas City performance, I need him to make I love your word, executing the play, because the play is there. And I'm not no all 22, all 24, whatever it's called. I'm not into that. Naturally, when the game is live, you can see there's people sprinting around wide open. So I just think personally he may still have some fear of getting hit, and because of that, he's just getting that ball out of there because he don't want to take that big hit. But that's my answer to it. But I know Lewis, and I'll say it, panel, he gonna get paid because I think it's more of we have to prove that we made the right decision by picking him at number 5. That's just my opinion, but I hope he gets better in those moments. Like that, to me, those are the difference makers. Like with Patrick Mahomes, and it's only one Patrick Mahomes. Let's be honest. Like everybody else is catching that, but there's other players that have shown it too in games, and those who have won at least a playoff game. That hey, it's always that drive where it's 2 minutes left and you put the ball in this guy's hands and you expect him at least to get you in position to win the game, not 3 and outs, not fumbling the ball, not throwing it to the other team, not overthrowing it. Like, the poise that he had in the beginning of the year, he seemed poised in September and October, but it was something about getting into the later of December and January, his decision. So whatever that is, that's what I want to see, Lou. But I can give him credit that he has gotten better every year. I know some people don't want to agree to that, but he has. It's just for what this team has told us that they are and the money that they spent and the investment they put in, they're telling us this is a win now team. Now, if they're telling me this is a team that still has work to do and that it may take us another 4 years to get to the win now, I think I would digest that a little bit more if that answers your question. But I think he's going to get the bag because there's people who made decisions that don't want to make other people feel they were right about
Chris
Tua.
Greer, don't say people.
No, not just Chris Greer, but remember, a lot of people when Miami picked Tua nationally said it was a bad move because of his injury. Locally said it. So it's not just Chris Greer. I think it's that you tanked. Let's be honest, they tanked for him. We know what they did to get him. And it's just gonna look embarrassing if you just let this guy walk away and not pay him.
What's the last step you think he got to take? Now, would you agree that the last step he have to take is winning the big games?
Yeah, I think. But to be fair, I don't want to lie and say he hasn't won big games because he won it in his rookie year.
Well, let's say
against
consistency
Arizona.
then. I mean, consistently.
It's just that latter part of the season.
Well, those are the big games.
Yeah, because he's either hurt or it's a fumble or it's a 3 and out or it's not managing the clock, and that's on coaching too. That's not just on him. But I just think, I want him to take control of that offense. Like if Mike McDaniel calls something stupid, no, we not just hurrying up and snapping the ball. We're gonna run it down. I want to see that general in him. If that makes sense. It seemed like he was getting there, and then we got to a certain point, and he shied away a little bit, and that's I think
it was. Do you think it probably had anything to? Hold on. You think it had anything to do with the amount of injuries we suffered on the offensive line, so he wasn't comfortable behind that line?
Yeah, and that I agree to that point that it could be that post-traumatic stress of taking this big hit. I got this guy that just was working at the YMCA covering me. Hype, throw it. But I
I
can't
mean,
lie. You the QB1, baby. You're gonna have to find
Hey,
a way to
hey,
get over that.
yeah, I think it's a mixture
hey,
of the coaches wanting him to get the ball out. We have a time-based offense, and we all know why we um, run this time-based offense to get the ball out of his hand quickly. Partially because of the offensive line, and also I think it's partially because they wanted him to have a full season to where
I
he don't
agree.
get injured. So I mean, it's the hardest thing to tell the Dolphins fan base, especially fans like us, is to have patience because like we're tired of hearing that we don't suffer this for a minimum of 20 years of mediocrity or subpar seasons.
Bro, this is the first season since Tua's been in the league where he's literally had back-to-back seasons with the same
Right.
offensive system, coach, the entire
Yeah, but that
squad.
don't. I mean, that ain't got nothing to do with the fans.
No,
That's our organization.
that
The
has to
shit
do
is,
with
you
his
know what I mean.
development,
So
though,
we have
as
to
a
put that on the organization. So, but the reason why I would say is to have a little bit more patience. Which me as a fan, I'm not going to tell nobody how to fan, but um, we have to take in consideration that this was his first full complete season, and also you pair that up with he's been improving every year in the league, every year. So once if you see improvement, that means that should at least give you a little glimmer of hope, So he's
hey,
starting to knock down all the things that we want to see him knock off. Like, the biggest one was the injuries. I mean, for some people, or for the most part, most people put the bed the fact that they think that he can't throw the deep ball. I think he proved everybody wrong in that aspect. But I believe the last thing that he had to do is when it comes down to them big games, the big time moments, the end of the season, when it's time for winning football, I think he needs to show up in those games. And if he
hey,
could get over
Tone.
that hump, I believe we got our franchise quarterback. Now, what
Hey,
I
hey,
would
Tone.
like let me get this last point. I want everybody to think about this, and y'all probably ask yourself this question and answer it. Since Tua been in the league, right? How many quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl? Actually won it. There's been what, three? Patrick Mahomes 3 times, Matthew
Correct.
Stafford and Tom Brady.
Correct.
So that means every other than those teams, every other team has came up short. So if we are looking to move forward, do you
I
think
don't
it's
know about
somebody out there
Stafford,
that you
bro.
think could beat those guys? The ones that gonna get us to the pinnacle? I mean,
But keep
if
in
you
mind, Tony, their stages up are coming short as well.
I understand that, but
Those
now
teams that won the Super Bowl, they also had people that played against them, so
Aaron
they
Donald
were a lot more
absolutely
closer
dominated.
than we are. Their
yeah,
stages
but
coming up short.
okay, but don't forget the second part. I said, do we when you want to, if you're thinking about moving on for tour, do you think there's a guy out there that could beat those guys? Because Patrick Mahomes isn't going anywhere, and
Hey,
I don't
Tone.
think
Hey, Tone.
Joe Burrow is. I don't think Joe Burrow is going nowhere, and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I mean, he got to win a big one before me,
Well,
but he's not going nowhere when it comes to the division title standpoint. So. If we don't see nobody in the near future or the one that's out there that you think could beat these guys, then who are you going to take a risk on to try to bring in? Because these are the guys that you got to. This is the level we're at right now. We're not at the level of just winning football games now. We're at the level where you got to win playoff games, win division titles, and get to the Super Bowl. I believe that's our next step. So if we don't got nobody that we're confident enough in to say we bring that guy in and he's going to get us to that level. Let's not just waste time and move on from this guy that's been improving year in and year out, even with the injuries.
Hey
Absolutely.
Hey,
Tony,
Tone.
I
well, I
do
think the
Hey,
wanna
real
Tone.
question
Hey,
is,
can I
I
ask
think
Tony
the
a
real
question?
question is you have to say which quarterback, or even if it is Tua, is going to beat the opposing team's elite defensive coordinators in playoff time. Because the show that Spagnuolo put on against the opposing offenses was masterful. That's the quarterbacks that need to what they need to overcome,
Bro,
not
with the
the other
space
team's
system,
quarterback.
Well, yeah, you're
hey,
Because your
right
Sean.
because
defense might can hold them down. What can you do against the Spagnuolo style defenses of the world who shut down Tom Brady, who shut down
wait a minute.
our guy, shut down Brock Purdy, and shut down
Hey,
freaking the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills?
Crypto, my
So
rebuttal to that. Hold
that
on.
wasn't an anomaly about what
My,
Spagnuolo
my,
did.
my
He also
rebuttal
held
to that,
Tom Brady to 14 points too.
my rebuttal to that is they didn't stop Jalen Hurts and the Eagles last year. They still overcame that. So it's not only
Yeah, but they did. But
being a
remember, it was that one defensive fumble that was the difference in
okay,
the
you said
game.
one defense, but they had to put up points, right? They had to be able to keep up. You had to beat that other quarterback on the sideline. You had to put up more points than that guy. So
But
what I'm
yeah, that
saying
was
is,
back when Mahomes was, the
right?
offense wasn't
What I'm
sputtering.
saying, I mean,
It
what
wasn't
I'm
down
saying
year
is,
for him.
you're gonna have to beat these guys in some way somehow. The Bengals, they didn't put on a defensive clinic that year that Joe Burrow beat them in the AFC Championship game. You know what I'm saying?
They scored
They made
23 points.
They made right.
Hey,
That's not
Tony.
a defensive clinic. Well, to me, you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the Joe Burrow still had to go out there and put those points on the board when his name was called. You know, when Tyreek dropped that ball in overtime and it was an interception, Joe Burrow still had to drive that team down there and put them points on the board. So my point is, if you don't have a quarterback that's willing to do that, because the defense can get you stops all you want. You know what I mean? But when it's time, i.e., look at the Tennessee game, the defense was stopping them all damn game. But when it came to that time when we needed Tua to drive us down the field and get that field goal, what happened? He didn't do it.
Hey,
Same thing in the
hey,
Chiefs game. That defense
hey,
put on a
Tony.
goddamn clinic.
Hey,
They
Tony.
held them. What happened? Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, they was holding them
You
to
talk.
field goals.
You said to give Tua more time, right?
No. I'm not saying give Tua no more time specifically. I'm saying, well, you could add him in with this franchise in the way that this franchise is going. I'm saying if you're thinking of moving on for Tua, then do you think that there's that guy out there that could beat these upper echelon quarterbacks?
You have to be willing to have it within this new contract, the conversation. You can't be
Right.
continuing
No,
on
I am having
within
a
the if you got to do within the confines of this extension, not the following extension if it
well,
doesn't get done.
I still think we should let him play on that 5th-year option, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just talking about the things
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that we
Yeah,
can
if he's
control.
getting extended, moving on for him have to be this is the window to do it.
Right.
Hey
Yeah.
Tony, I do
Yeah,
have
but
to
then you
say
got
to one
Dak
Tony,
Prescott.
what you said to one of your points, and somebody said in the comments about the reason why Tua felt comfortable early in the season was because his offensive line was healthy, and the reason why he didn't look good towards the end of the season was because the offensive line had second and third stringers.
Well, no.
No.
Listen,
I'm not saying you. I said somebody said in the
I want to
comments,
clear
but
that up.
I want to tie it into something you said before. I don't think anybody was complaining about the offensive line having second and third stringers until we started losing.
Yeah,
Because
and I want to say something too.
That's
Think about
true.
this part.
Good point,
Think about
Nene.
this part. If you look at
because
the time, he wasn't under pressure or under duress all the time. If you look at that interception that he threw against the Buffalo to end the game, he threw off his back leg and he had a clean pocket. That's mental. That's not the offensive line. I just said
that's where that's where I
comfortable.
said Tua has to get his improvement, because I don't think it's anything else that Mike McDaniel can draw up. They went and got a stud running back, as a rookie, and
There is.
Mostert had a great season. Tyreek had, even with Waddle not being Waddle, I think he still got over 1,000 yards. So when you start
Yeah,
adding up the analytics, everything was there, right?
he
To
just came
include,
up short in a
I
moment.
disagree.
That's
I
it just
disagree
came up
entirely.
short. And I think when the fan base gets honest about the real reason why, because I think we have certain trigger points when we lose. There's easy people to blame. Oh, it was the offensive line fault. I was like, well, we had that same makeshift offensive line and still won games, and people was commending the offensive line coach Butch Berry for pulling off miracles. I just
correct.
think this team had an issue with physical opposing teams, and we thought that we continued to get away with it. And for some reason, maybe it was the injuries that were a part of it. I don't want to deny that, because when you look at the numbers, come on, they lost a lot of guys. You can't deny that. But I just think that
But
mental
when you say
toughness.
majority of them was on defense,
No. Yeah, the majority of them was on defense, and that's why I
so
think you gave up 50 something to Baltimore. But my whole point is this: is I get frustrated with people that want us to support certain people thick and thin, but then you blame people that's really not the problem. Because
Right. Right.
I don't think the games that we lost had anything to do with the offensive line at all.
not one of them. I
Lewis
don't.
says it all the time.
Yeah,
There
that's what
was
Lewis said. Yeah,
there's plays that was there. Like, there's a
right.
couple of YouTubers that broke down the film. people got so mad at Braxton Berrios this year for his lack of production, but there
But he
was
was
plenty of
open.
times where he was just running
was
wide open.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have a bunch
I'm
of
like, why is
targets
he
that
getting
none
thrown
of
under
them
the
get over
bus?
6 feet. Like my biggest issue
But
with
the height,
this
what did the height
offense
got to
right
do with
now,
them getting open though?
the offense
Yeah,
definitely
height don't
has
got
to
nothing to do.
do with Tua being able to see over that offensive line, which he's talked about numerous times. What this offense lacks, and I just want to make my point, the true evolution of this offense, what it comes down to, and where Mike McDaniel can do more, because Nene said, I don't think there's anything else that Mike McDaniel can really do. I think what this offense needs is a true tight end, a true well-rounded tight end,
Oh Lord,
a good
No,
safety
but
net option that
bro, but
can
you
be
gonna tell
there.
me
No,
that the
but
tight
that
end is
do
the
it. You're not
reason that
using
we
what you
won?
got in the house.
you talking about bringing a new
That's not the
tight
reason
end.
that we didn't win these games down the end.
Right,
Now,
that's not the reason why we're not
that's
winning
the
games.
issue that we
saying
have.
that. I'm talking
No,
about. I'm talking about. Can this offense do more? Yes, it can.
But that's a moot
We
point
ain't-
But
if you're
not,
not if that's not costing us
bringing
games.
in the
That's
tight
a
end.
good
That's not the
luxury.
problem.
Yeah, we
Because
cannot
we got
pinpoint out
because
one
of
time
the
where
numbers we
Smite
have.
we
cost us
not
the ball
utilizing the
game.
tight ends we have
That's
right
not what
now.
I'm saying.
We not utilizing Durham Smite and Julian
Durham
Hill
Smythe
is an
is
upcoming
not
developer.
really a great catcher.
But
But
he's
we see
he's
Durham
not a
Smythe
listen.
catching the
No,
ball that's thrown to
hold
him.
on.
So how could you say that?
He's not a Mike Gesicki, but he can catch the ball and he can block. And then
Yeah,
you got Julian Hill,
he
who's
can
a
block for the
developing
most
tight
part.
end. We can, but we not utilizing
Mike
these
Gesicki
guys.
was
So
catching the
we can
ball with his
go.
knees, bro.
We can
Yeah,
go
like
and bring in a tight
you mean
end,
Durham
and he's gonna
Smythe,
be
right?
standing on the sideline just like the other ones because we're not utilizing them. That's the
Okay.
problem.
I
Okay.
think, man, I
I'm
think
getting
what
tired of
hurts us
that
a lot
tight end
too.
stuff.
I think what hurts us a lot too is, man, like we got slot guys that are wideouts, and you know what I mean. And like
But these guys
coming
are
down late,
consistently
coming
getting
down late,
open is what I don't
coming,
understand though.
coming
If they
down,
get under, I
coming
don't
down.
care if they're at the slot, if they're the X or the Z. If
Whoa,
they
man!
get
But if
open,
but Tony, if they on the outside, bro, and they as small as they are, they getting jammed, bro. That's
no, they
throwing
not.
everything
They're
off, bro.
open, Fred.
Bro.
If they weren't getting open, then I could give you that argument. But we got the film showing that these guys are consistently open. They're just not getting the ball thrown their way.
Okay, at
Exactly, I
times,
agree with
okay,
that.
yeah, they gonna
Yeah.
be open. They're gonna be open. They're good wide receivers, but they're gonna be jammed too, bro. In
Well, you
critical
can say that
points
for
in the
any
game,
receiver,
they're
the big
gonna
ones
be
and
Say
the
jammed.
that for
small ones.
anybody.
You can say
Right.
that for
Huh?
anybody. But that's not the
No,
reason that
man,
we're
the
not
bigger,
winning games, though, Fred.
Tony,
That's not
Tony,
the
the bigger.
reason.
Hey Tony, the bigger wide receivers, bro, they push DBs off them, bro, and get
That
into
don't
their
mean
guys,
nothing,
bro.
but that's not what we missing in the
They
offense
drag
to
defenders
win
down.
games, bro.
But this is a
Tony,
timing
but we're not
offense,
talking
Tony,
about
though,
that.
man. You know what I'm saying? This is a timing offense, man. And if they're jammed, all the timing is screwed up, bro.
But they're
You know?
not getting jammed all the time. I can see if they're getting jammed all the time,
Right.
they're not getting open, and it's becoming a problem to where Tua don't have no one to throw the ball to. Go watch the film. There's
They
always
just getting.
man,
Tony,
hold on.
they just getting jammed. They just getting jammed.
That's not
against
true. You
these
see
tougher-
one
these
film
tougher
on Tyreek
teams,
getting
bro.
pushed down. You see
Tony,
one
did you-
film on Tyreek getting pushed down by Jadarius Sneed,
Yeah.
and now you're trying to make it seem like it's an issue. No, stop doing that, bro.
That is the issue against the tougher teams, bro.
No, it's not. They wasn't getting jammed against the tougher teams. He just wasn't getting to the ball to the open receivers. Let's tell the truth here, bro. Now, just because y'all want them type of receivers so the opposite can look better or it can make you feel better about what's on the team, it don't change the fact that these receivers are getting open on a consistent basis, including our fucking tight end, Durham Smythe. So let's not.
One thing is throwing it at a certain level, like towards the body of a 5'11", 5'10" receiver, and one thing is throwing it above where linebackers can actually make a play on the ball overhead, and the tight end can make a play on it. Like what?
But you're not seeing this. Like I can see you guys are acting like he's throwing to the receivers and they're too
winning
short.
games last season. My argument was Nene said, like, I really think Mike McDaniel has, I don't think he can really draw up anything else above what Tua did last season.
If you look at the plays, they're wide open. Would you have players?
My argument is that the evolution of this offense, what it truly needs, is that well-rounded tight end that can go after contested catches and can block.
Okay, but see, just like I told you earlier. Hold on.
Because we thought the true evolution of his offense was when we brought in Tyreek Hill.
You got the tight end getting open and he's not getting the ball.
Exactly.
So what's the purpose
You're
of
not
having somebody
utilizing
that
him.
can get open if they're
Why
not
bring
gonna give him the ball?
why
Y'all
bring
just want
another
people that
tight
look
end
good
if
on
you
the
don't
field and
you're
not
not
addressing the
utilizing
real
the team
issue,
that you
bro.
have? That's the
Like,
thing.
come on, bro.
You talking about bringing another tight end and we not utilizing the ones that we have.
I could see if he
Bro,
wasn't getting
we
open and
don't
be like, yo,
really
so we
have
had a
It
tight
don't
end
make
that
no
can get
an elite
open.
sense.
tight end, dude.
Same thing with
We
the
do
wide
not.
receiver. We brought in
Okay,
James
but
Claypool
just
So
because
we
you
and we
had
not
Mike
utilizing
Gesicki to
him.
be the blocker because Mike Gesicki couldn't
you
block.
you
And
just
now
don't
Exactly,
like
Mr.
Right,
Pope.
but
let,
that's
let,
why
just
we
don't
brought
like
in
Durham
that's why we
Smite.
brought
That's
in
what the
Durham
issue is.
Smite.
Utilize
Because
what you have in house.
Durham Smite came in the same draft as Mike Gesicki. And they brought him in to complement Mike Gesicki because they knew Mike Gesicki couldn't block, but he can catch. So they
They're doing
brought
their
in Durham
jobs, bro.
Smite
Like y'all,
because Durham Smite could block. But what happened with Durham Smite is he developed a little more, got a little bit better with his hand, but he cannot run the routes that Gesicki can run. He cannot catch the ball like
I
Gesicki.
got a question for
But
you, Dub. MC, what do you think Tua could improve on? Because it seemed like you're putting on everybody except for the quarterback.
Bro, chill,
He
dude. That's
he can
not.
improve on distribution, bro.
Thank you,
Distributing the ball.
Fred. Let me let Dub answer it because he's the one that's not giving any criticism towards the quarterback.
Bro, haven't been talking about Tua as a quarterback. Where I think Tua can absolutely improve on is getting past the majority of getting through all of his reads, being a little bit more agile in the pocket, and being able to extend plays. Now that we know that this timing offense works with Tua, now we need to take it to that next level. Now the timing needs to be there, but also we need to add the improvisation. Last
Well,
year
you
with
can't add the improv. He got the improv on his
You ain't
own.
getting that. You ain't getting that, bro.
Yeah, that's not
You
Tua's
ain't getting
strong.
it. You ain't
Yeah,
getting
that
the
has to come
extension of the play,
within.
bro.
You can't
You
design
get it?
improv. It just
You're not
happens.
getting
So
any
y'all
off
saying
script
it
stuff,
has
bro.
to be scripted for it to work for Tua. He can't improv.
Well, no, this is what I
Exactly,
mean.
man.
he did
Okay,
a lot
so
of
That will
that
be the
like in
next
the first
true
year,
evolution of the offense, like
second
what
year
Steve
yeah,
Young was
he has to do it
in
on
their
his own.
offense.
We've seen Tua improv
with Lynn
before,
Bowden
and we've seen
and all
it. We've
that.
seen it show up big games. Because
It was
let's
came
be
up in
honest.
spurts.
That game that we won in Buffalo, I mean not in Buffalo, in Baltimore. If Tua didn't improv and do the spin to get out the out of the grasp of the DN, then we don't hit what's the 80 Craycraft. He don't hit River Craycraft on that touchdown in the back of the end zone. The same thing when he scrambled to the left again and hit Waddle for the game winning touchdown. So he has it in him. It's not showing up as consistent enough as need be. Because if you
Down
look
the
at these
stretch.
plays and when it comes down to winning and you look at every big game, the biggest plays are not the ones that's scripted. It's this one where your quarterback are making plays. You know what I mean? These are the
Exactly.
plays that we need for him to
Exactly.
make to go to the next level. We could say that anything about there's no Tyreek Hill on Kansas City, but you know what I'm saying, he still was able to make plays, and Valdez Scantling Jr. getting the play downfield, that deep play, that was all Patrick Mahomes. That game winning touchdown, you know what I'm saying, to Miko Hallman, that was Patrick Mahomes buying time. So you can have all the weapons that you want, but if you don't got the quarterback to get to him, not saying that Tua is not. I'm just saying this is the level that I think he needs to get to, and he needs to perform at that level on a more consistent basis for us to be a contender year in year out. Now we think he can't get to that, then we can move on from him. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
and,
I agree with you a
and
lot, Tone. I agree with you on all that, Tone. And okay, out of the four things, bro, that was one. We'll say off script play. We'll call that one of them out of the four things, bro. Give me three more, bro. Give me something else that Tua can do, bro, to elevate his game, bro, and take our team further.
Mobility.
I think his pocket awareness, I think it needs to go back to what it was at the beginning of the 2021 season, because he was as comfortable as possible, and that'd be number two, and it would lead to my number three thing, which is getting through your progressions on a more consistent basis, because there's too many times where you don't get through your progressions, and we see receivers running wide open, and that's costing us games. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if he improve on those three things, I mean, Fred, like, what else can we ask? You know, besides the
Hey,
I
improv?
got one more,
You have to
Tony.
keep in mind that the
I got one
offensive
more.
line
Tone,
looked better
I
than it
think
did.
this is
Nene
basic
hit to that
quarterback
early. He
play.
needs to become more of a field general. Total
I think
command of the
that
offense.
Leadership, yes. That if it, I
That
need, you know
is,
what? Because
yeah.
that is true. If any,
Good
sorry,
one,
Nene, that
Crypto.
what you were gonna
Yeah.
say. Go ahead, Nene.
I think the leadership is probably the biggest thing because let's be honest, you don't have any hindrance. Your GM believes in you, your coach definitely believes in you. And I just see too many times like when we get these 3-and-outs that are so important in these big games, he just has his tablet on the bench and just looking up in the sky. That
Nah, he showed it a couple
he's not
times.
he's not gathering the troops. That's one thing I can appreciate about Patrick Mahomes. He'll get in somebody's face. Like
Right.
you saw it in the Super Bowl. And sometimes I know these are grown men. I know people in the comments will probably say, but these grown men, you shouldn't get another grown man in your face. But when you are a leader of the team, I think the team wouldn't have
That's
any
all these sports.
pushback. Like this is a moment in football. There's times when that momentum shifts and you can feel it, right? And you guys go to the stadium, so you can feel it. It's like, okay, we letting this loose, and they're starting to take the game away. Like that last game against Buffalo, right? We were into that game, but it got to a point where you just saw Josh Allen start taking over the
Taking over the
game,
game.
Yeah.
and you knew
Yeah.
when he got that ball, he was driving it at least to the red zone. I'm gonna be
Hey,
honest.
okay.
I didn't
Okay,
feel that
Nene.
way about Tua when he gets the ball in those moments.
Let me
I'm
ask you a
trying.
question, Nene.
Yeah.
The
That would
one
be
big
the
game that we
evolution of
won.
his game.
The one big game that we won was the Dallas Cowboys game, correct?
Oh
And
yeah.
then, and you see
That
when
wasn't
it
a big
came
Yeah.
game.
down,
Hey,
when it came, that's the
that
only
wasn't.
time.
Hey, Tone, that wasn't a big game to me, bro. At that
Well,
time,
Yeah,
I'm
because
saying,
at
hold
that
on, hold
time,
on. I'm saying based on the games that we won, because that
Hold
did
on,
give us the
yeah.
playoff, the
Bert.
playoff berth, right? So,
Yeah,
but
playoff
what's
berth.
the one thing that you see him doing that game that he did in no other game? He even told Mike McDaniel, "Move out the way, don't talk to him," and he took control of that
there
huddle
you go.
and he let them know. Now the one thing that you got to understand about being a general and a leader of men or leader of people in general, there's not one way to lead people because everybody don't take to leadership the same way.
I
Some people
agree.
got to get in their face. You got to motivate them. Some people you can't just be that cool, calm person and lead by example. Some people you got to motivate them and you got to be like, hey, yo, I need you to get your stuff together, bro, because we need you out here. You very vital to this team's success and you're not giving us your all. You got to be able to do that. You can't always go to somebody and be like, hey, man, don't worry about it. You're going to get it next time. That don't work for
Yeah,
everybody.
rip into your receivers. If you think
Sometimes
he's
you got to be
dropping
like, hey,
key
man,
passes,
hey,
you got to be
Hey,
willing
Tone,
what's up,
to
Fred?
bark at him.
Hey,
I
Tone,
want
let
to
me
see more Tua from the Cowboys
let,
game
We
when he
seen
hey,
that
got
with
like
Tone,
Dan Marino years back. We seen that with
let me
Dan
let
Marino
me
when he
let me
first
shoot
came
down
to the
one of
Right,
them
Mavericks.
Mr.
things,
Bo.
Tone. Hey, Tone, for one of them things, man, I'm gonna shoot down the mobility, the off script stuff. I don't think that's coming. I mean, I really don't, man. I think
He
he's
might not be
got it in
coming.
his
Well,
mind.
if
I
it's
think
not coming, it's got to be made up
it's
elsewhere with
it's in his
cerebral
mind.
ability.
Exactly.
Lewis
Okay,
is
That's
okay,
what.
back.
hear me out.
Exact Crypto.
Hear
That's why
me
I
out.
mentioned
Hear me out.
Marino.
It's in his mind. And it's in the back of his mind of him getting hurt, being out there trying to be off script. And
Well, Fred,
I'm going to replace field general shit. I'm going to replace that, bro, with overall toughness. Okay,
yeah, that
that's
means
right.
standing in the pocket, staring down the rush, and still delivering the ball, right?
No, I mean, well,
Now,
he can't do it, bro.
Yeah.
He can't get out there and get off script. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's not
okay.
going to get any faster.
now, now,
He's not going
now,
to get any
but he
faster.
now.
has been.
I'm only back. I'm only back real quick. All right, and Nene, right?
Yes, sir.
With
I
all due
gotta.
respect,
Now, with all due respect, right? With all due respect, Tony. Let me make that very clear. With all due respect, right?
Mm.
Nene, it's not so much it's what you said, but it's not towards you. But when
Okay.
what you said, right, is going to trigger other people. And there's a guy on the panel like Fred, right? When Fred hears what you said, he's going to take it the wrong way,
Wait, okay.
right?
No,
Let's
Nay, I
talk.
ain't
Hold on, real
I
quick.
will not
Hold
take
on,
what you said the
Domino
wrong
hold
way
on.
effect.
at all.
Oh shit.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real
Don't
quick.
let me
When we're
start with
talking,
you on that, Nay. I didn't.
hold on,
No, I didn't.
hold
Make
on,
it
real
like you're
quick.
trying to make it out to be.
Hey, Fred, hold on real quick, right? Because what Nene was talking about the Buffalo Bill game with Josh Allen, right, on how we felt about Josh Allen. See, this is what I don't like.
I
What
didn't
we
say
do.
I didn't say one word about Josh Allen, bro.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? What I'm saying is, I don't like when we do this because it sounds like what we're doing is feelings, right? Because Josh Allen in that game, right, where we felt like he was going to do so much, you do realize, again, Tua is an offensive player, right? He controls a unit. He's a quarterback of an offensive unit, correct?
Yes.
Josh Allen is the same thing. Those two quarterbacks, their units, both scored 14 points in that game. So just like I can sit here and say I didn't feel Tua was going to do anything in that game by watching that game, I, on the other hand, can also say with an elite quarterback that everybody tells me can do no wrong, right? Arm out of this world, legs out of this world, body, he can run over everybody, right? His unit scored 14 points. The only reason they beat us was a lucky special teams where our guys missed, they didn't stay in their gaps, and that's the way they run the game. Don't sit here and make it. Now, Tua did nothing to
But
do.
Lewis, that wasn't the final.
Well, hold
Hold
on,
on.
Crypto. What I'm saying is, Tua did nothing to beat to help Miami beat Buffalo. I'm admitting that, right? But don't sit here on the other hand and tell me what Josh Allen did for Buffalo to beat the Miami Dolphins, because he did not do shit neither.
Well, no, you
what
can't
I'm
say
saying?
that.
No,
dude.
he scored last. Yes, he did because the special teams tied the game.
No. Again, what was Nene just talking about? Before she made the comment about Josh
Allen coming down to the end. I
knew what y'all were gonna do, right? I knew y'all were gonna answer that. Nene, I tell you all the time. Now watch and take notes, right? Because I tell you, when you speak, you set shit up so when you can get the comment what you're really looking for. When I just said that, what did they say? Crypto said, well, Josh Allen, he scored last. He did this. Well, let me ask you this. Before Nene made the comment about Josh Allen, what was the word she used? Momentum in football game. What was the momentum in the game when it was 14-7 before the punt return? Miami was in control, right?
Yeah,
Was
the whole
Miami
game.
not in control?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
So
it evened the game. You got a 0-0 game. Both teams touched the ball.
Hold on. Let him finish.
So what I'm saying is, did Josh Allen's actions in that game change the momentum of that game? Did anything Josh Allen did it change the momentum?
Yeah, when he took the lead, yeah, that
Are you? What gave Buffalo the momentum of the game when it was 14-7?
The punt return.
The punt return, but that it ceased there, which means, according to the rules of football, you get the ball back.
Did Josh Allen have anything to do to change the momentum of the game? Is what I'm saying. Did he do?
No, he don't have to change the momentum. He just scored when he gets the ball. That's all he controls.
And again, so now he don't, but Tua has to though, right?
No.
Get momentum? No, that's not what she's saying. She was saying as far as taking control at the end of the game.
I'm not talking about what Nene's talking about. I'm talking about what everybody else is saying, right? What I'm saying is the conversation. Screw Josh Allen now. The conversation is always what Tua needs to do. He has to do it all. It's all on Tua, right?
No, I don't think nobody say he had to do it all.
No, it's not all of him. No, no way he can do it all. Three men on the roster.
Tony, you know better than that. You know how these niggas in this fan base work, Tony. They expect this young man to do everything, right? Everything in the world. It's all on him. And all I'm saying is, in that game specifically, Josh Allen didn't do nothing specifically to win that game.
To change the momentum? No. Specifically, he got the game-winning score. It goes for his stats as a come-from-behind victory. That's in his stat now. That counts as a come-from-behind victory for him.
If Tua goes into a game, right, and this is what I'm saying, this is what I don't like when we do it as a fan base. We all seen Tua, right? We've seen it. Where Tua leaves the field, his team is winning. The Miami Dolphins lose, Tua didn't do enough. Tua didn't get the job done. But you're just saying now that all a quarterback has to do is leave the field with a win. That's what you're saying, right? Leave the lead with the lead, right? Leave the field.
Leave the game with the
you need the game-winning drive. You get credit for the game-winning drive.
You know what they told me in the Super Bowl? Brock Purdy didn't do enough. When Brock Purdy left the field.
That's only because he had the ball last.
Was his team winning when he left the field? Yes or no?
Yes, they were. They
Oh,
were up
okay.
by 3.
Yeah, they were about 3 points.
So what happened? Why do they blame the game on Brock Purdy? Why?
They
I don't think
don't.
nobody blamed
Who's
it on
blaming it on him?
whoever
Nobody
blamed
blaming
it
on Purdy. That's crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Purdy?
No, a
All
lot
they
of people
do,
do.
Nobody's
all
blaming
they
Brock
do is
Purdy
tell
for
me
that loss.
Are you kidding me? They were killing them today in the Twitter space. Are y'all see? This is what I'm saying. Y'all be lying
Well,
to
I
That's
wasn't
yourselves.
because they hating
All
on
they
Brock
do,
Purdy.
no. All
Because
we
they
do,
trying to live
so
vicariously through Brock Purdy because they think we
the
got
other
a
day,
glimmer of hope because of his success.
the
They
other
living
day,
I don't know about
vicariously
that.
through him.
yeah,
That's what
I
they're
don't give a
doing.
damn, crypto. You're loud and wrong. The other day, Pete was on a goddamn.
It's not.
Pete was on a goddamn space, or no?
Oh
Pete
man, you
was on
said
his
Pete.
YouTube
Stop it
channel.
right there, Lewis.
No, well, Pete
Yeah,
was on
that's
his
exactly.
YouTube channel. Pete was on his YouTube channel. That's absolutely dominating
You wrong,
CN3, by the way.
Tony.
He's
Okay,
killing.
well then, yeah, he
Hold
is
on,
killing
hold on.
TV. Yes.
If we're bringing up Pete, hold on.
I'm being honest, Nene. I'm just being honest.
Well, no. What I'm saying is Pete. Hey, what I'm saying is Pete was on a Twitter space or tweet. Pete was on a panel. Fred was on that panel. Those guys were saying that Brock Purdy didn't do enough because during the game he was missing passes. Right? He didn't do enough in that game. That's what Pete said. That's what Fred said.
No, ain't nobody make it like that. I said
That's
one
cap.
or two throws.
Now you capping. Now you capping.
I said one or two throws Purdy makes, then the 49ers win that game. That's what I said. That's what I said.
But again, to y'all's logic, when Brock Purdy last touched the field, he had the lead.
He had the lead, yeah.
To y'all's logic.
He let the
Don't tell me about 2 or 3 throws during the game. When the game was at the end, when he left the field, he left his team with the lead. What did Brock Purdy do to lose that game? See, when I kill y'all motherfuckers
Hey, Lewis.
with y'all's own fucking words,
what they got to do with that?
Hey, Lewis, let me ask you a question.
I'm trying to make the connection.
Hold on. Let me ask Lewis a question, because this is the difference between the Josh Allen. When Josh Allen left the field, his team did have the win, but our quarterback also went back on the field, man. It had a chance to respond.
No. And again, I only came up here to respond to what Nene said. Well, again, I only brought up Josh Allen because the key word was the momentum. And then Nene said, whoa, when you watch Josh Allen, you had that feel like he was going to go and do. What did the man do? In 4 quarters, the offensive unit that he controls, right? He touches the ball on every single play, offensive snap, no matter if he's handing it off or he's throwing. Or he's running. He touches the ball. His unit that he controls scored the same amount of points as Tua Tagovailoa.
But when he scored those points is what that's when he scored them.
He can do no wrong.
But he scored the 14th point and the drive that mattered. That's the thing.
Hey, Lewis, when you agree with
you failing to realize that when he did score that 14th point, it was on the drive that mattered.
And and what you're failing to realize is without that punt return, that game's going into overtime because they said the same amount of
Okay,
points
but punt return is a part of the game, right?
And did Josh Allen run
that is a part of the game. So you can't just take away without punt return.
Did Josh
Allen run part of the game?
Did Josh Allen run that 95-yard punt return? Was that Josh Allen out there?
No, but the Buffalo Bills did because they get a paycheck.
Yeah, I know he didn't. Man, again, you motherfuckers ain't doing this shit to me tonight. Y'all ain't doing that.
Hey,
Y'all have a
Lewis.
good night, goddammit.
Hold on, Lewis, before you go.
If they don't win the punt return, that's a part of the game.
Hold on, before Lewis goes. Before Lewis goes, can I just speak to the
you can't just arbitrarily take away points.
Hold on, Crypto. Hold on, Crypto.
Just do away with special teams.
So no, for Lewis' point, let me explain. So yes, he may not have scored, but I do believe the Buffalo Bills ran drives to keep that momentum, keep the lead, and not lose the lead back to Miami, i.e. keeping the time of possession by advancing the ball, getting first downs versus Tua, we were getting a lot of 3 and outs. So it's not essentially about who scored last, it's who controlled the game.
And that's fine. And all I know is, Nene, me and you, right? And I'm not dating myself or yourself, but I think we are old enough to all understand up here, first downs and yardage and shit at the end of the game don't matter if you ain't scoring no points. And the fact of the matter is,
that's not true.
But if you have the lead, it matters.
Yes.
Exactly.
Again,
if your points is the difference in the game at the end,
what I'm trying
then those
to
points
tell
do matter.
you is, You can get in your feelings if you want to. The fact of the matter is, we all have seen the Miami Dolphins lead a game in yardage and have lead a game in time of possession, and the Miami Dolphins have lost that game.
But it's not all about that, though. No, you can't use that, Louis. Hold on, you can't do that. You can't do that.
How can I use it? It's the truth.
Okay, let me show you how to do it. Because let's go back to that game, right? Josh Allen scored. Let's say he had nothing to do with momentum change. Cool. He had a bad game the whole game. The punt return changed the momentum. All right, they tied the game up. We still got the ball.
Right, it's 0-0.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. The game was tied. So we still got our quarterback still got on the field with our offense, and we failed to score points.
No one's disagreeing with you.
Hold on. Josh Allen proceeded to get the ball. He took the ball downfield. This is crunch time moments, which is the one I said Tua needs to improve in.
Right.
He get the ball, he scores. Okay, cool. Our quarterback gets the ball back. He throws an interception. There's still time on the clock.
Hold on.
I'm going to explain to you why first downs matter.
Okay. Cool.
When Josh Allen did it, because at the time on that game-winning drive, Josh Allen getting them first downs, it was kept the ball out of our hand for them to secure that victory. So those yardage and first down is what really did make the difference in the game, because we didn't get an opportunity again after that, because he ran the rest of the time out.
And that is all fine and good. Tony, were you in the building last year, week 3, when we played Buffalo?
Yeah, I was.
Who led in time of possession in that game, Tony?
Buffalo did.
Who led in total yardage, Tony?
Buffalo did.
Who led in passing yards, Tony?
Buffalo did.
Who led in rushing yards, Tony?
I'm not sure. I think we did. I'm not sure on that one.
Well, if you want to add what Josh Allen ran for, that would also be the Buffalo Bills. Now I'll ask you the final question. Who won that game?
We did.
Because points matter. I don't give a fuck about first downs and yardage and none of that bullshit.
No.
Right. Points matter. And Buffalo's 7 points in the fourth quarter mattered.
Wait a minute. In that same game, Lewis, remember, the difference between them losing that game and them winning the game this year is when Josh Allen got the ball. That last year, he failed to get it in the end zone at the time that he needed. They was in the red zone. He just missed
exactly. Threw the ball in the goddamn dirt.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Hold on.
Okay, all right.
That's when the points matter. Then, and he failed to put those points on the board. This year,
and I'm glad.
Hold on. No. Let me finish. This year, he didn't need to score not one more point to win that game.
Okay.
You know what he needed to win that game? Get field goals to run that time. Get first down to run that clock out. And he did exactly what he needed to do. He ran the clock out. He got them first down to run. He wasn't trying to score no points because he didn't need them. So you can't say
cool. Okay, cool. Let me ask you this, Tony. I thought Tua Tagovailoa was the only quarterback that had no arm and was horrible throwing the ball in the flat.
Oh no, you know that ain't my argument. That's the mother.
Well, no, I know it's not.
I get you less. He threw that ball in the ground. He threw the ball wide open.
He definitely threw that one in the ground.
I hear the guy in the background saying, "Oh damn!" Like someone's getting cooked. Hey, Tony, can you tell Fred on that last play of the game when Josh Allen was in the red zone and he had his guy in the flat wide open, how many feet did that ball fall short?
At least
probably 6, 7.
A good 3 yards.
That went straight to the ground. I'm not gonna lie.
At least 10 feet, Lewis.
And how did that strong arm quarterback that can run over people? How did he miss that throw?
He
just flat out missed it. He was dead.
He was inaccurate, bro. He was tired. They wore down.
So what you got?
He was beat down. Our defense beat him down. Josh Boyd's defense beat him down.
So what you're telling me is, what you're telling me is quarterbacks miss throws. Then that's what you're telling me.
Oh yeah,
especially if Josh Boyd defense is playing against.
Okay, all right.
But Lewis, hold on, Crypto. Lewis, isn't it? Hold on, Lewis. Lewis, isn't it fair?
Can I go on something, please, man? First of all, I'm sorry, Nene. I'm sorry, sweetheart. But first of all, man, it just sounds like You know, Lewis is just trying to compare Josh Allen to Tua, and it's ridiculous to compare to him. And like, let's not forget, man. You know, Josh Allen was down 3 games with 5 to go to put his team on his back and to come win the division.
No, that wasn't Josh Allen, Fred. I got to disagree with that,
man. On our field, bro, Josh Allen practically put the team on his back.
That was more James Cook. That was more James Cook in them games.
Did he?
Whatever, man.
Whatever, man. Well, and I hear a lot of people, and Fred, I hear a lot of people that also say that Miami got that 3-game lead with 5 games left because they played trash early in the season. I've heard people say that. Fred, have you heard people say that?
No doubt.
Yeah, no doubt.
I've heard that Josh Allen played trash and we got that 3-game lead.
You're one of those people, Fred, that believes Miami got that lead because we played trash. I've heard you say that. But it's funny.
No, Josh Allen played like trash. That helped too.
Right, Fred. We all know what you said, right? We all know what you said. Miami got that 3-game lead because they played trash, right? And that's where you say Tua Tagovailoa got all his stats and you don't give no credit. But it's funny how you don't mention, right, how you just hate for Josh Allen. Oh, my God, Josh Allen, he came back on that 6th game. But you don't say that they played trash. You won't come out and say when they came back on that 6-game lead, they played trash. Though. You don't say that, though, right?
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, he played trash, but you just ain't gonna rule out the fact, bro. How many games this man came from behind, and how many games the lead are starting?
What he's saying, Freddie, it wasn't because of Josh Allen though. That was James Cook turning up and getting all the.
And by the way, what?
Well, James Cook did drop a crucial touchdown in the end zone against us, so I won't quite say it was James Cook.
Well,
before the halftime, he dropped a big time touchdown.
Come on, man.
I had Red, White, and Bills on the Insomnia episode. Hold on, guys. Hold on, real quick. I had Red, White, and Bills on the Insomnia episode, and he said the biggest win they had, he barely threw the ball, which was the Dallas game. I think once they started winning the game is when they became more balanced. When they stopped putting everything on Josh Allen's plate.
Exactly.
I wonder why, Shay.
Yeah, because you can't expect your quarterback to do everything all the time. You need the team behind them. When they started handing that ball off, they handed that ball off to James Cook. That's what changed their whole season around. James.
And another thing, it was one game because the second game against us, James Cook.
One more thing they changed was one thing I want to say. One thing they did change too is they didn't make it Stephon Diggs centric. They weren't relying too much on Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs, but he did the less during that time, and ironically, that's just when they went on a run. The thing about it is you can't take away from Josh Allen's talent. Yeah, when they needed him the most in the 4 quarters, he did do what he had to do to win those games for them. But the reason that he was able to do that is because they let the team get them there all the way to the point to where you need them, and then you let Josh Allen be Josh Allen, and he didn't have to do it from the beginning.
So hold on, Fred. Let me help you out here. Hold on a second, guys. I just popped in here.
What's up,
no, Fred, because you're gonna lose the argument. Damn it. Let me help you out, Fred, because I promise you, Fred, you need my fucking help. Fred, you need my fucking help, Fred. Goddamn.
Help him out, Cap. Help him out, Tag you in, Cap.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, Fred. Go ahead. Let you bury yourself further.
You can't help me out with nothing, because when they shut Stephon Diggs down, then Josh Allen used Shakir. He used Shakir.
No,
what are you
Fred,
talking about?
Fred, that did not land like you thought it was. That did not land.
My brother, this is what we're trying to tell you.
Well, Shakir scored the game-winning touchdown.
Yeah. At the end of the listen.
All right.
You act like Shakir turned into this all-pro receiver when they shut. That's not what happened.
No, Shakir made some good plays, but he
made the necessary plays.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Josh Allen made him look like an all-pro receiver, bro. What you talking about?
He never looked like an all-pro. He did make some plays down the stretch, but
all-pro. Come on, Fred.
But
he's not an all-pro.
What made
Davis look like an all-pro?
What changed the outcome of their season is when Joe Brady started relying more on the running game. He got James Cook involved, and James Cook became more of a dynamic runner.
Until he played against us.
And then when
he
John,
totally shit the bed against us.
Well, both teams was really shitting the bed on offense. But look, when it came down to crunch time, right, and they relied on the rest of the team. Now you don't got Josh Allen worn the fuck down.
So here's the deal, Tony. Here's what the Bills did this year.
Game, bro.
That should have the Bills upper management kind of worried, because for so long, so many years, Diggs had his point where he was the guy that was carrying the team. And let's not act like we haven't seen Josh Allen literally carry the entire offense in his career. Let's not dispel what the type of runner he was to the type of passer he became, and the things he's done in a lot of games against good opponents in good football games in prime time, where he goes off and he's the best player. So that to Fred's point, just because that's not what we got so much last year out of him. Let's not act like that hasn't been the case. That's number one. Number two, I think the Bills should be a little bit worried here, because they kind of saw what I seen from the Bills, right? Is that it's a team that when break glass in case of emergency, they say, Josh Allen, go win us this football game. And sometimes he would. And in big games against great opponents, he would not. And he would throw these interceptions. So the team came out last year and said, you know what we're going to do is we're going to be a balanced football team. We're not going to ask this from Josh Allen until we need it the most, which is in the playoffs, and hopefully he can hit more times than he's missing in previous playoff appearance. But the deal was this, Tony, is that it was the same result. It was the same result in the end for them.
No, not necessarily.
It did. Yes, it is, because as a balanced team, they found the same amount of success as they did as an unbalanced team with Josh Allen doing everything on offense.
So they ran into the same team that normally always beat them, though. That's the thing. They ran through the Steelers like a hot knife and butter.
Yeah,
Hey,
the thing
Cap.
about it is, I mean, they keep running.
Cap, I know Lewis left, so I'm going to ask the panel this, because Lewis said.
Hey, sorry to cut you off, man. I was sorry for cutting you off, sweetheart, but you go ahead.
Yeah, well, he I know he's probably in the comments, but I wanted to ask this question. Isn't it fair that some games you win with more time of possession, and there's some games that you'll win with less time of possession? Because
I would say that if you haven't won the time of possession, it's indicative of probably two things: defensive scores and or offensive electricity. Now, if you lose in the time of possession battle, but you've got absolute, a lot more yards. You've got 60-yard drive plays. Then God just takes it to the house 60 yards on 3 carries. Then you could still win a game and absolutely lose the time of possession for sure.
Well, because when we were talking about the Josh Allen thing, it kind of got down to a little mini debate about we won against them with lesser time of possession and all of that. My point of using the Josh Allen example is when I watched that game, and obviously the kick return is when the momentum changed, but we got that ball back right after that touchdown, and we did
talking about that drive that we didn't put together,
and we didn't score.
It's a 0-0 game.
No, we didn't. No, again, that was the second part. That was the second part to the take. It means the defense won the game for you,
right?
And that's what happened in that case.
My point was this, in terms of bringing that up, because they were asking what do you think Tua should grow in. I said, to me, it's that moment when Buffalo scored with that touchdown, which I think was in the beginning of the third quarter or so. We never seemed to get grasp of the game, even though Buffalo wasn't scoring. We never took it back with our own quarterback. We were kind of just playing out. And that's when I think Josh Allen did his job and what he was allowed to do, because he wasn't required to score anymore. They had the lead. He was required.
So there's, as you know, Nene, there's more than one way to skin a cat in the football game, but the overall ordeal has to be that if you're going to be one of the best teams in the NFL, you got to be able to keep pace and score at will. There is ways in which teams throttle back. You know what I'm saying? They let the defense, there's like a ebbs and flow. But when you need it most and you got to drive, typically it's made by like the elite quarterbacks and stuff. So I understand why you put it on Tua needing to step that up in this offense. But I think, and I hate to say this, until Tua can show that he has that ability, I don't think it's going to be wise of this team to lean on trying to find that out. They've got to move in a different direction to where they're going to be able to drive the ball down the field and then win inside the red zone as the clock expires and stuff.
Right.
So,
And Cap,
That was the base of this
and
argument,
Cap,
though.
one
Right.
additional example
But
of
then-
this is the Tennessee game when the defense got that stop.
perfect.
And the defense got the stop, even though they were suspect. But once they got that stop, we still had enough, talent, even though Tyreek was out, to still get first down possessions to put
Shoulda
more
happened.
pressure.
Shoulda
And it
happened.
Yeah, we
didn't
got the ball. We
happen.
touched the ball 2 extra times in that game.
That's
and to
right.
me, I'll be honest, I think that's when the season changed for us, was losing at home against Tennessee.
It's certainly when the absolute momentum of this
Yeah,
football
you want to
team
talk about
became
momentum?
different.
That's the momentum.
Well, they turned
Yeah,
around
I'm
and
talking
won
about
the
actual
next game.
momentum.
The next 2 games. The
Hey,
next
Cap,
two.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they won the
Cap,
next game, and that was it.
I
That
think
was all,
it.
that
I
was the
think
last
it
game of the
shook. I
season.
think it shook their foundation of what they were getting
Then
done,
we
though,
beat
Tony.
Dallas.
Hey, Cap.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Cap,
think.
you know what, bro? And you
Yeah,
know what,
What's
Cap?
it?
And I hate using these assholes, man. Like, okay, man, we're supposed to be building, man, to win playoff games and championships, Cap.
Look
I
who's
think
back.
I think we're still in
Y'all call me
Cap,
toxic.
Cap, we're still in the midst of trying to overtake the Buffalo Bills, bro, if you ask me. We're still learning how to overtake these guys, bro, if you ask me.
Can I
mean-
just come in real quick and just
Yeah, go ahead, Lou.
please, and again, with all due respect, right? It's funny how we mentioned the Buffalo Bill game. That's
I'm
cool.
sorry.
We didn't see it, right? It's funny how we skip over the game before that and we go to the Tennessee game where we didn't see it. Let me give you guys another scenario, since we only play the scenarios we want to play out on these goddamn panels. What
Is that
about the
right?
Dallas Cowboy game?
Oh,
When
I brought that up, Lewis.
when that defense did not show up and Dallas came down the field and took the lead, did Miami get the ball back? And who was the quarterback on that drive? That
I agree
game-winning
with that
drive.
one, Lewis.
I brought that up, Lewis.
Did Tua not lead again? When
It wasn't
Tua
sexy,
got
but he
on
did
the
it.
field,
Hold
Lou,
on, Lewis.
Lou, don't even try to freaking.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Everybody,
I said-
don't even
Dallas
try to
Cowboys.
act like he squint and
Yo.
drove down there for a touchdown right now. No, it was a field goal made by a kicker on a record day.
You know it's
wait a
real
minute,
when we
wait
see
a
that.
minute,
Hold on.
wait,
Nah,
wait,
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 wait.
no, wait a minute, Cap, that's
Yeah,
fair
I'm
for
ready.
you to say. That's
All
fair
right.
for you to say, Cap, because you weren't up here. God
All
damn it, when I was sitting here arguing with these fucking people, they told me, Josh Allen, it didn't matter. They didn't have to score. All you have to do is win.
Oh, see?
Tua
No,
did
hold
not
on.
score a touchdown. Did Tua lead the Dolphins to get
Yes,
a field goal
he
rest
gets
for a
credit
game
for
winning
that
field goal?
game.
Did he?
Hey,
I think
Lewis,
everybody
you
was
I'll
only
tell you
arguing
what.
about
It
consistency.
exemplified. You know what it
Hey,
exemplified?
Hold on, wait. No, Lewis, don't you get your ass out of here.
Yeah.
Because you
I'm
wasn't
outta
up there
here.
when I gave him that
You know
credit.
what? God damn it, hold on.
That's the
God
one
Yeah,
I
he got
gave him.
credit.
Hey, Lewis, that's the game that I pointed to that I said that's the game that if he acts like that and he plays like that and he take command of the offense, we need that at a more consistent basis. That's
Yeah,
that's
Listen,
what
at the time of the victory, I remember saying, because that was, I believe that was after the Jets game too, or was the Jets game before that? Because I know they had that right around that time.
That was
Anyhow,
before.
right before, yeah. So I remember saying it in that victory, and then in the Jets victory, that I was like, that's the type of ways in which you win. It was complimentary football. They controlled the game. They were always in it. And then when they saw it's a way to put this game away, they did. The Jets game, they just obliterated them. But to the same effect of what I seen in those two games in correlation was playoff football. Absolutely. The problem that we're talking about that we've run into that other teams haven't run into is us getting in these types of shootout situations where your offense has got to turn up a notch and do something, and it didn't happen. Do something, dog. Do something. Oh shit! Put on the apron and shit.
Let me just walk around the crib with my apron on, goddamn it, because I've been cooking motherfuckers tonight, goddamn it.
Take that apron off.
Hey, Louis, you was
here, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Louis, you was cooking leftovers because them tapes we said that a long time ago, my brother.
We did say that.
Hell no.
He's in the microwave. That's that microwave. That's the microwavable. That was the Weight Watchers microwavables.
Let me get it out, goddammit. The apron is out, goddammit.
He cook. Hey, Crypto. He cooking at MRE.
He's up MREs.
Yeah, he's pouring some hot water on some ramen right now, y'all. That's all I know he cooking. Stop putting raisins in my my salad and shit.
Don't leave out the hot sauce, man. Just if you're gonna cook ramen, man, don't leave out the hot sauce.
Stop boiling chicken and telling me you cooking, dog.
You know what else? You know what else bothered me, bro? You know what else bothered me, man? Yeah, like everybody says, yeah, we did beat a team over 500. You know what I mean? It being the Cowboys. Bro, do anybody realize, man, at that time there, the Cowboys were the worst road team in the NFL, bro. Cowboys were
I ain't gonna diminish the Cowboys were a good
Cowboys are good. They're the
Cowboys were
version of us.
But I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that.
They're a good team. They're just the NFC version of us.
Hey, Fred. You know what? Sometimes, Fred, you make very good points, and I agree with you. The Dallas Cowboys were a horrible team, especially on the road, and especially later on in the season. Do you know during that 6-game winning streak?
They were the worst. They were the worst team on the road.
Keep burying your own self, Fred, because I agree with you. They were the worst team. But do you know all that credit that you give Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills on that 6-game winning streak? You do realize Dallas went to Buffalo and got absolutely destroyed. So if Dallas was the worst goddamn team, those are your words, not mine, then why do you give Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills
God
so much
damn, dude, he's killing you with his own words right now, Fred. Fred, fight back, Fred. Fight back, Fred. You fucking beat you over the head with your own take, dog. Damn, let me see that apron again, Lou. Let me see that apron again. He done beat you over the head with your own take, dog.
Turn it up. This is all I'm saying, man. Turn it up, Lou.
Fred, he done clubbed you over the head with your own take, dude. Damn.
You know what I will say?
So what,
Lewis
man?
is a master of taking your own words and using it against you, though.
That's why you
He
gotta
is a
use your
master.
words wisely. That's why. Don't come up and just say
Whatever
anything.
they
I'm taking orders, guys.
He's a master word baiter, is what I see.
With all due respect.
Master word
With all
baiter.
due respect.
I'm not gonna lie.
When you bring up an issue with your team, he goes to say, well, what about that team there? What about this quarterback? We ain't worried about that team. We're worried about this quarterback, our quarterback, bro.
Well, why the hell do you always bring up the Houston Texans and their Michael Dieter and their offensive line if you care about the Dolphins?
Because what I meant on that,
Liam Eichenberg is much better.
What I meant on that is Stroud is doing it with offensive line, bro.
Yeah, Eichenberg is a much better offensive line. We go nowhere without him. You heard it at first, goddammit.
You done fed off the mouth, Crypto. You depending on Liam Eichenberg.
We don't go nowhere. We absolutely have no shot without Eichenberg. You heard it at first.
But get out the car and start walking back home. You ain't going nowhere depending on Liam.
We blame Eichenberg.
Stop hating, Tony.
I'm being real.
Listen, I'm glad y'all brought up Liam because a lot of people want, some of these guys.
That's the first time I ever heard somebody say that. They glad we talking about Liam.
No, because I remember when we.
That's right, goddammit.
He had a good college career in Notre Dame, right?
Yeah,
when we picked him up. Nobody was sad when we drafted him because of what he did in college, correct?
Right.
Yeah, he didn't allow one sack in college.
Yeah.
Not one sack in college in this whole time.
Super high on the guy.
But they did say he had T-Rex on, so.
Yeah, I know that he can't stretch out and do the overhead arm pull, but I'm just saying when we get excited about these drafting these guys, because I think Liam is a great example who had a good college career at his position, but it didn't translate at the league level. Is that fair to say, gentlemen?
No, that's fair. Yeah,
that is fair. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Because
fair.
I
You
remember
might
people
argue
were
scheme and all that
celebrating.
other stuff, but no, it is fair.
People were celebrating when we got here because they're like, "Oh, he didn't allow a sack in college or whatever that number was." Because
At
I
left
remember,
tackle.
At that time, that's all we had to go off though. So I mean, I think they was right in they celebration. It just so happened you hit on something and you don't. That seemed to be an anomaly because all the Notre Dame offensive linemen tend to pan out. He was the first one that didn't.
Who?
So
Yeah, but
Liam
he also
Eichenberg.
played left tackle in college.
I don't understand.
which
I don't understand. Listen, first of all, Eichenberg, we all knew it was going to be his short arms, which is why he wasn't projected as a tackle. Even though while he was in college, he was super effective with his footwork, and they ran a similar style offense as well. But we knew that was going to be a problem when every guy he goes against is going to have 4 inches on arm length.
Yeah, the length because he's going.
So
against-
moving him to an interior listen, to point out, and I said this the other day, Connor Williams had a terrible start as a guard. Then he got better, but he also was timing the snap, so he got a lot of offside penalties. When he moved to center, it was a different deal because he's got short arms as well. His reach isn't as good as well. Eichenberg has only had as much time as he has as center. Who's to say he's not going to be a great damn center? I'm just saying, those short arm guys,
Batman.
it pans out best. I get it. Batman hates him because Batman loves to have an excuse.
To be a
And he's
great
not the
center, I
only
don't
one.
know.
There's a lot of people that love to have someone to point the finger at blame, specifically on the offensive line, because it's a shadow to say the quarterback didn't play bad. It was that guy's fault.
That's right, Cap. My left guard, man. My left guard right now, man, is Robert Jones, bro. I think Robert Jones is a solid left
I
guard.
love Robert Jones, dog. I love Robert Jones, and he's tough. He's got he's got super long arms. He's strong. He's got a nice anchor. He's got a little bit of mobility.
He's nasty, bro.
He's a little nasty.
This year.
Yeah.
He did. With
He's
Lamb,
always played
Jones,
decent.
all of them.
Friggin' yeah, they all played good. These other guys, I like them. I say keep them and draft somebody with high upside.
Isaiah
yeah, and that's what I was
We
saying.
still gotta
El
lock
Cap.
that down during the draft for sure. Like we need to
The
draft
high upside
young players.
is the what you playing, you're gambling with, right? Because not everybody does well after college. A lot of guys do amazing in college and they get in the league, and it's the league. The competition is different. I did have another question about, we were kind of talking about Tua in the 5th year and this, that, and the other. Is it fair to say that a lot of the fan base that's apprehensive of offering him the deal thinks that Miami is going in a Ryan Tannehill direction again, to
Well,
where we're going to be
here's
stuck?
the deal with the direction, Nene, is that it's the point of no return. You offer Tungavaloa a deal for any amount of time, and it starts a different timeline clock. Right at this moment, every year, we have had multiple forks down the roads that we could go to take. We've stayed on this same road, and this is the literal last fork before we will be stuck on a road for the next 4 years that is either going to pan out in us being a good football team that plays competitive in the postseason, God willing, a Super Bowl, or we are blowing this bitch to smithereens, and every name and face we've talked about every day for any amount of time this year, next year, and the years prior are gone. And that's every star, that's every draft pick, that's everything everywhere, because that's the only way you get out of the road we're taking, by extending him. And that's the part in which I think fans continue to forget. They think that this is the road to what you're supposed to do to win Super Bowls. And really, outside of a couple of quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, a few of them have only been the quarterbacks that have the bag and win a Super Bowl. The time in which it takes to get to a Super Bowl and win it is typically when you're in that rookie deal or the first year after. So if we don't win this first year, it becomes immensely, through data and I know these statistic people love to talk about this crap, but if you want to go over the real statistics, go look at that. Who's paying their quarterback what? Now, there is quarterbacks that are older that take less money and get there. They're in their like serviceable way. You know what I'm saying? But It's a rarity. Remember all the years Drew Brees was breaking all them records, only won one Super Bowl.
One
You know,
Super
that was
Bowl,
during
yeah.
that was during the time in which he was making the least amount of money. Ever since he made the money after that, he had superstars, running backs, superstar wide receivers. Everybody knows you put him on their fantasy teams. He was breaking
Jimmy
records.
Graham, Marcus Trostin.
They-
Yeah, they was on them teams.
They had a bunch of great teams, but it never won them another Super Bowl.
Well,
Cap,
Cap,
I brought up. Hold on, I brought up in spaces a while ago. If they give Tua that 4-year extension, right, and they get like an out after the third season, that'll be my deadline because when I went back and I double checked these facts that I learned in spaces, if you go back and look in history, when you pair up a quarterback and a coach, if they don't win a Super Bowl within their first 5 years, then they don't win the Super Bowl at all. So if you give 2 or 3 more years, then that would be technically based on history. That would be our stopping point right there. We're like, bro, history said that you're not going to get it done after this point. So I wouldn't mind being a little bit more patient if they give him the 4-year with an out after that third season.
So
See,
to
I'm
me,
with that.
to me, from what I'm hearing, and what I've talked to somebody else about today, that the hold up on the conversation or the contract, I mean, is pretty much that type of language. That the Dolphins want to have their cake and eat it too, and essentially have the 5th year, the year after that, and then that's all the money, and then from there on out, it's an out. So there is going to be some dead cap carried, but it's going to be an out, and you'll be able to spread that dead cap for 2 years over. So it's no different. It's no different than the last time we did have Tannehill. Do you understand? That's exactly the same. Hold on, Fred. That is literally the exact same timeline, trajectory, and all of whatever else you want to say outside of we have a little bit more postseason success with a coach that we believe in heading into the time of the deals.
Success, I guess postseason.
Yeah, but I guess there's a better record than last time with Tannehill, I'd say, as far as trajectory goes. We have answers at wide receiver. We have answers at running back. We have a perceptive answer at quarterback. He played a year healthy. There's, all these things. And the coach, we feel like there's more stability at the coaching position than with what we had with Adam Gase and all that stuff too. So it literally puts us on a 7-year timetable trajectory for all this, for whether or not we'll move further into the 8th year and beyond, or we are absolutely.
Well, 3 years do give you 8 years.
Yeah,
It's beyond the 7-year plan.
I'm just saying. Well, Crypto. What I'm saying is, at the 7th year, that could be the blow up year. It could be the blow up.
Yeah, it'd be 7 technically. The 8 year would be the out.
That's right.
Well,
the beginning of the 8 year will be the out.
No, the beginning of the 8 year would be the new life that we're living. Is what I'm saying.
They get rid of
you have already drafted a new quarterback by then,
or not even Crypto, because typically when you're a team built to this way, you're out of the realm of picking quarterbacks. We're right around 16, 17, something like that, and typically you're not picking a quarterback there. So it would be the blow up. You can maybe if someone landed in our lap,
somebody,
but I'm not saying. I'm just saying like
franchise though.
Yeah, maybe, but now you're again statistically your odds have changed to all the lesser.
I'm saying at 16 I won't be considering that a franchise quarterback. No franchise quarterback, knowingly unless you're
not
Aaron
all of them
Rodgers
in the top 10.
Or Lamar Jackson, like you don't draft them in the first round.
We're
like
not saying that it hasn't happened, Crypto. We're saying the likelihood.
You're not going in the season they didn't draft Aaron Rodgers that low, thinking that he's going to come in and be be handing over the regime to him.
No, Aaron Rodgers.
That's true. Yeah.
So what we said, we in that position between the 16 and lower, that you're not going in that season saying I'm drafting this quarterback to hand them over the keys to the car. No, that's not what you're doing. At
your
point.
draft
if
board
you're 7 and 2 hadn't showed it yet, you are.
No, Crypto, you're missing it. This is already after. This is already after we know we're done. God damn, Crypto. I promise you this: there'll be no drafting of first-round quarterbacks till year 8 of the Tua experiment, working or not.
Yeah, if you do that,
you're making a big mistake.
Well, no, you can extend them now and draft a quarterback at the project to sit behind him to groom him. just that's how you cover your ass in that aspect. But you're not
That's
waiting
not what
to the
this.
last
That's
minute.
not what this. That's
No,
not what this
no.
organization does.
What I'm
so
saying is,
I know, but that's got to be the
in year
smart thing to
7,
do.
I
and
wish
if
they
you
were
know
that
it ain't
smart.
getting done, then you draft them.
I
I
wish they
know
were
you're
that
not going
smart.
to wait till he's
Groom 'em.
done. That's too late. That's
Just be-
being reactive and not proactive.
Real quick, Nene, what were you gonna say? I know you were
Well,
trying to get something in
well,
there.
my
Quarterback can
my
develop
thought
in less than a year.
process, my thought process on this, right? I get social norms and paying players according to the market per se, right? But those are all underwritten rules. Like to me, the organization needs to go beyond norms and just do what's right for the organization. Now, I want him to play on that 5th year for multiple reasons. If I'm Chris Greer, if I'm Rick Ross, the owner, I'm gonna tell him,
Rick
yes,
Ross.
I'm happy you gave me a historic year. You went to the Pro Bowl, but we still didn't win a playoff game. And at least we need to me, progression, because I want you to bring up Jermaine's comment. I never seen a fan base so mad about 10 plus wins. To me, that's not the goal. If the organization came up and said, hey, Dolphin fans across the world, we're gonna give you a 10 plus win season. Good luck. Then that's different. But when you have them standing before you saying, hey, we've invested millions of dollars, we got probably the best receiver in the game, we got all these different things, we put a roof over your head, we put a little trolley all over the stadium, all these different investments, the fan base deserves at least a playoff win. And I would say this for those who cheer all Miami sports, you're watching all of the other teams
At
winning
least make it to the big game.
winning championship games, getting to the championship game, getting to past the first round of the respective playoffs. So yes, that's
win the
the
division. Win the division.
I truly believe. I'll be honest with you.
Well,
If we would have won a playoff game and won the
not
division, a lot of people would have calmed down a little bit. But to give us, hey, if we had Tua, we would have beat Buffalo and we would have been able to get to the second round. And you really had a home game to do all of this and you didn't do it. I don't think any fan should criticize anybody that's upset, even if they
yeah,
won 10 plus games.
the problem is
Hey, Cap,
the goal is not to win 10 plus games. Like
Right.
if they won
That's
10 plus,
settling. That's what you
if
call
they got
settling.
in, hold on, if they got in at 9 and they made a deep playoff run, you think we'll be up here complaining? No,
Right. Exactly.
we're not just settling for
Here's the deal, right?
no 10
And I'm just
points.
gonna
Like, what are we doing?
refresh everybody's memory.
Tony.
I'm just gonna refresh
The
everybody's
Giants
memory.
won all their championships as a wild card game. Team. Just so y'all know, when Eli won his Super Bowl ring, they were wild card teams.
That's true.
Yep.
And
They won
Eli's
4
one of the
games.
few quarterbacks that was making money and won a Super Bowl, which is crazy to put on that list. But Tannehill got paid in 2015, the last year of his contract year, the 5th-year option, which would be this year, the same scenario if Tua gets paid this offseason. That was the year in which we went to the playoffs, the 2016 year. And then he got injured in 2018 or 17 and went down. And then he played again in 18, and it was all over. And then there went the full length of the career in that 7-year window.
Well, remember, Cap
had his ups
that year too.
Huh?
What happened?
He got injured in 2018 as well.
Yes, he did at the end of the year. Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. That's why he didn't play the playoff games. Matt Moore had to play.
That's
Pittsburgh.
right. He got injured at the end of that year. And remember the team.
Didn't he
Remember
get
the
injured
scenario.
didn't he get injured at the beginning of the next season too?
Beginning of the
He
next
got hurt
season,
like in
and
Yes,
training camp.
it was the training camp. That's right. So that's when he left all that stuff, right? Here's the deal. It was the same timetable line that we've come to dread of this scenario. Injuries, paying a guy. You know where this road leads if it doesn't work.
Do I need to do a deja vu show again?
No, crypto. We don't want to hear about deja vu.
Yeah, crypto. Yeah,
The last time
and
you
I
did
just
that, our season it took a deja vu moment.
and I'm not saying that these two quarterbacks emulate each other via injuries or any way. I will say this: we do remember that how much of a beating Tannehill took versus to how much Tua doesn't take. Now that you could give the credit to Tua probably more than anything because he gets the ball out so quick, and the route concepts are different.
going down.
But you know, I don't think anyone would say that Ryan Tannehill or Tua is tougher than Ryan Tannehill. I think that would be a false statement. I don't think anybody. Ryan Tannehill is probably one of the toughest son of a bitches I've ever seen play football with those ticks. Some of those hits that kid was taking. It's a fucking marvel that he played as long as he has played and still playing.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
It really is.
Yeah, that's a
It
tough
really
son
is,
of a
man.
bitch right there. But again, we've tried this stuff. I understand why they'll extend them, and they will, because of the finances, because of what they believe they can get in a sample size, data, all that shit. It's just we all know that once you're paying a quarterback, you got to take that resource from something else, and you can only take so much. Where do they always take it from? Once they pay the quarterback, the first thing they take it from is the defense. Why do they take it from the defense? Because if they take it from the offense and the quarterback fails, they're going to say it was a bad deal. So they're going to want to prop up that quarterback in that first year, no matter what, to prove that paying this quarterback was not a bad decision. The following year, they have to give back to the defense because they've stripped it and fucking put it into a bad position. Then they take away from the offense, and then we see what can happen. Look no further than what the Chiefs just did. They've been victorious in both of these things, but you understand my meaning, right? Then you get into that third year and you start figuring some stuff out. Is this Pete? What is up, Pete?
Oh Lord,
Hey, sound the alarm.
Hey,
Business just picked up. Business just picked up.
I'm out of here.
I mean, I
I'm
know
sorry,
Pete. I know Pete is understanding everything I'm saying. Pete, I'm speaking perfect sense up here. Am I not,
Skyler has
Pete?
been announced the starter.
I
Goddamn.
just tuned in. I just tuned in.
No,
But I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now, Capitan.
You don't come up here cutting everybody off. Let
One
Well,
second.
hold on.
I just want to.
No, I just threw it to Pete. I threw it to Pete. It's okay. I just asked him a question.
Shake, buddy.
I just want to know. I just want to know why you feel so confident that this contract is just about to happen. When God sent Kim Camper, the guy has been saying exactly what I've been trying to tell this community to relax and slow down on his contract. Listen to what. Listen, Kim Camper on CBS News Night with over millions of listeners. He
That's
gave
right,
the
Pete.
rundown.
The world's
He
flat
gave
now.
Kim Camper, the Miami Dolphin legend.
Play that
Not
video,
the
Shay.
beat writers, not the beat
No.
writers, not the team guys.
So the
that-
more
that-
listeners,
that are
the
writing
smarter your take.
articles.
I got it.
I'm just saying, man. It is
As long as you
beautiful.
got millions
I
of
just wanna
listeners,
say-
that
give
means
a-
your take is
Millions of
correct.
listeners.
So hold on.
Hey, did they
Pete,
do it on the nightcap on Shannon and Ocho?
they
CBS
wish
News.
they done stole my idea by calling it the nightcap, though, the fuckers. But anyhow,
Yeah, they did.
they definitely did. I had
guys
something in
listen
the
to
works
Kimbo
for a little
Camper?
while. Listen, Pete, I hear that, right? And listen, I also understand that there is a way in which to extend him in the year. And I'm sure if the contract
heard it.
dissolves, because right now it feels like it's at a stalemate, does it not? And I guarantee you that there's two reasons why this contract has not been signed. Number one, injury clause. Number two, the out and the amount of money, which is probably going to be the amount of money paid up front, and the amount of guarantees has outs. And those outs are coming in 2026, 2027, all that stuff, that there's going to be written in outs.
Damn
That the
Number
team,
for you.
Fred, did you? I mean, let me. This guy
Too damn
just
long.
literally. He said exactly what the Tua doubters been saying.
I've said that. I said
um,
what the Tua doubters are saying.
No, I'm talking about Kim Camper. Big
Okay.
Kim. I can't even get his name. He just shocked me.
He's so
man.
excited he can't even say
Yes,
his name.
he just shocked me.
Right.
I couldn't believe what I just heard right now by the legend.
No, but
It
go ahead and
was
say it, Pete.
such a fresh take. It was so fresh to hear the truth. I just want to
Damn.
thank him so much. Like because he's speaking. He's a general in this, man. And you know what? He knows he wants one. He
Hey,
knows he
Pete,
wants
put the
one
link
before
in the
time
chat so we
expires.
can go back and listen to it and know that's not what that man said. He probably said one thing and you linked it all to like, oh, that's what he means.
Nene, are you suggesting that Pete would embellish and lie?
He's saying,
Is that
yeah,
what
you're
you're saying, Nene?
He's
No.
saying he's embellishing.
Not the Pete I love to know.
You mean like how he left out when
you gotta
remember when he left out? Remember what's that? Who's the Drew Rosenhaus said that Skylar Thompson, that Tua and Christian Wilkins were both important to sign. He just said Christian Wilkins was important to sign. He didn't mention the fact that he said that Tua was also important to sign.
He got selective hearing.
Christian Wilkins said Tua.
It doesn't leave out the fact that I still said facts. That I might have left some information out I didn't give out.
That's not a lie. That's just not telling all of the truth.
You just omitting the truth.
I didn't have enough time. I was worried about getting timed out.
Yeah, that's true. I feel Pete on that one.
Pete,
somebody time Pete out.
You guys, I mean,
so we can actually watch it with unbiased.
Time out to effect. So if you want to tell me,
it was about Tua's contract. It was amazing. He just basically says exactly like the other guy on the studio. I forgot his name. I'm sorry for forgetting his name. He's like, oh, but and he just lays it out flat. Like, you guys got to hear it for yourself. Please go listen to it.
Put the link down
it
there
is
so we can see it.
beautiful.
What did they say, Pete?
Yeah, Pete, give me the word for word if you can remember as best
you
you
want
can.
me to do it word for word? I just heard it and I shot over here because I saw you guys were live. But then I had to go over there. I wanted to hear the
great
part.
One of the great ones, one of the legends, Bo Camper, essentially saying, and listen, Pete, let's not act like Bo Camper. Not only isn't hell yeah, he's a legend, dude. He's got great resume.
Exactly. Even more of a legend.
Yeah, Tony,
he was a first-round draft pick.
Let him say
number 58.
Let me finish here, cooking. Okay, so he's a legend of the community, and we also know that he is super plugged into what the organization's sentiments are.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like Kim Bo Camper, along with a lot of the quote unquote old heads, and we can throw Dan in there as well, that these guys they're the mouthpiece of the organization, and what they're saying is co-signed by the organization. And if Kimbo Camper is coming out here and saying the stuff that Pete is saying that he said, now, I didn't hear it with my
ears, but his fifth year. He basically said play him on his fifth year.
Excited about what he
said. He basically said play him on his fifth year deal, like I've been telling this whole community, right?
We all
and
said
then
that.
he said pay Christian Wilkins.
So now, Pete, interesting enough, right? I made this same sort of take about not Kimbo Camper, but Travis Wingfield. Wouldn't you agree that he's probably the loudest, most direct mouthpiece of the organization right now, Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's the same. Like, well, he's a company man, just like Bo Camper, just like Pete is saying. These guys are company guys, and when they say stuff, it's not. Hold on, Shake, because it's not for a mistake. They're not just saying a freely thought all the time. Usually, it's something that the organization wants to see, get a pulse on the community to see how we take this. You know what I'm saying, right, Pete? That's right. I know.
He's on it.
I am. I'm cooking.
To Travis Winfield.
I'm cooking on this because I know Pete knows what I'm talking about, because this is what happens. They say things.
Kim Bo Camper has. Kim Bo Camper has more carte blanche to say negative shit about the organization than Travis Wingfield does.
I got that, but here's I just want to hold on, Pete. I just want to point something out here, right? So this was a tweet. Can you see this tweet right here? This was a tweet from Barry Jackson.
All right, yeah.
This was a tweet from Barry Jackson, right? And he basically was talking about the extension to Tua to $50 million. Now, we've already established that Kim Bo Camper, mouthpiece to the organization, get a feel of how people are feeling about Tua Tagovailoa's contract and the Dolphins riding out the 5th year. Well, the bigger mouthpiece of the organization piped in when he seen this. And this is saying basically $50 million annually per year for Tua Tagovailoa. This is what Travis Wingfield had to say. He says, in the draft, it's the draft success that have allowed the Dolphins to get aggressive the last few years, yada, yada, yada. And then he goes through all of the draft picks we've made in the first round and the hits and the trades. The only miss they've got on this list right here is Igbenogany and Charles Harris. And he's going into that, and he's pointing out all these other great picks that we've had of this team and all this other stuff, which to me, by pointing out all the picks the Dolphins have had since essentially 2016 under the quote-unquote Chris Greer era, right? That the real success of this football team is because they've been able to have the position to be successful by picking. A la, this team is teeing you up for the picks being the future. Now, here's what's funny, right, Pete? And I'm gonna play I'm gonna play Pete's devil Pete advocate right now, okay? And Pete, essentially, what I'm hearing from Travis Wingfield is that this team plans to build through the draft because they can't afford to give extensions. What do you say to that, sir?
That's making me believe, Capitan, we're going to trade someone away that's going to give us more draft capital, take some money off the books so we can build this team with young talent and draft picks this year so we could afford it. I'm sorry, that's what I feel based on what you just said.
Well, I'm saying that they're not going to be free agent signing. They're going to try to keep what talent they can, but that also says that this is the role of the team. They went back to all these young draft picks, that this is how we're building this football team.
And by the way, just FYI, Tuesday is the last day that the organizations have a chance to franchise tag
sign their own, to do their own stuff.
Oh, it's a good one.
To retain their own talent. That's right. The
It
question
like
is, Pete,
Greer is not bad at drafting. That's what it sounds like you're saying, Cap.
are we talking about an ideology change in this team? Because they said they can't afford it right now. They're saying that they need to build through the draft. Are they talking about riding out Tagovailoa with Bo Camper? If I tied the two statements together with Pete's mind, I would say Bo Camper's saying 5th-year option and Travis Wingfield saying going through the draft. That means the Dolphins don't want to take away the draft option of potentially moving off the quarterback. Maybe it's not this year, but maybe their hand is forced next year. Or maybe somebody falls to them this year. I'll tell you what, I bet you this Tua Tagovailoa contract doesn't get done until after the first round of the draft.
So, El Cap, I have a question.
Risky, man.
I have a question
Really
for you. If they go and select with what the 21st pick, let's say somebody like Penix, right? That many feel is.
Oh hell no! I'm burning the TV down.
No.
I'm a burn
I'm just saying. I'm just she's just using Bo Nix.
Right.
Penix.
Well,
somebody.
Let's just say let's not say a name because I know how people go. They're gonna shred any name that's said. But let's just say they draft a quarterback. Does that give the fan base? Because what I remember, right, when we had Ryan Fitzpatrick, a lot of the fans that support Tua was upset that Ryan Fitzpatrick was there because it wasn't fair to Tua that it's his team, right? So if the Dolphins and the deal's not done yet and they draft a quarterback at 21, what do you think? What message is that going to send to the fans?
So to me, if they draft a quarterback, I'll tell you what, if they draft a quarterback at 21 and it's not somebody we're all like, wow, this guy fell, then yeah, it would really say to me that they brought this guy in to not only compete, but that they view this as the potential future. If they trade back 3, 4, 5 picks and a quarterback that should have been picked by now falls to them, then the scenario is repeated. I don't foresee that. I see that as a smart play. But there's also two different options that can happen as a byproduct by taking a quarterback so high in the draft. It could really turn the quarterback you possess against you, and rightfully so. He's like, yo, it's my time to get paid. I'm going to ride out my 5th-year option, potentially make 20-something million, but are you just having me do that and going to Baker Mayfield me? You know what I'm saying? let's not act like this isn't a scenario that has happened on other teams where a quarterback's going into his 5th year and a team drafts a quarterback. Typically, what happens with that quarterback, they demand a trade out of there. That's what they do.
I just wonder because everybody
Or it should be put up a shut up time.
Everybody is speaking like all teams do this, like with the money, right? Everybody says he's got to get this because this is what all teams do. And I just wonder if the Dolphins make that decision, maybe to trade up and they pick a quarterback. Does that send shockwaves
NFL
to
is
the
lit.
fan base?
NFL is lit is
Tua?
exactly he took. I don't mean to interrupt you, Nene, because NFL is lit is putting out a perfect example.
Oh,
Wentz
yeah, that's
almost
right.
won
They
the
still got
MVP that
Hurts.
year, and
Right.
then they went and drafted Hurts. Still he
Still
landed
drafted
it. He landed. They picked him up where they did, fell to them, and they wisely took him. And look at that team throughout the last couple of years since they won that Super Bowl, and the year or two before, they have been taking knocks out of the park all the time, and it has paid off again and again. And they're getting ready to do another offseason of absolutely crazy cuts, crazy signings, and crazy picks, and it's fucking working. So I'll tell you one thing I do respect about the
They're
Eagles
willing to
organization.
gamble. Yeah, they're willing to take a chance.
Not only are they willing to
fan
gamble,
base don't shake them out enough.
but here's the thing, right? It sets a precedent to all the players: perform or get the fuck out of here. That's what it says. If I have the one,
And that's even for head coaches, Cap.
That's
They
for
will get
anyone
rid of
and
a head
everybody,
coach that
bitch.
won a Super Bowl.
It's
Just
about
put up or
winning
shut up.
or it ain't. It's put up or shut up in this bitch, or
It's
you're
always put up or shut
They
up
almost
with
the coach that they got now. That dude was on thin ice all year. They were
was on
dogging
thin
that
ice.
guy all year.
Don't be surprised if the Eagles pick a quarterback this draft.
Don't honestly, don't be.
Yeah, wouldn't
if
be
a
surprised
fucking
either,
if a
yeah.
quarterback
I
falls to him, I wouldn't be
He
surprised.
falls.
And that
Yeah,
type
pick
of
him.
friggin'
That's the mentality they got.
mentality is good. It's a good mentality to have, I think, and I think it's shows reason why. Yeah, they had a down year that still went to the playoffs, right? Didn't they go to the playoffs last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a down year and everyone knew it. And they still went to the playoffs. Their floor has become playoff appearances while the Dolphins fans are fucking ready to throw
Have
a fucking
parties and
parade
parades because we won 11
yeah,
games.
ready to throw a parade because we won games and shit. And like
We won 11 games. Let's throw a parade.
this is the shit I can't understand, bro. Like fucking Eagles fans, and you know what? Eagles fans were some of the most negative fans ever. And when I hear these Dolphin fans, this whole positivity group, which drives me fucking nuts, right? That's how we're gonna send positive vibes on our way to the fucking playoffs, as if that fucking means anything. I watch these other fan bases that they're the most negative of all time, and they're the teams winning. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all are doing it wrong. All this positive bullshit is positively letting them know it's okay to be fucking
it's okay
mediocre.
to be mediocre. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're giving them
positively
approval for mediocrity.
a bitch
You're doing
is
that.
what you
Or
is.
in other words,
The Eagles. all
So,
their money
Cap,
locked
in that
up the
scenario,
trenches.
if Tua does demand a trade, I know it's recorded. We're not saying this is going to happen. This is it. All
Yeah, in this
hypothetical,
scenario.
so people don't go crazy.
No, you
If
preferenced it with
Tua-
scenario.
If Tua does demand a trade, how does that look for Greer and Ross?
So, if he demands a
I
trade,
think Ross resigns and Greer gets fired.
no, I think you're wrong on both accounts. I think
That's another thing. Big Kim Bokamper said because they were talking about they were talking about Mike McDaniel and
Pete,
Tua,
let him answer
they're
my
best
question
friends.
real
I
quick.
know.
yeah,
but
let me answer the question real quick, Pete. Then you can land.
You know what Kim
never
Bokamper
mind.
said about McDaniel
Goddamn,
and Tua
Pete, you
being
can't
best
hear Pete?
friends?
He's on a roll,
wasn't
man.
the
I
one
just let
that
him roll
selected
downhill.
He wasn't the one that selected him. He doesn't
Roll
make that
downhill.
decision.
Bo Camper said that he was that the owner wasn't the one that selected Tua.
No, Mike McDaniel. Like Mike McDaniel and Tua could be best friends and everything, but at the end of the day, it's not Mike McDaniel's decision
Bro,
of
Tua
who's
was
going to
a
be quarterback.
quarterback on a rookie
Okay,
deal.
all right. He said that for real, Pete. He said basically that it's not up to Mike McDaniel.
It's not up to McDaniel.
Even though Ross said it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, listen, Ross, again, all those people are talking out of both sides of their mouth all the time, so I will give Pete that. Whether or not Bo Camper really said all this shit Pete's claiming, I don't fucking know. Again, I got to see it to believe it. But again, Nene,
was
to
in
your
the room.
question,
He has the inside
I
scoop.
think there's a couple of things that really look. It's the reason it won't happen, right? Is because it gives Greer's on a 1-year sample size now. Whereas if he extends Tua, he's got 2 years, and depending on how he can maneuver shit, he might get a whole nother 7. I'm just being real. But if he were to pick a quarterback and move off Tua and Tua demands a trade, you're gonna get probably the least amount of value you could have gotten for Tua Tagovailoa you'll get at that scenario than you could the last 2 years, because every team knows he wants to leave. They're not going to give the farm for a quarterback that won't play for you. You feel me? So that's going to be a losing situation, and it'll put Chris Grier immediately on the hot seat, in which case if the team looks like a team that needs to redo stuff because of their new quarterback, if it's a slow roll, and kind of like how the Colts had this year where their quarterback got injured and you knew it was going to be a reformation, like all that nonsense. Like, now if he comes out and it's CJ Stroud out there, then we'll be throwing a fucking parade for him, because now we got a quarterback that's playing as effective as the one that left under a 5-year potential affordable deal, in which case would correct everything, and Chris Grier would have another decade in this fucking building.
Well, I know it's not going to happen.
No risk it, no biscuit, right?
I just say until draft day, and don't we have another important date, March 13th? Like that's the free agency
13th,
day.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's when free agency
13th,
starts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have to
The
be
fifth for
in compliance with the cap. We have to be at 0, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I don't think we have to at the time. I think we have to in order to sign anyone. Yeah. They're not going to let you sign people until you're compliant.
Yeah.
And after hearing Caleb Williams today, guys, I'm not going to be honest. I'm leaning towards.
You're not going to be honest?
He's trying to drop his stock.
I'm not going to be honest.
Listen, I'm starting to.
We know that, Pete. Continue.
I'm starting to believe we are going to do a big trade up.
You're out of your fucking mind.
I think we're going to trade up for Caleb
We could
Williams
trade every
I'm
pick
telling
we
you,
have and the quarterback we got and not get up the draft to get Caleb Williams. So just let it go. Dog.
I know. I'm not going to be shocked if it happens, because if you heard Caleb Williams today talking at the combine, he turns around and leaves a window open. I don't know. I don't know the history of other teams, but I know one thing. The Miami Dolphins number 13 is retired in Miami. I don't know no other team. And he left a window open by literally saying, oh, I don't know what number I'll choose when I get to the NFL, because some teams, a 13 is not allowed. So just by that little window alone,
Oh my God!
I'm telling you, now, the moment I heard him say that,
I fucking love you, Pete. I fucking love you, Pete. I love you. Listen, here's the problem, right? You know why Pete?
Shit.
Hold on, I just figured it out, guys. I know why Pete hates the two asexuals, right? Because they can out delusion him, and he doesn't like that. That's the only reason. Because he will be the most Pete sexual for whatever delusion he's believing in. But the two people, he's like, I can't get down with your delusion, and it gets his circuits all fucking crossed and shit. Damn,
Yeah,
Pete, that was some
That
crazy
was some gymnastics right there, boy.
that was some crazy shit, dude. Like, I've heard some shit from you people. Holy fuck.
Hey,
So
Pete,
what
are
do
you?
you-
You know what, Pete? You're right.
Caleb Williams.
there you go. Yeah, I'm not
He
making
wants our
anything
number.
up. It's not crazy to think that he's
Hey,
leaving.
Pete, are you,
You know what?
hosting a
I'm gonna say
draft
something else.
stream? Because I want to see if all
Yeah,
your
Nene.
predictions happen live.
No. And y'all seeing all the JJ McCarthy, how it's raving up the boards
Oh
now.
my
Now
God!
people
No,
want
we
to believe
didn't.
me
No,
now, right?
Mm.
But wait.
No.
This
Dude,
Caleb
JJ
Williams
McCarthy,
thing.
does he
Let me
not
tell
look
you,
like Zach Wilson or what, dude? I don't like his face.
I didn't like.
I'm not gonna lie.
Damn,
I don't
okay,
like
you his
JJ
face?
McCarthy's face. I feel like
Damn.
I don't like his face. I don't like Zach Wilson's face. There's something about that face that really fucking irritates me.
What
I'm
do you
sorry.
mean?
Continue.
So
I don't
what
know,
I want to
dude.
say is, well, okay, what?
It's
I'm
that
gonna be
fucking
honest.
polo fucking club fucking asshole, wine spritzer
Not a
bullshit.
polo.
Yeah, the fucking polo club. He's got a tennis racket in the back of his fucking convertible Miata. I want to fucking deck him right in his shit.
Dude,
I'm sorry,
yeah, he
but
looks
go
like
ahead.
he looks like the
I'm
type of
sorry,
person that
dude.
wears a sweater over his t-shirt. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't get. Yes, exactly. I don't like that fucking type of dude. It's like, tell me he's not the fucking asshole bully in an '80s movie right now, and you know what I'm saying? Like that's what he looks like. It fucking irritates the hell
Hey
out of me.
Cap, does he have that big white '80s phone on the beach?
Yep, and he's wearing that fucking tight. He's wearing that tight fucking polo with his collar like up here and shit like that. And he's got that fucking hair. I want to just drill him right in his shit right now. I fucking hate him. I do, bro. I fucking hate that face. Just
Cap,
he might be a nice, great human.
Caleb Williams left so
Does he
much.
have? Does he drink mayonnaise in his coffee?
I don't know.
Pete,
Yeah, he's a
I do
fucking
wanna
tight
know if
ass
you
crypto.
holding
He's not crazy.
a draft space because I want to be there to see if all your predictions hit on the draft. I'm sure.
I mean, Pete, Nene,
No, you
to
don't.
Pete's
You already
point.
know they're not gonna hit.
I mean, listen. Already,
He's
from
gonna be
from all
top.
accounts,
Pete's
isn't
pick's
Caleb
gonna be
Williams
top of the
given
line.
problems? He's not giving over his medical records.
Yes,
he's
Anybody.
he's
There
not
you
he's not
go.
participating in
speaking to the
certain
media.
drills. He's not doing media. He's kind of being a little bit of a dick right now.
Exactly. I'm
And
just
you know
saying,
he's
bro.
he
And
very
you know
well
what?
may be telling people, I do not want to come to your city, and we've known him to say this. So I mean, look.
No, it's not
Who
even
knows?
that. It's not even that. I think we're gonna trade up for him. I think
No.
he's already been told this. He knows this. That's why his there's a lot of people not liking
What
his
pick do the
confidence.
Jets have?
Bro,
There's a lot of people not
bro,
liking his confidence. And his confidence coming out right now, I love it. I've told people I used to like Baker Mayfield's
He
confidence,
said that in
right?
the middle of the season, Pete.
But some
He
people
said
are
that in the
taking
middle of the
this. Some
season.
people are taking this
There's
as oh, he's
right,
arrogant.
Craig.
They don't like it. And to be quite honest, that medical record stuff he's hiding, everything he's doing, I just feel like it's all him being confident. He's gonna end up. You know what? I
This
think
is
he's
Ryan Leaf
slipping.
2.0.
I think he's
I'm gonna
slipping
tell
in
you
the
what.
draft. I think he's slipping in the draft, and teams are gonna pass up on him to a certain
Number
point
21.
where the Miami Dolphins select him.
I
And
got to
they're
be
gonna trade
honest,
up.
Hey,
Pete.
Pete,
If
do
the
you think
Dolphins run up the draft and get somebody, I don't want it to be Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
I want it to be the
Yeah,
kid. I want it to be Daniels. That's the fucking guy I want. If I was going to go,
LSU,
yeah, I think that
You gotta
kid is
remember
cool.
who he was training with last year. The face of the franchise.
I
is the
think
cheetah.
that kid. I just think of what skill set is not only
Capitan.
not only is going to
Capitan.
work, but what skill set could take Mike McDaniel's offense to another level, and that kid
Exactly.
Daniels
Capitan,
would be
Capitan.
fucking amazing.
Capitan,
A
let me ask you.
well-rounded tight
Let
end.
me ask you, Capitan. You're Mike McDaniel right now, and I'm
Yeah.
the cheetah. And I tell you,
Okay.
listen, Mister. Listen, Chris. You know what? We did this for 2 years. We did this for 2 years. I'm telling you right now, if you want Super Bowl, find a way to get that stud, Caleb Williams, and we'll win a Super Bowl with this guy. With me here in Miami. What do you think?
Say that?
What do you
That
think
would be
Greer's
so
gonna
dirty,
say?
Pete.
What do you think Greer's gonna say to that? When
Stop
the
it.
cheetah, the face of the franchise, one of the guys, the best.
Well, I
NFL
agree
player
with that. The
and
Cheetah's the
most-
face of the franchise, but
the
I also
most
agree,
expensive
Pete.
player on the team.
Pete, you're slipping too far into the delusional game. I'm willing to play with you right now. You're going too far because Tyreek is not only a great player and yes, absolutely the superstar, but he's smart, man. He's not interested in playing that game because he knows he'll catch footballs from anybody. That's it.
Joe Milton, that's a
Hey,
guy
Pete,
that
do you
is the
think?
complete
Do you think
opposite
Caleb
of
Williams
Tua
is gonna
Tagovailoa.
fall past number 10? Huh, Pete?
I think you're not gonna believe me, but I think that's where the Dolphins might make a drastic move. One of these teams.
What you think they're gonna go to number 9?
Yeah, I'm starting to believe.
They damn sure ain't getting to number 10. I don't know. You know who got that 10th spot?
Well, I'm saying where he lands at, I'm starting to believe the Dolphins are gonna give an offer another team can't refuse.
How much do you think they're gonna have to give up to get to?
What is it we're going to give up? This year's first and next year's first, Pete?
What?
Exactly.
We could give up on draft day. You could give up to 3 first-round draft picks already.
I know you can. They could give up. Listen, if
you
they
could give
did
up as many
something,
draft picks as you want.
listen, San Francisco did it, people. So Pete's crazy as fuck. this shit has happened.
Yeah.
They had a quarterback. Granted, Jimmy G was injured that year,
They
correct?
had
If
Jimmy G.
memory, they did have Jimmy G under a fucking contract, and they were
He
just
knew
in
he
the
was a
fucking.
good quarterback, bro. He knew.
And they believe that they
writing
lost
was on the
because of
wall.
him, not in spite of him.
That's true. I get you guys, but
we
I'm not
believe in
saying.
Tua. Everything we've said is we believe in Tua as a franchise.
Listen,
has said they believe in Tua. The GM has
Dub
said
McD.
it.
Listen, that's not that's not
Daniel
true.
has said
It's
it.
not true.
What do you mean?
It's not true. They
His
have
last press
literally
conference,
every
he
year
says
looked
everything
for
but.
another quarterback, though, bro. Don't forget that
No,
too.
no,
Don't listen. What they say publicly and what they
That part
do
is true,
behind
too.
closed doors is completely separate, and it has always been that way with this organization. That's why I act the way I act sometimes. That's why I entertain Pete, because it's true. They went and they looked at Lamar Jackson last year. They looked at Deshaun Watson the year before. They looked at Tom Brady. They wanted to go up and get Joe Burrow. So there's not
The
like
Niners weren't
that.
committed to Garoppolo though, especially after that
We're
Super
not
Bowl
committed
loss.
to Tua as we speak.
I mean, yeah, the Niners were more committed to Garoppolo than we are with Tua. He had a fucking
Greer
multi-year deal.
publicly said like we want him to be here long term. What does that translate to you? That we're tossing
But
it up
I guess what
trading
you're
a first
saying
round
is
quarterback?
What I'm saying is, I don't believe a fucking word they say. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
I don't believe anything that fucking organization tells me, because why would they make their business public? If anything, it's a disinformation campaign every time they're at the motherfucking podium, because
Now
they're
we're
going to say
talking
something
about-
opposite, because any other team and organization wanting to get a beat on what they're really trying to do is going to benefit if they're out there spewing their business all out there. So that's just a fact.
Lost the job pick because of them.
And listen, they could say, I want Tua, we're going to do everything we can, we're going to do everything they can, but not sign a deal, and then Tua plays hardball, and the organization's then going to be like, well, we literally want him and did everything we can. And they could be offering him a shit deal. They could say, we're only going to give you $90 million guaranteed over the next 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, and could cut you after 2024 season. Like, they literally could be giving him a shit deal, and there's nothing anyone could do about it, and I don't blame Tua for that. But they've already set the precedent by saying, "Well, you guys heard, we love him. We want to do everything we can to get him. We're doing it all." Blah 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 blah. Then now the narrative on the organization is that Tua's not a fucking player. He's not a fucking team guy, and that's what they'll push to. And I've seen them do that on motherfuckers. So let's not act like they're telling us the truth all the time. If anything, they're telling us the lie all the time.
Yeah, and L Cap, to your point, when Greer had his press conference and they asked him directly about Tua, he did that little snurty laugh.
Yeah, that fucking.
And then he said, "Of course we want him, but he has
now we're
to
talking
play
about
at
conspiracies.
a
Now it's
high."
kind of going downhill.
Hold on 1 second, sir. He said he has to play at a high level. I thought that was important when he mentioned that. He really put emphasis where Tua still has to play at a high level, and I think that's where
When
we
did he
may
say
have.
that? He actually said that?
Yes, he did. He did. That's exactly what he said. And here's the thing, right?
Mike McDaniel said that as well. Like, don't act like he didn't say
Yeah.
Tua knows.
No, I want
that he has
to hear
play
the
better.
words where Greer says Tua still has to play at a high level.
So
He
I'll
said
say
it in
this,
that-
right?
when
The
they asked
clips
him that
of him
question-
saying the positive things about Tua that's all over the internet is going to be there. The context clips, like Nate's talking about, are a little harder to come by, and maybe there should be a little bit more effort of snipping those things and putting it out there. But
We're talking about Greer's last presser, right? At the
Yes.
combine?
No, this is when him and Mike McDaniel was sitting next to each other, and they asked him directly. I think it was the first question about Tua, and he said, "Of course we want him here." And then he did the little snicker laugh that I can't stand, and then he was like, "Yeah, but he has to play at a high level." And to your point, Tony,
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that.
he said it too, but that because
No, I said Mike McDaniel said that this week at the combine. He said that.
Yeah, so it may be some maybe we're
And
stretching
none of
a
us
little bit,
disagree here, by the way, on that point.
That he has
but
to
that's
play
what he
better.
said.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Tua's camp, because remember when he first got here, there was things coming out of his camp that they didn't like certain things with the Miami Dolphins and how they were treating him. And I think there is something to that every year there is some type of rumor or some type of talk that they're shopping for someone else. And I think last year was the first year that they really came out and said,
Listen, if
we're
I'm gonna go full conspiracy,
Go
Nene,
on.
and I'm sorry to cut you off, it's very crazy. Like, okay, every time we were having contract negotiations with a player, some dirt comes out on that player, which and say what you want, right? Now, sometimes it's real dirt that comes out, obviously, but like, there's always this weird stuff, like the fucking Xavier Howard. Xavier Howard's been like a dog on the streets since day one, but every time his contract, every time his fucking contract comes up, that's when there's like fucking front page news about fucking Xavier Howard. Then he re-signs a deal, then all that dog shit goes back underneath the fucking.
They're not doing that with Tua though.
But they're doing that with Robert Hunt.
But did they just do that to Tyreek Hill?
Did they
they
do that with Robert
Did
Hunt?
they just do that shit to Tyreek fucking Hill, Tony?
Yeah, they did that for sure.
They just did that to Tyreek Hill, did they not?
Yes,
What about Robert Hunt? They just said that he was lazy, right?
Well, hold on, wait. That was one person said he heard that from a player.
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing about the Robert Hunt stuff, but I promise you this, right?
Big Philly saying that.
It's more along the lines of the player that they have under contract, and I feel like if there's somebody wants money or somebody wants more money or the Dolphins want money back, that's when shit gets fucking. You just start finding out about weird personal stuff about a player.
I mean, it's a business at the end of the day.
They acting like the mob. They leaking out all the dirty secrets.
Are you kidding me? We're talking about one of. I think he's like the 14th richest man in the world or some shit. Like, if this guy, you think this guy ain't got pool? Think you don't know somebody somewhere on some shit?
I think
Hey,
he's sloppy for getting
what I'm
caught
saying, Cap, it's a
trying to-
business at the end of the day. You're going to use all your resources to gain
Of
the
course,
upper hand.
his private security is made up of ex-CIA officers. I promise you.
They know-
Remember
they
who
know
we're talking
everything
about here, dog. Remember what we're talking about. Like, let's not forget. We get so lost up in like the small part of stuff, but let's not forget who these owners are and their organizations represent and what they got going on, dude. Like, these guys, the NFL is reporting on itself. So anything that the NFL releases and reports on that then ends up on the news, they co-sign that shit because they could hide it, and they do.
I mean, we know these owners didn't get to these positions by being stand-up guys. We already know that. You
can't. It's
You
impossible.
don't get to that
be
level.
fair, Tony,
Yeah,
I
hell
think
no.
Joe Robbie was a decent owner.
Well, that's because you don't know what he have in his closet. He
That's
just
Well, the man ain't
like
no
you gotta
longer with us.
understand.
He got dust in his closet. The man dead.
That's what I'm saying. So there's no need to bring it doesn't serve no purpose. You don't gain no type of leverage by bringing out his dirty skeletons.
Because Hazinga had his faults too.
Yeah, Huizinga was a mob guy, as we all know. So say what you want, but Huizinga was the mob. The guy owned a fucking garbage business. What do you think
I
he made his
thought
money
he
on?
owned Blockbuster.
You don't get to those levels by being stand-up guys.
By
No,
just
you
being
don't.
clean.
You
I
always
get it.
What's
you
up, Mr.
always
Pope?
get down and dirty.
Yo,
What you
So-
said, Cap?
I had a third reason, about one of the blockers for, I guess, the reason why we have to sign to a long-term deal, and that's Dak Prescott, dude. If we let Tua go unsigned while Dak Prescott gets his re-signing, we're talking about a completely different ballgame, because everything that Dak Prescott is going through right now in terms of where he stands right now with the organization of the Dallas Cowboys, where his play has been at, like, we're talking about somebody that's looking at like getting near 60 mil a year. And when
But that's
he's
only over a
like
shorter time
that high-
projection.
I mean,
I hear what you're
That's
saying,
only a
bro.
short time. It's very short, but the guaranteed money is much shorter.
But I'm not
It's only like 100
interested.
and-
Is a
it's
market
only that
itself.
matter.
I'm
No,
not
the game
interested
is
in
a
doing
business.
something because of somebody else. I understand
we
in
don't care
theory
about what that is doing with
what
that.
you're saying, because
Yeah, you can't throw good money after bad.
I get what you're saying, right? You're like, hey, if you don't get on this now, that even franchise tag goes up because that's what the position's paying and yada yada yada. I get what you're saying, right? It's
Right.
just outside of Dallas fans and even some of Dallas fans, does anybody here believe in Dak Prescott?
No.
No.
And
No.
Baltimore,
No, we
didn't-
don't.
Baltimore didn't panic with Lamar Jackson and two quarterbacks got paid.
But I think Tua has way more
still don't-
upside than
still
a Dak does. in terms of what he's been able to do year over
I
year.
think the only reason you see it
Dak
that way
has
is
put up
because
just
Tua
like
is
numbers
cheaper
before.
than Dak. If Tua's making more money than Dak Prescott, just say say Dak's
Dak
deal
did
doesn't
just lead
come.
the league in touchdowns this year.
I
Let's
got
not
you,
forget that. He's
but just
putting up numbers
listen
too.
to my listen to what I'm saying here. The reason you're making that correlation is because Tua isn't getting Dak Prescott money. If he was making Dak Prescott money, they would be close to the same, and at least where it matters most in wins and losses. If he's making more than Dak, and Dak is playing what he's playing, and Tua's playing the way he's playing, you would say, "Oh man," Dallas fans go, "Well, at least Dak isn't costing what Tua's cost." Like, you see what I'm saying? It's all relative.
Dak would like increase that market cap though, which is where we start getting into the into the numbers of which, like, if he remains unsigned and we have to draft after a post Dak Prescott signing, like, now we start talking about numbers where even like the people that believe Tua still has some upside left to prove and like he can still get better, like we start getting into like numbers where it's like it's completely uncomfortable. Like we don't feel that way.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I'm saying?
But they
I'm talking about for the
don't do that.
franchise tags.
But you gotta
I'm talking
do it
about
for
for the
every
franchise
quarterback.
tags.
Franchise tag,
Like,
even
yeah,
long-term deal after Dak Prescott gets signed.
Is anybody
Like-
feeling bad because of Baker Mayfield's success with two different teams and he not getting the bag?
That's not what he's saying about them moving on. He's talking about having to keep the quarterback in Miami.
I'm just
And
saying,
you're
as far as
right.
chasing money.
You're right. You're right about the franchise price now becoming a lot more. In which case, it might push you in the direction of signing him to a long-term deal. In which case, the same scenario you're already in now is just pushed a year. You're just going to manipulate money, right?
And extrapolated.
Yeah,
Like,
and,
it would
and
get
extrapolate, of
'Cause
course,
if he proves
absolutely.
everyone wrong, Cap, right? Like, which is what we want him to do, right? We want
Yes.
him to prove that, you know, he can be that guy in big time moments. He can be the guy that can elevate his game. What did we talk about, Tony, earlier? Like, you asked me a question. You were like, where do you want Tua to improve his game? And I said, completing his reads, like being able to get through his progressions, but also that improvisation, which you can't teach a quarterback. But we've seen Tua do it in the past, right? Like, he has done that. But being in the scheme, being in the timing-based offense with the offensive line that we've had, please do not diminish the fact that we have gone through so many different offensive line sets this season. It is a factor. I don't care what you say, it is a factor. Because a guy that you may have relied on at this position got swapped over to this position to fill in a different void. Like, now you're talking about
there's
spot that may get
adjustments.
more rush
No, it's a factor
than-
for
than a
sure.
different-
But
It's a factor, but
it's
I
not
defy you to
preventing
show me.
him
I
from
defy you to show me any Super Bowl team that doesn't have to overcome that factor as well.
People
That's
still
a
have to
factor we're
overcome
all
that.
gonna face
100%.
as football fans. I mean, even in the Super Bowl, they were out their starter. You know what I'm saying? So it
the
is.
best offensive lineman didn't play.
I think what we want to not have happen is that yes, it's accounted for offensive production, but no, it's not accounted for what I needed to see out of the quarterback, that I'm not taking that into account, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what up, Tom? So here's the thing, right? And you said, well, what happens if he proves all those things?
That's what we
Postseason
want.
success, and that's obvious. Of course, everybody wants that. I don't think anyone's gonna care if it means Tua makes more money and they got to spread it out further down the line. It is what it is. I think when people will care and really be a problem is when you pay him and that doesn't happen,
And it
and now
doesn't
you've
pan out.
wasted it. You've wasted everything. Because once you've paid him, and that's what my story was when I got up here, is that you are now stuck on this road for the foreseeable future until you're ready to jump off the road and start back from the beginning. That's the only thing. You sign Tua, and that's it. We are heading for one or two places, and we don't know because it's too far down the line of whether or not we're going to get there. And it's going to look something like this. It'll be the year we have, maybe a run it back next year, or we're going to move off the offensive coach, because if we fail, it's not, you can't get rid of the quarterback. You just paid him. So now you got to think, okay, we need a new head coach that can get this done. And that's typically going to be a defensive guy, in which case the whole freaking thing has flipped on its head. They're not going to hire another fourth defensive coordinator in a row. That is not the answer. They've used that too many times. So it's going to be an offensive coordinator. Now, maybe they say, hey, we're going to take away Mike McDaniel's play calling duties, da-da-da-da. But okay, however you slice it, it's a really thin 2025. It's a really thin 2025, right? 2025 doesn't, whether or not you get to the playoffs or not isn't going to matter at that point, because now everything's on thin ice. If you don't win in the playoffs or don't show that there's a clear vision to being in the AFC Championship game or a Super Bowl, chances are after the 2025 year, you are blowing everything up, and you're either shopping that quarterback or you're giving him his first year under a new coach on a short leash, which we know isn't the way to get Tua to play well anyhow, because we know that that's a problem for how his psychological part of the game comes. And all but the and meanwhile, you're already paying the piper. You're turning over your talents like Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey, and you're essentially on an absolute. The 2026 year is a rebuild year, just by
100%.
timeline alone. In which case they'll probably move off the quarterback if they've moved off from a coach or a GM or anything else. And that's the
I have
deal.
a question. I'm glad you said psychological. Is it fair, panel chat, to say that Tua maybe has not healed psychologically from those big hits that he took not this year, but the year before? Because to me, he's a completely different quarterback when he's calm and composed in the pocket and he's throwing his
when he's feeling himself, he's pretty good.
But when those feet get happy, it's he goes from an MVP candidate to somebody that's very hard to watch. So I wonder, is it a fair assumption, given what we've seen the whole season, right? No more sample size, right? We've seen the whole season plus one playoff game that we lost. Could it be fair that he has still, or maybe the team has not gotten, when I say team, I mean the front office that's making these decisions for him to put on weight, the timing-based offense. We got to admit, those things were put in place to cover those hits that he took, those concussion
also the deficiencies at offensive line. They were also put in place to cover those deficiencies.
Well, see, this is where I disagree.
Not at the beginning of the season. No,
line had such good numbers over the season. You cannot tell me that was not a contributing factor, because it was.
No, you can't say that, because at the beginning of the season they didn't have no worries about this offensive line. No, you can't.
The fact that Tua was getting the ball out faster than his block can.
Okay, that means he got rid of all the excuses then. That means he has no excuse. That means he got rid of those
because
excuses.
That does limit him. Imagine having to process.
It doesn't limit him.
4 different reads in less than 2.3 seconds.
But you do know his numbers went down the more time he went. That's what kills that argument. There is a stat out there that shows what his rating is with more time.
Say that one more time.
The more time he had to throw the ball, his rating went down, not less. Those are just the numbers. So this notion that he needs to have 7 seconds to throw the ball like every quarterback doesn't hold water, because his numbers went down when he had more time.
They implemented that because they wanted him to stay healthy. It had nothing to do with the offensive line. They wanted him to stay healthy. So, because no matter what, you can have the greatest offensive line in history. Hold on, you can have the greatest offensive line in history, but your quarterback. Somebody's going to get to your quarterback, so he has to be able to endure those type of hits during a season to get to a full season. So I don't think they had nothing to do with the offensive line more than it had everything to do with Tua staying healthy and him being able to absorb certain hits, because they're coming regardless of your O-line.
Right. But we're not going to agree that getting rid of the ball quickly may boost certain offensive line numbers more than what
that's a given, but we're not saying that that's the reason that they implemented that type of offense, because of the offensive line. That's just not true.
Right. That's not because of the offensive line they implemented that offense.
But
no, I'm not saying that that's the only reason. I'm saying that it may change your perspective on.
It's just a byproduct.
Started talking to, and here comes Tua's knight in shining armor. Lou, what are you gonna say, Lou?
Let me. You motherfuckers here, boy. Let me tell you something right now. This is when we make blatant statements, right? And we just make it seem like it's a Tua issue. Now, I just want to ask everybody a question, right? Well, I keep it 100%. I keep it fair with everybody, right? But let's just stay on the Tua conversation because that's what gets everybody aroused in this fan base, right? Whether you don't like it or not, people get aroused with the Tua conversation. So let's entertain it. When Nene says, "Well, is it because of the hits he took last year?" Is because when her words again, not mine, her words, when he's an MVP candidate, it just seems like he is relaxed and stuff, and that's where I completely agree with Nene 100%. But this narrative that when he gets her words again, not mine, happy feet, he turns into something.
When did Tannehill win a playoff game?
We don't all want,
what
right?
The fuck
like
is he talking about?
Like we don't like that. But that right there, that's not a Tua issue. But when we make statements like that, we make it seem like it's only a Tua issue. I'll just ask everybody simply, the guy that's considered the GOAT, Tom fucking Brady, the guy with 7 Super Bowl rings, right? What was the narrative on Tom Brady? To rattle him, to get him to where he's uncomfortable, right? Hit him, right? Blitz him. Get him off his spot, right? Is anybody taking a shot at Tom Brady for doing that? You know, another guy another guy when they said had happy feet, right? Was a guy like Peyton Manning.
How about this then, Lou? Hold on a second. How about this then, Lou? No, let me help. Let me help because
is it a Tua issue or is
no?
Just a
I will say this though.
That don't like to get hit. No quarterbacks like to.
I will say this.
No,
I will say this. Then no, you're right. You're right.
Close to being
and
hit.
That's
also ratings for that as well.
That is also why this quick base offense. And another thing is to not allow that to happen, right? It is to protect the quarterback, and there's nothing wrong with protecting the quarterback. In fact, I think it's a good philosophy to use is to protect your quarterback. It'd be dumb if you're like, well, I'm not worried about protecting my quarterback. That's a loser. That's a losing mentality and game plan right there. I will say this though. Are we kind of not considering another reason why this timing and quick throw offense has been put together? Not just the pressure. And maybe there's a reason why Crypto, when he did have more time, that he had less effectiveness in the offense. And this is something Tua said himself. He can't see. When more time has happened, the defensive line has pushed in more, the pocket has gotten tighter, and Tua can't see from inside the pocket, the throwing lanes to hit his open wide receivers. Or they've moved outside of that route or continued onto the route past the time in which they had practiced it to be open, and now he can't see the guy. This is something I just thought of while you were talking. I'm just asking you guys because it's not like we haven't heard Tua say he can't see in the pocket when that's the case. Is this a real problem?
It wasn't an issue in 2022, though. That wasn't an issue that year.
And again, it could be, right? Again, it is what it is. All I'm saying is, to cap something you just said, well, we know what this offense consists of. And I'm not saying you said this, Cap, but a lot of people say that, like, this offense, it was created for Tua. No, it wasn't. Well, Tua wasn't even born.
Lou, it was.
They say it in so many ways, Lou.
Hold on a second.
They always say Tua is the only person.
Why is that a bad thing? Hold on. Why is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it was a bad thing.
It shouldn't be a bad thing, and we shouldn't hold it against them either.
No.
But it's not about holding it against them. People want to make it seem like this offense was just specifically created for Tua, and I don't believe that to be the case. Because
it's a West Coast offense.
Because before Tua was fucking born, they got the ball out of Joe Montana's hands quick. It was a rhythm and timing-based offense. Tua wasn't even fucking born.
Yeah, and not only that, why am I not hitting quick routes with some of the fastest wide receivers that could get open quickly?
And I agree, Cap. See, that's where we got to be better. That's where Tua has to be better, and that's a fair criticism. But when we come out and we just make everything like Tua can't do, this offense is because Tua is limited. Well,
I don't think anyone was saying Tua can't or don't. I think we were saying the stuff we would like to see change before I pay him the freaking satchel.
And that's fine, but people want to tell me that the reason they don't want to pay him is because of this offense. And I'm just asking, in the 80s, where the 49ers fans, when they were winning Super Bowls, were they talking about Joe Montana was limited? That's the reason they created this offense. No, the reason this offense was created because it works. We've seen it. Even if you don't believe in Tua, the offense ain't the problem, right? So,
No,
like,
clearly not the problem.
Like, what are we talking about? And again, I'm not talking about anybody on this panel.
Well,
I'm just talking for the, like, every time we talk, it's, well, Tua can't do this, and he's limited here, and this is why this and this. Bro, stop. We know.
I think the difference we can point from Tua to Montana, outside of just the time and the toughness it took to play in that, is remaining cool. I mean, that was fucking cool. That the dude was smoking a cigarette at halftime, fucking chilling. Everybody knows the story in which they're in the Super Bowl and he's in the huddle and he points out to the stands and go, "Hey, is that John Candy right there?" To like his guys. Like that there was the last play of the fucking game in the Super Bowl and he points out to his offensive line, "Is that John Candy in the stands?" That's a fucking ice water vein son of a bitch right there. Mm-hmm. And that's what you got to be in this offense. And we knew that Montana also would hold on to the ball and let his wide receiver weapons get further open and shrug guys off and tuck. That's if we could see Tua do stuff like that and say to himself inside of this scheme, inside of this 2.5 seconds in which he could deliver a perfect dot, he says, "You know what? I'm not going to deliver the dot. I'm going to deliver the heave because I know it's going to happen. I might have to shake another 1.5 seconds in here, but I'm going to do it." And that's
he showed the capability of doing that, though. I mean, if you
he has for sure stepping up.
Remember, that was his issue in 2022, which is why they tried to get him to get the ball out of his hands quicker. So what you got to do is you got to come to a healthy medium right there. Before he was holding on too long, always looking for the big throw, so he had to be comfortable in that pocket. And then this year, they worked on him getting the ball out quicker, making those quick decisions so he could protect himself a little bit more.
But Tony, don't you see where that becomes a bit of a problem though?
Yes,
something
exactly.
you did in 2022. We needed you to and what we wanted you to do better. Yeah, exactly. Like in 2023. You did the stuff better we wanted you to do, but we wanted you to add to the stuff you had last year. That's not what happened.
But
he's changed it up.
We need another weapon in the offense, and that's a big body tight end, a well-rounded tight end.
He wasn't doing that. He wasn't doing that, but he wasn't doing what we're asking him to do in 2022. Then
I don't think so.
Yes, he was. He was holding on the ball.
I don't think so.
Hold on, wait a minute. Every time he got injured, it's because he was holding on the ball too long.
Right.
Yeah, but that I would say
that's been his problem since he was drafted, though. Remember
exactly. But now all of a sudden he's getting the ball.
What his problem was this year, though, Tony, right? Is again what people. And this is no shot at nobody. It's going to come off as a shot.
Just put it as a shot, man. We're good. Shoot me, dog. I can take it, Lou.
No. This shot is.
Please shoot me.
Again, it's not even a shot. The fact of the matter is, there's a lot of people in this community that when they break down film, they're biased. Right?
Oh, yeah, that ain't no lie.
Oh, Lord.
That ain't no fucking lie, dog. There's some dumb people breaking down film around here. Oh, my God, bro. Go ahead.
Lewis, you dirty for that. You dirty for that.
I mean, listen,
CB41.5 was going to have a different opinion.
Facts are facts, Nene. There's people that don't know football.
You guys know the guy that breaks down film the best in this community.
So-and-so. There's other dummies out there.
He said it's a other dummy.
I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't even talking about CB83 to be honest.
I didn't think you were either, Lou. I know they thought that, but I thought you were just saying as a blanket statement because there's a lot of people out here where they picked a play that somebody did good or bad in the game, and they're gonna show that on their Twitter feed with a little circle around it and say some dumb shit.
Absolutely. What we see from Tua in 2022 was Mike McDaniel come in here and they were going to go after the long ball. Everything was deep, right? They were trying to prove a point. This year, it was kind of the same thing. And I don't care how fast Tua gets the ball out of his hand. It's always between 12 to 15 to 18 to 25 yards. It's intermediate. And what the problem with the Miami Dolphins and the conversation you guys were having earlier when I was up here killing y'all, right, is the simple fact that Tony, you were part of it too. But hey, I say that with all due respect, right? With all due respect.
You can slap with that then.
The fact that remains, what we need Tua in this offense to do is what you guys were telling me about Josh Allen, what Josh Allen did, right? Ball control. Keep the chains moving, first downs. See, the problem here is is when Tua gets so dependent on Tyreek or Waddle or whoever's going on those post routes or those in-breaking routes in the middle, right? That's what Tua's trying to hit. The problem is you got Braxton Berrios crossing your face at 4 yards with another 5 to 6
There
yards
you
of running,
go.
right? He's not willing to throw that. He wants
back
that
out of the
in-breaking
backfield.
route, right? When you got Raheem Mostert or A-Chain coming out of the backfield wide open with 7 yards of green grass in front of you, Tua's not going to there. And I don't believe it's that he's not reading it or he don't see it or he knows that it's there. He just don't. And again, Shake money, shout out to Shake. The show started and Shake brought out Tua's grades out of, I guess not out of the combine because he didn't perform in it, but what the scouting report against Tua was, Tua always looks for the big play. That was one of his knocks. He's not willing to take the underneath. He doesn't look at it well, right? Bro, that's all we're missing in this offense. Really. We want ball control. I love the big playability on this team. This quick strike with Waddle, the quick strike with Tyreek Hill, right? We've demonstrated we could do that the past 2 years. The facts now are we have that already in our back pocket. Now start hitting that Braxton Berrios underneath. Start hitting the Durham Smythe up the seams for those 8, 9, 10-yard chunk plays, right?
We need a bigger tight end.
That's what we need. And virtually, if we can start doing that, right, that's when this offense will be unstoppable. That's why this offense works so well with Joe Montana and the 49ers, right? How many times do you remember him hitting Roger Craig out of the backfield?
But you know what? We don't
out of the
read.
backfield.
His reads are not set up that way, Lewis.
We don't hit our running backs as often as they do.
Lewis, to Lewis's point, is that that's not really going to take another superstar player to make those plays. He's going to take more time in the pocket, Tua waiting for the second part of the play to develop,
1000%.
and then know that it's there and hit it. And absolutely, if he in this offense gets to that game, and listen, half the time it's going to be the O-line blocking where he can sit and do it. The other half, he's going to have to be able to find a way to move in or out of the pocket for that other option. And if and when you do, if the pocket is collapsing because they brought 5 and you step up or sidestep to then hit the running back out in the flat, chances are he's wide fucking open and there ain't nobody around for days. And now what you've done is you demoralize the mortal shit out of the team you're playing. Then it puts pressure on their offense to start taking more chances, in which case hopefully bodes well for the defense, and now you've won the football game.
1000% Cap.
That's why I'm so high on us getting a tight end.
Well,
Jesus Christ!
The problem is we might not find this out until another 12 months until December.
Yeah,
he
doesn't.
So I like the idea of a tight end, right? I hear you. But us drafting a tight end high in the draft in the first 2 rounds,
slim to none. We don't draft.
It's not just slim to none. It's not just slim to none. I think it would be malpractice. Personally, I would think it would be a worse to take a running back or a tight end in the first or second round right now. It would be worse to do that than them drafting a quarterback. I'm dead serious. I would rather them draft a quarterback in the first or the second than a tight end or a running back. And that's just how it is.
And again,
I want us to grab like a Theo Johnson.
We have anyway. That's why I say we don't need to.
Yeah, I don't need this guy's obsessed with these damn tight end. Like our tight end is just
exactly. Try eating the ice cream that you got in your refrigerator before you go asking for a great Sunday.
Exactly.
Hey, but Lewis,
I keep hearing the same thing. We need to get a tight end. We need to get a running back.
We brought you up here. It was probably me that brought you up here, but
well, you know it was you. Don't talk about probably.
Yeah, go ahead, Nene. Cook his ass, Nene.
So, see, there's that toxic Tony in you. But Lewis, you are not subscribing that those hits that he took plays into the factors on, how he plays when that pressure comes at him, right?
I'm not saying that I'm not, Nene, right?
No, I'm just curious. So you don't. What's your percentage?
I'm saying I could even agree with that, Nene, right? I'm not saying I disagree. What I'm saying is when we make statements like that, and I'm not just trying to come at you, Nene. I'm just saying in general, when you make statements like that, right? People will hear that and be like, "Well, that's a limitation on Tua. That's a Tua issue." And what I'm debating is, yes, maybe that is true. But when Tom Brady tore his ACL again, that fateful night against Kansas City, when Matt Castle played the remainder of the season, right? When Tom Brady came back the next season, he didn't want to stay there and get hit. Did you notice that he would start going down when people were coming at him? But
Yeah,
no
I
one
remember.
said,
He didn't want nobody around his leg.
nobody
First
said,
of all,
right? When
Lou,
people would
I
get around
did.
his
I
leg,
said, I fucking did, Lou. I was like, look at this fucking pussy falling to the ground when no one's even touching him. So say what you will, Lou, but I was out there on 10 toes calling him a bitch for laying on the ground like a little bitch that he was at the time.
He's soft. He's soft.
Yeah, he's
Cap.
fucking soft as fucking baby shit, fucking little pussy.
Cap, I can't, again,
Good
I can't
Lord.
go back.
I'm sorry, Nene. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got
guess
turned
he
up.
got those punchable faces. But go
He
on.
fucking does, that motherfucker wearing a polo right now.
What I'm saying is
the
I
rings
can't
with
go
that
back.
face.
I can't go back and remember everything that everybody says because there's too many people in the world. What I'm saying is, for the most part, though, when we say comments like that, people will be like, "Well, that's just a Tua problem. Tua's the only one that does it." When we've known in this league that that's just part of the game.
Well, I will say this,
course,
Lou.
like Tom Brady
Earlier,
didn't like
when you
people around
came
his
up,
legs,
you
but
were
no
mad
one said
about
that.
people comparing Tua to other quarterbacks, and they were comparing him to quarterbacks with less stuff. I've got a real problem with you comparing Tua to better quarterbacks like Tom Brady like that. Don't even try that. Don't even make that comparison.
No, I'm not. But I'm not comparing the players. I'm not comparing Tua to Tom Brady. I'm comparing. The conversation is, could it be that Tua, right, because of those hits, maybe is a little bit more worried about those hits, right? Okay,
Sure.
cool. I can accept that. But it's not
How
just
long?
a Tua
How long are
issue.
we talking here, dog? How long do we have to wait between the
again,
hip and the head?
Well, Cap, I have no idea. What I'm saying is that goes to my point right there. That's even proof. Tom Brady played 23 years, Cap. He didn't, after that leg injury, he didn't never like people around his leg.
Yeah,
Did we wait for
after the
Tom
leg
Brady?
injury though?
Okay,
Yeah, but
and this is after the hip and after the concussion. So what are we talking about? It's in the
But
back
how
of
many
every
injuries
quarterback's
over the
mind.
life
It's just
of
not
the
a Tua
career
problem.
from high school on did Tom Brady get? I only know of the one in the NFL.
Okay, and after that one, he never liked people. What does it matter if it's 15 or it's 1? The fact remains, he never, after the one injury, then he never liked people around his legs.
Yeah, but Lewis,
Over that.
he
It
went
didn't
on
affect
to
him from
still
throwing the
win
ball,
Super Bowls,
right?
right?
It didn't affect him for holding on to it at the last second and throwing it.
And again, okay, cool, Crypto. That's a cool story. The concussions and those hits happened last year. The next year, the man led the league in fucking passes.
All I
What are we
know is
talking about?
Scar 305
Yeah,
is cooking
that's
Lou
true.
in
We
chat
also
right
know
now.
Yeah.
that
Never happened, Cap. Goddamn it.
this
Don't
is a
do
down
that,
year
Cap.
in passing.
Gronk.
We're not going to ignore that.
Hey, Lewis,
All I know is that he's right that Brady still stood in the pocket and took big hits
And
to
over that
deliver
apron.
passes. And the
know
difference that I was trying to make is that can Tua stand tall enough in the pocket to throw while the pocket collapses around
He
him?
has
We've seen,
to.
yes. Well, no, I
that-
think it would behoove him to get outside the pocket
Comment
for his field
there.
of vision.
Goodbye.
Scar 305 must be next to a microwave. I know it's not a stove, goddammit. Because the simple fact of it is, if we didn't live in a fucked up world where every time we would throw up a goddamn video on this channel, we would get copy strikes, I would put up the fucking video of Tom Brady when someone coming at him would just fall to the floor.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Fucking
I
videos.
remember that.
Okay,
I remember.
Eli
Falling to the floor,
Manning,
so he's
Eli Manning with 2 Super
the
Bowl
standard.
victories. That same Eli Manning, he would do the same fucking bullshit. So again, this is what pisses me off about these casuals in this goddamn fucking community. That were, two of them because it's an NFL issue. It's not.
Well, how about every time I can remember these quarterbacks throwing right at the defender's feet?
But
as soon as the ball is snapped, defender gets loose running up, they throw right at his feet and kill the clock rather than trying to make a play with the ball in their hands.
When you agree he needs to get back comfortable in the pocket like he was before, you got to give him a year to get back used to it. It's just natural.
Tony, you were at every game this season, correct?
Right, yeah.
Tony, you were at the Dallas game then, right?
Yes, sir.
When Tua delivered the one pass that Tyreek dropped that should have been a touchdown, what was happening in that play, Tony?
He had pressure in his face. He had pressure in his face on the second one too against Dorado.
Who was smacking him right in the face when he made those 2 throws, the one to Tyreek and the one to Waddle? Wasn't that Michael Parsons?
That was part. Well, I was going to say the one with Parsons. With Waddle was Parsons, and
Parsons
he still
barely
could
touched
start.
him in that game.
But that he was
Hit
bearing
him
down
right
with the
under his
pressure.
chin.
Yeah,
He
was
hit him right under his chin when he was delivering the ball. Did it look like he
He
delivered
did.
the ball there?
He
No,
did
still
deliver the ball.
delivered. That's what I was saying. He needs. We had to give him some time to get back comfortable as he was. Remember, that was
Thank
towards the tail end of the season where he was getting back in the groove. The thing about it is, I still saw a glimpse. Like I said, i.e. that interception he threw against Buffalo, he was throwing off his back foot, and there was no one in front of him.
So okay, let's turn the narrative.
Right,
then.
that will go to
Because
what I was saying earlier. He
Lou,
had a lot of time and
Lou,
rating
you're
was down.
100%. I have seen Tua, and I don't mean to make. I'm kind of just playing the Pete character right now. I don't really give a fuck either way, guys.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I got to play devil's advocate. I'm just fucking having a good time. I'm here having fun.
Did you call Pete a devil?
Pete Devil. Yeah, I did actually earlier.
Scary stuff, bro. He lost.
I did. I did. I was having a good time. But I'll say this, right? There is a true concern that I don't think Dolphin fans are talking enough about, and that's, just the rigmarole of the season wearing on these guys. And we heard recently Tyreek Hill talk about him getting out of his routine, and ever since he did, then he got injured, and his production kind of dipped a little bit towards the end of the year. And I worry about not just Tua in his routine, but just the wear and tear on his arm strength alone. And I'm just wondering, what can we do to do better at that? We still need him to practice week in and week out. So, what could he do to remain strong? Because I'm sorry, but the season only gets harder to throw in as the wintertime comes and the winds pick up and the chill factor becomes an actual factor. What are we going to do about this, guys? Because this to me, what can be done?
No.
How about that?
He had to figure it out. Every quarterback go through the same season. They go through the same amount of games. They deal with the same kind of conditions. So if they figure it out, that's what he get paid the big bucks.
Bingo, Tony.
That's what he got to
I
train him for.
Change the entire scheme and adjust for the mishaps of a season prior, including all of the absolutely complete misses that we had towards the latter half of the season, which was, where's Tyreek? Oh, he's hurt. Fail. We need to.
We beat the Jets 30-0 with Tyreek not playing the game.
Offense.
I mean, didn't he play without Tyreek? And
I'm over Tyreek's antics of playing possum. If he's limping around and he's still in the game, I don't give a shit.
First
the
of
man's
all,
playing possum, goddamn it.
I don't like that we do this in the fan base.
He's trying to get in the head of the defense.
Hold on a second, everybody.
Slack up off him so he can burn by him.
I like that. I want him to play possum out there.
That's what I'm saying. So I ain't buying into his injuries on the field ever again.
But not only that, but I don't like that. I heard somebody say it's a Tyreek Hill centric offense. I understand what you mean by that. That you should be utilizing your weaponry. That's how you become more hard to defend. But it's hard when you have such an elite superpower like Tyreek Hill not to take advantage of it.
Jalen Waddle, bro.
I agree with you, bud.
Jalen Waddle needs to be featured way more. It needs to be more balanced.
Yes and no.
He was featured about the same amount of time as last year. He just had better numbers.
Even if Waddle and or wide receiver 3 or tight end or running back gets some targets, it's only going to come around scheming Tyreek Hill in a way in which to get those guys open. And we've seen that done. Here comes Tyreek Hill. He drags the linebacker to the side or drags the safety to the side because they want to defend on that.
People, right?
And that leaves open spots for other guys. And it's worked. Again, I think everything they did was fine. If you go back and watch the film, it's really coming down to the second half of a lot of these play designs that either Tua didn't wait for, didn't see, or didn't take advantage of. And that needs to change. And then
we get figured out.
And with that getting figured, and I think they can, because it is a coachable thing.
No, I disagree with that. We didn't get figured out. There were people who running Waddle all through the season.
No, I'm saying I think we can get it figured into this next season. I think it's a coachable thing. I think it speaks on film, and I think they can practice it and get it better. The things I worry about, again, is latter in the season, the wear and tear on the quarterback. Is it something he's going to be able to have the endurance for later in the season, because I feel like, especially when we saw in that KC game, that ball was not the same football, man. It really was not. And against Buffalo too, there was some good throws, but it just seems like the heat was lost. Am I wrong? Am I right? I don't know.
I want to talk to Tony real quick. You didn't think we got figured out when Spagnuolo threw out those rotating safeties?
No, not at all.
He called a game plan.
There were people, but there still was people wide open. Really? Yes, go watch the game. Man, oh, Jesus Christ.
If you go back, hold on.
We don't went through this 100 times already.
If you go back and watch that game, Spagnuolo and his defense stayed at home. No one took the cheese. They were disciplined.
Exactly.
They stayed at home. They didn't move off their guys, and they let their one-on-one matchups rotate to whoever was closest to watch when it came to Tyreek. But no one ever moved out of position because of Tyreek. So it didn't open up the other holes. What it did have is the third option was wide open more often than not. And Tua never went to him.
And you didn't get to the read? Yeah.
Never went to him. Whether he had the time or didn't or whatever, he never went to that third option. He went to the first. Sometimes it was, and a lot of these plays, I hate people, they don't want to say it. A lot of these plays are designed for that first option to be the fake. And that's why it's just the truth. Here's the cheese. Here's the guy coming up on the inside post. Here's the guy that's going to take the low drag to pull the linebacker up for the second level open, and that's what it is. It's 1, second level 2. There it is, open because of where the linebacker got moved, or underneath is open because the safety moved back because of the second level route that went first. It became pretty easy, and really what a defensive coordinator needed to have is good corners and disciplined football everywhere else. That's what all he needed to do. And if you saw what they did as well, is that from the weak side they would blitz. They would blitz on the weak side because that weak side is really where that underneath was going to be, but Tua couldn't see it because he had pressure in his face on the weak side. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Hey, Cap, can I say something real quick? Because I'm just remember something that Lewis said, and I will put the disclaimer out there that this applies to all quarterbacks, not just to Tua.
Oh, here we
do you think? Yeah, well, because sometimes, like Lewis says, what I can mean, and somebody will take that, and then it just becomes a Tua problem.
Just cook his ass, Nene. He needs it. Go ahead.
So my question is, he said something earlier.
Don't worry, I'm gonna use that on Batman. I'm gonna use that strategy. It applies to all offensive linemen every time he criticizes Eichenberg. I'm gonna say this is offensive lineman issue.
Oh hell no, that don't, not Eichenberg.
So my question
I'm gonna use the same logic.
I know we kind of all watch Hard Knocks together, but I do recall a scene with Nick Saban where Tua throws a ball, and I guess the play was called Bear, and Nick Saban is kind of chewing him out a little bit, like, "Hey, you didn't see him in that play?" And Tua's like, "No," or whatever he's saying. Is this something, because I can't lie, I'm a University of Miami fan. I didn't watch the Alabama games as much. Is this something that's just him, that he doesn't trust those additional options? And even though Mike McDaniel or even the players themselves may be coming to him and say, "Hey, Tua, I'm open," he probably like, "Yeah, all right, bud." And then we get in the play, he still throws it to Tyreek or whoever is in that spot.
I don't think it's as complicated.
No, I don't think it's that, because if you got film and you got games of Tua hitting all type of receivers for touchdowns. Go back to last season. Craig Kraft, Trent Sheffield, even Mike Gesicki, they were all catching passes. And we got rid of Chase. What's the running back we got rid of him because he dropped the touchdown pass clearly, which could have helped us win games.
But I'm talking more to
Chase Edmonds.
We got rid of him. No, and the fact that a coach,
we got rid of Edmonds because we thought he could catch the ball out of the backfield.
He fucking couldn't. Yes, exactly, dropping it. So the fact that you when you see that clip, You could go put a clip on any quarterback, from the greatest Tom Brady to Peyton Manning to everybody, the Drew Brees of a coach coming to him like, yo, you had this guy wide open, or you got the receiver come to you, hey, yo, on that play right there, when they do this here, I'm wide open on the back end. It always happens. They just so happen.
That's why I put the disclaimer out there, so we've already acknowledged that it happened.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a Tua thing. No, because we seen him.
It's just that
we seen him.
some people correct it faster than others.
Some really unfortunate
That's
drops.
the tough
My
region.
question is directly towards
spreading the ball around.
why in these big moments he's not scanning the field like he is earlier in the season.
I don't think it's only in the big moments. I think it shows up in the big moments because these are the better teams with better players. In the game that he's winning, his first option is open all the time. So,
right.
You know what I mean? So he doesn't have to get to the second and third read because Tyreek is just way better than the players that across him. So no matter what defense you throw out there, he's still going to get open. The thing about it is, if it's not just big moments, it's that he just needs to get back to it. I think he put the emphasis on getting the ball out of his hand quickly this season, which kind of to me hinders his progression, because you cannot. I think that's handcuffing him, trying to get the ball out quick, just specifically for injuries purposes. I don't like that.
Some people say it's like he's a robot now.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Like
and I
Tony,
see
you
the
think
same
it was only for injury purposes?
Yeah, I think I don't think it was only.
Why?
I'm saying mainly. Listen, what you think that they focus on in the offseason? The gaining of pounds, the doing the jujitsu. And the getting the ball
that's
out
the only
quick.
thing that they focus on.
That's the only thing that he worked on. All that is predicated on what? Him staying healthy. That's what all that. That's what main focus.
His off-season conditioning was about, not the offense play calling.
Well,
I got a question for
the offensive. I mean, there's a reason he got the ball out.
What's up, Mr. Paul?
You get what I'm saying? Because it was all added into. Well, you don't focus all that condition and all that, and did not implement it in the game. You just, that's not, you know what I'm saying, that just not what happened this season. I think one of the four things is I'll guarantee it is getting to the second, third, and fourth options. You know, being more comfortable like he was before in the pocket, so where he could get to these guys that's running open, and you could use Tyreek as a decoy more often because he's going to be able to hold the ball on for that extra split second and get the guys that we see open. They're going to go watch the film. If we see it as fans, that you best believe that our coach, our quarterback, they're going to see this on film and say, yo, we just need to improve upon this because these guys are popping wide open. We just are not hitting these guys.
Well, what happens if they
that was
don't?
the whole point too.
What happens if they don't?
And if they don't, then you know we need to move on. Whether it's a coach and a quarterback, because you cannot be that incompetent to that we can see it and you can't see it. We pay you the bucks to see these kind of things. And
Well, no, they see it. They see it. They just can't operate it. What were you going to say, Mr. Paul?
Yeah. If it's an operational standpoint and the players executing, then you got to get the players on the field that can.
No, what I was about to say, Cap, because you brought up that maybe Tua's not able to see. Is he the same? And when I say that, please don't chew me up. Is he the same stature as Russell Wilson?
For his height?
Yeah, I would imagine.
I think maybe they got Tua listed as what, 6'1", 6 foot?
No, he's 6 even.
I think they got Russell Wilson at 5'11", correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, they basically the
same range.
Yeah.
Depends if they get chiropractors or whatever. They're pretty much the same. You know?
Not chiropractors.
No, reason why I'm bringing that up because it seems like Russell Wilson has good sight as far.
But notice what Russell Wilson.
But he always got out of the pocket, though.
And not only did he always get out of the pocket, but he also got super deep in the pocket too. See, that's the thing people forget to watch at Russell Wilson is that he would drop super deep back in the pocket to get the vision to find where the guy was at. And that's another thing I would like Tua to do. I know it could result in absolute catastrophe, and I understand why it's been something that they say don't do. Yeah, but getting deeper in the pocket widens your field of vision to find your targets. And if you know that they're there, because you got to know the routes, say at the end of this drag route, he turns upfield. Well, now he's gone from the left side of the formation all the way to the right. You've bought the extra time. You should know that this wide receiver should be streaking down the right side of the field now. And because you saw the guy in pursuit but couldn't get there because you had pressure in your face, you're going to now drop back further in the formation, see that he's been pulled over. You know the safety's down, playing down in the box now because you had Tyreek come across the other side of the formation. So that means Waddle now is streaking wide open at the end of the field on the right side, and you got to put it there. That's the different type of stuff, the secondary parts of these play designs that we are not utilizing. And if you don't utilize them, listen, you can get away and win football games taking your first read on your first routes all day long. But if you can't, because you're in late in the season and teams have figured out to defend that small window late in the season, you have injuries that you got to overcome, whatever, you got to be able to push that second part of the play. That's it. No one makes a play design and then it just stops. Now if the pocket breaks down and the quarterback's running for his life, what do wide receivers do? They come back to the play. They try to help their quarterback out. They come back to the ball. That's it. And it's these broken down plays that the Dolphins aren't fucking making some of.
Exactly.
That really are the other big teams are, and that's you're going to play the greatest teams at some point, and really it's going to come down to one or two stupid weird plays like that are going to make or break this game. And we were getting them on defense, and we've had some on offense. We just haven't had them in big games against big opponents late in the year in a way that is going to present a problem for anyone going against us.
So, Cap, what's your and the panel and everybody, what's your idea that the teams is once they meet physical teams, all of that, it's not so much about teams that are better, it's just teams that are physical. Example, Tennessee is not a better team, right? They didn't have better talent than us, right? But they were a more physical team. Do you think in the offseason it's a challenge to, and we're speaking more to the offense, that they have to figure it out with this West Coast offense, variations of it to deal with these physical teams?
So Nene, that to me is the only answer. That's the only answer that we have, is that we can come out week to week as a different football team. This week we're the speed finesse team because we know that matches up in a non-conducive way against the team we're going against.
I like
and
that.
you got to think of it in the sense of this too. If the team you're going against is a speed finesse team, they got Patrick Mahomes out there, right? You playing the game you did against whatchamacallit, the Denver Broncos, and you're airing it out. Well, now your defense is tired. Now the game ends up potentially being whoever has the ball last wins, right? So what do you do to counterbalance that? If you can now have a physical in the trenches football team, you keep them off the field. You wear their defense down. You keep your defense fresh. You got to have an ability with this type of football team, plain and simple, because we don't possess the quarterback that's going to be able to A, run on them, or B, throw on them at will like some of these other guys can. So as a football team, you're going to have to construct that type of game plan offensively where you can be, a zebra, for lack of a better term. It just depends on which stripe you're going to be today and which team is going to be best to go against. Am I going to be the physical team or am I going to be the finesse
By the
team?
way, a zebra is black with white stripes. So just want to let you know that. Fun fact.
It is a fun fact, and I'm glad you clarified it up because I almost said it the other way, but that's why I said to pick a stripe because I couldn't remember what it was. But I'm glad you hooked me up. But see, that's kind of what we have to do because of the talent we possess at quarterback, and I think that's fine. And teams have proven that they can win it all the time and get to the Super Bowl, a la the Niners. They don't possess a super strong quarterback. They don't possess a quarterback that's known for running all over them, although he will run on them and although he will throw on them. But they also are a team that we know the Niners could come out and beat the smash mouth football team that they have been, and that's kind of where the Dolphins have to go because we don't have Patrick Mahomes or Herbert or Allen where you're gonna try to lean on that type of strength or running ability like Lamar Jackson. You just got to work with what you got. The problem is that when you don't have when you're paying that quarterback, it becomes harder to build that offense. Which is why the Ravens have been so successful for so long. They've always been able to lean in on their defense, right? Because of their in the trench play with the run game and stuff like that. What were we gonna say, Shake?
No, I was just gonna say I gotta get out of here, but I know you'll close it down. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I'll
man.
close it down. I'll see you, Shake.
Hey, be
All right,
easy,
Shake,
bro.
get well, man.
Later,
Hey,
Shake.
but Shake,
Chicken
but
noodle soup,
Cap,
man.
a follow-up question that we haven't talked about. The
Whoa,
defense,
I had
right?
something to say to Cap. What he said.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I think it's so
Okay.
funny though. Like
Some chicken
Cap,
broth.
you're talking about adaptability. You're talking about game to game being able to adapt to the opponent. And tell me if I'm wrong, guys. Have the Dolphins not poached the Patriots to get this type of result, like year over year, whether it be through a player or like a hiring to the coaching staff or whatnot, to try to replicate this? But yet we see other franchises being able to do this on their own, with their own players and with their own moxie. Now we got this guy Anthony Weaver, which I'm super high on, and maybe we can get there. Maybe it got to a point, especially when Waddle said on the sideline, like, we're too freaking good to be losing right now. To realize, like, it's not about like copying a regime. It's about utilizing your talent either in-house or coaching them correctly to get there. And I would love to hear Tony's thoughts on this, but every time we talk about like trying to adapt to a team or trying to adapt week to week versus matchups, I always think about the Dolphins always trying to copy what the Patriots do. I don't know if you can relate to that, Cap, or any Fins fan can relate to that, but it's like frustrating.
Well, for so long we had to figure a way to beat that team because they were still. You knew the road through the Super Bowl.
Right, the road, yeah.
Went
That's
through
how I'm
Patriots
saying.
and the AFC, no matter what, and we were the first chance to get to go through it, be it in their division. If we won our division, it was all the more likely that we could win because we were beating the team that everyone needed to beat. I understand that, but look, the Patriots, they had that. They had a elite quarterback that did elite things with the football in his hand at elite moments, and they also could say, you know what, we're not going to have Tom Brady throw for 500 yards today. We're going to have him throw for 190 and run down your throat. And that's really the thing. And the reason in which they were able to do that is because their quarterback never made the money that you're going to pay quarterbacks that first contract. He never did that.
He always took a pay cut.
Always took a pay cut, and that's it's so
Everyone
hard.
could be married to a superstar, Victoria's Secret model.
Agreed, buddy.
Well,
I don't ever begrudge
you don't
a
necessarily
man
have
for
to
getting
be
his money, but I gotta
married
look
to a
how him getting
superstar
his
to do
money.
that.
I gotta look how I don't begrudge anyone from getting every dollar that they should and can demand, right? But I gotta look how it affects me and my fandom of my football team for what it's the byproduct of paying that man. That's it. Now, I don't think Tua's thinking to himself, I'm going to play 23 years in the NFL. He's already had injuries. He's already had concussions. And he's got to think to himself, I need the most money I could possibly get because this might be the only time I get it. God forbid he gets some serious concussion at some point during this contract that he says, I don't want to play ever again. You know what I'm saying? So there is that for him to personally consider as himself being a man of his own family, and that's throughout his whole deal. And I'm not going to be upset with him for carrying that way. But that doesn't serve me, the fan. I have to, and believe me, as a person who, as the facade may say differently, I am a super, super empathetic person. It's probably my best, worst quality because I've allowed it to hold me back feeling sorry for people. And the reality of us fans is that we need to feel sorry for ourselves. We are the ones here long before and long after Tua is gone, and we got to take into consideration everything this organization does because our hearts are attached to it, and their bad mistakes, they just move on. They're making millions. They're winning. We're not. We're spending the money and giving the time. It's fucking 11 o'clock on a Saturday, and this show's been going on 5 hours, and that's how much everybody in chat loves this thing. And we got to have some sort of say in pushback to them making our decisions for our heart. That's it. So because of those considerations, you know, I gotta be real with myself. You know, it's just like if you're with the chick, she's spoken fine, and Nene, this doesn't apply to you, obviously.
Yeah, obviously it does not.
But she's spoken fine and everything like that. And you know, she's doesn't cheat, but she's got all the other problems. She's kind of psycho. She's a pig. She has a family problem that you can't deal with whatever thing you want to insert in there. And you know, as much as your heart's into that, you need to make the right decisions because you got to protect your heart, right? You know where this could potentially end. And so we got to just have that kind of energy with this football team at times, because I allow my empathy.
You got to G-check it constantly. I agree.
I allow my empathy for all the. Listen, every time I watch the Tua Tagovailoa story from the injury and the college and then the down and now the up, it fucking makes your heart flutter a little. You know what I'm saying? I get that.
Yeah.
Right.
But I can't let that flutter in my heart prepare me for absolute divorce and wreck and not seeing my kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to protect myself from the whole thing. Yeah, dog. I got to protect myself.
Can I respond to that? Obviously, not none of that situation in terms of the female. But here's the thing. I can't see his name. To the Dub MC's point. I'm curious because Aronde Gaston, I think in week 4, was on the Hockman and Crowder show, and he addressed this with Crypto. You know where I'm going with this.
I remember,
he addressed this about this team, you know, being able to beat the lesser talent, but he was like, this is not going to work against the schedule once it gets tougher. That Mike McDaniel and the organization has to have a plan B style offense, because he mentioned, he said all of the motion and all of the window dressing.
You know what's crazy
though,
Nene?
do all of that.
He was right. Yeah, it turned out
we kind of had that for a little bit. You guys remember that? I feel like every year under that first year of flow, like we had that adaptability.
I was still finishing
Nene.
the point.
Sorry.
But what I'm saying is that I don't think you have to be a zebra, but I think you have to have better in-game adjustments. I don't think we're in the position of how this team is constructed, or, you know, the winning aspects to walk in arrogantly to say, okay, this is our game plan. We're sticking with it. Doesn't matter what the other team does to it. We're going with this. And I feel confidence can turn into borderline arrogance and stupidity at the same time. And I think that's what happened. You know, when you beat a team by 70 points, I don't care who you are, you do walk around with your
start feeling yourself. Dog, you start feeling yourself. Yeah.
And all of the mantra, how they performed at home. And if you don't have stable people in the locker room that kind of could keep people humble, because remember, after that happened, we beat Denver. They came on the plane with these emoji shirts, and Buffalo took that personal. When they scored touchdowns, they did the emoji celebration.
Yeah.
My point is,
they did the emojis.
Moving forward, I don't think you have to, because I don't think you have the talent to play finesse and physical at the same time. I think you, as a coach, have to give an understanding at halftime or in game. We have to adjust better. But I think it becomes a point, and even you hear some fans talk about it. Well, if Tua's a franchise quarterback, why are we running the ball? Well, we're running the ball because it makes sense for this play.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like people saying franchise quarterbacks aren't a part of running teams. That's dumb.
Exactly.
But I will say this, right? It's why
But you
I
get where I'm
like.
going, Cap.
No, I'm right there with you, Nene. I do. This is the reasons in which you're saying are the reasons why I like having a defensive coach as the head coach, because here's the thing about defenses, right? Nothing can change a game faster than defenses, with them making big stops, big plays, flipping the field by sacks, or flipping the field with interceptions. And things of that nature. Those are the big momentum swings, right? Now, when you need your offense, the problem with defensive coaches is that they know that, and they know that that's good enough. That one play can win a game with a defensive type of big play, right?
They never adjusted fast enough, Cap. Especially after the flow era, like he just never adjusted fast enough.
Well, the thing that he did that most defensive coaches get problematic with is they get bogged down in wanting to build the run game, and he didn't necessarily do that. He didn't necessarily do that. A lot of them want to get bogged down in controlling the clock with the run and keeping things simple and allowing my defense to make that one play, and then I score on that short field, and now I can grind out this game, which is the Patriot way. And he got a little bit too into that, and the reason we found so much success is because he was able to have a quarterback to give him the Patriot way, but had the gunslinging I need a play on offense from Fitzpatrick, which is why he didn't like to work with Tua. He knew Tua wasn't a gunslinger in the way that he was going to throw bombs and Hail Marys to literally. He's not built to the way like that, and so defensive coaches get into that thing. Give me a spark on offense when I need it. I'll do the rest on defense, and we'll run the ball and control it.
Yeah, but with Waddle and Tua, hang on now.
He was missing an opportunity, is what he was.
Like Flores just did not capitalize on that. But on top of that, I just don't feel Flores took full advantage. If you want,
he definitely didn't, Brody, and that's what got him fired. Is that he wasn't taking advantage of the weapons they were presenting to him.
Exactly.
He wasn't.
Right. We agree on that.
I completely wholeheartedly agree. And his inability to attract a young offensive mind that to run his offense.
Bro, Chan Gailey, this freaking nobody, he was forgotten about.
Dude,
that was his first year, second year.
If Flores, I think we could be talking about a completely different deal right now. If Flores went to college and found some young fucking guy that was an offensive coordinator and brought him in and had this whole new identity on offense type of thing, I think we could be talking about something else, because what we need is
something right there, Cap. I'm not gonna lie. Like if we brought somebody in, like a young offensive mind from college, dude,
it could have been a different. Something. It could have been a different tale. It really could have.
Like Mike McDaniel, who he did want to bring in, and San Fran.
That's true. That was the original plan. Is Mike McDaniel as the OC and Flores as the HC. And I'll tell you what, if that original plan happened, honestly, right now we probably would have a Super Bowl. We probably would have won a Super Bowl if we would have had that shit. Because could you imagine the day one Tua coming out? They ride with Fitzpatrick. They install this offense. They works Tua in slowly. Probably Tua gets his first full year of start, year 3, year 4. Last year, we're winning a fucking Super Bowl, bro.
Flo pulled the plug way too quick on Fitzy, though. And that's the one thing that, even though I'm a Tua fan, like the fact that he pulled the plug on Fitzy that quick is what gets me. Is like, do you really have your finger into like how your team feels?
So I wondered this though too.
No, Ross.
I think
orchestrated all that.
Well, I also I don't. Oh, why he put Fitz in or took Fitz out? Yes, that's absolutely.
Oh,
I also think that, whether people want to admit it or not, I think Flores was doing Tua a favor in some of those pull when they took him out and put Fitz in, because Fitz, go ahead, hang in the pocket a second too long and heave this downfield. I don't want that happening to Tua, the young guy who's still getting healthy and still learning.
Ripped off like Fitzpatrick did on that one Hail Mary threw down the sideline against the Raiders.
Exactly, right.
You realize that could have wound up in an injury for Tua.
But
You
is
know,
it fair, gentlemen, to say that overall this front office has gone in polar opposites? You had a drill sergeant, and now you got a best friend as the coach. I think you have to find
tickle me. You have a tickle me Elmo.
you have to have an equal balance because I do agree with this generation, right? Just talking about leadership, right? You have to be aware of the room you're in, right? Some of these new guys are
You
not
have to
going
be
to
present.
be they're not going to be acceptable to the old school hitting you in the helmet, cussing you out, grabbing your grill. Some
Kick you in the
guys,
knee shin.
yeah,
Kick
Everything
some
you
of
in
we
the
these
learned
guys are
shins.
after the
not.
fact,
Throwing
Nene.
chairs across the
Then,
freaking court.
and then we had that with Dan Campbell.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is
Yeah,
that
crazy.
that didn't work, and as of right now, outside of because technically Flores' best
It just
time
never worked in Miami.
he won
I was
10 games,
pounding the table for Campbell.
so technically in the
What
regular season,
what you said, Doug?
this project hasn't. Can y'all hear me? Because I just hear people
Yeah, we
talking
can
over
hear you,
me.
Nene.
Yeah,
I'm
So
We
listening.
got you, Nina.
so my question is, McDaniel technically only has one additional win because you could easily say a 10-game season normally gets you in the playoffs, but in that division that year we didn't get in. I say
Yeah.
this
Didn't
to
get in.
say
Yeah, it's true.
I say that to say, with this defensive guy, and I didn't get to talk about his press conference, but I was completely cringing at his words
What?
because
Anthony
he
Weaver?
and this is why
You didn't
he
like him?
used
Whoa,
words
whoa,
like
that's a hot take, Nene.
yeah,
I
I'm gonna
thought
tell
I'm
that
you
was
why.
listening.
That's
cool.
interesting.
Let her
I'm
land,
intrigued.
everybody. Let her land. Go ahead,
I'm
Nene. I
intrigued.
I'm
want to
Go
gonna
hear
tell
ahead.
it.
you
I
why.
just want to add emphasis to the situation. Like,
I'm
that's
gonna tell
big.
you why. When I hear the word, I have to love on them.
Oh
I'm like,
Lord,
dude.
Oh, damn.
Oh, you
come
You're
on
right.
kidding?
now.
That was cringy. Not
I
gonna
was
lie.
like,
Yeah, that is.
I'm
I was
just
like,
gonna be
damn.
honest.
Love on
Like
them.
these are,
Damn, you can take
and
that in
it's
so
not
many
sexual
ways.
in content. Just so I'm
Yeah, I know
clear.
that part.
Nene.
Well,
No,
I'm
we
just
know
Nene.
what you
saying
mean. We
We're
know
talking
what you
about as
you
mean.
far as the
It's
already
that.
culture
have
being soft.
you already have
Yes.
a head coach
It is.
that models that model, and that's okay.
What do you mean?
But
He was completely
but
opposite from Mike McDaniel.
no, I'm talking about Mike McDaniel has the love on the players concept, right?
But you're
And
hitting on Weaver, right?
No,
Like you're
no,
but
not being
yeah, but
but
fair.
Yeah,
Weaver's
Weaver
because
said
Weaver
it.
is
she's
repeating the
not saying
same
his demeanor or his
mantra.
coaching abilities. She's saying something he said, and that was that he's got to come in here and love on these guys. And I understand what you're saying. Like he's being the not the yin to the yang
And that
to
was a
him. He's being
backhanded
the yin
swipe
to the
against
yin.
its
We're gonna
predecessor.
have quite the love fest on both sides of the ball with the coaching staff to the players.
Yeah.
And I understand your worry.
Okay, I get
I
it.
will
I get
say
it.
I will say this though.
Shit.
Um,
How you
I'm
fucking okay
hoping
up?
I'm
Mm.
hoping that this Weaver character is what we can hope, and it's yes, it is
Yeah.
maybe a little bit more loving in the extent that he's going to be more involved on the ground, calling the plays in with the guys.
On the
I'm hoping
sidelines.
that
Okay.
that's more of what he was saying because I remember when he said that it's more of
Yeah.
like they're just like Mike McDaniel's chumming it up to the guys. That's how they're gonna like to be around him, rather than the guy that everyone felt absolute disconnect with Fangio, which to me doesn't matter. He called great plays and the defense played hard as hell, and I don't really give a shit how much everybody likes him personally. But
Right.
that's neither here nor there. Apparently, that's the type of communication, type of atmosphere the franchise wants there, and fine, they can have a guy that they all want to have, come over and stuff like that, and whatever. As long as it proves to be the same type of defense I had last year, I'll be fine with it. That's all I care about.
I think it's a 5-head play by this organization. And I'll
But
tell you
hold on,
why.
I didn't even finish the point. The
Okay,
Can I
loving
say
go
on
this
ahead.
one thing, Nene?
the
Can I
I'm
just
just
one thing?
curious as to
Okay.
and clutch moments, right? And most of you guys probably played the sport. I did not, but I was in the military, so I do have some idea of team building and being in the adverse situations.
Gotcha.
And you have to train and prepare how to react when things get tough, when guys go down, when the refs are not calling the game correctly, when you're in freezing conditions, when they're punching you in the mouth.
Yep.
My reaction isn't I don't want my players to be out here giving the other team hugs and high
I agree.
fives when they
Are
drug
you wait, hold on. Are you talking about Weaver or are you talking about Mike McDaniel? Because
I'm talking about
Well, you clearly didn't watch the video of how this man coach on the field
Well,
because he's far from that.
But Tony, I'm afraid he's gonna get caught into what Crypto said about him taking a shot.
No, this is
No,
hearing this
let
is
me
crazy
get
to
the
me because
point,
if you
though.
watch him
So when you
coach,
hear me, you'll understand what I'm saying.
the hell
Like
no, this is
Crypto
crazy
said,
right now.
what Crypto said about him taking a shot at Vic. I hope this man didn't project himself of the opposite of what Fangio is to get the position and have to live. Hold on, and have to live with. Hold on, we're having to live to catering to what the players want instead of doing what needs to be done to win games. That's why
I hear Nene. I hear you in every metric that what you're saying, and I would be infuriated if I feel like that's happening. I don't think so. Again, I really feel like what his message was along that side.
That comment definitely says it.
Yeah, it does, but I feel like it was more directed at I'm gonna be liked amongst my guys and not disliked like the last guy. That's kind of what I felt. Loved in the extent.
Yeah, but what does that entail, though?
I'll tell you what it'll entail.
Y'all could literally go watch the video of when they hired.
Yeah, no, he's tough. He's tough.
Like,
he's a
are
tough
you
coach.
crazy right now?
He is a tough coach,
Nene.
And I
not
think
backing down.
I think what he meant by the love is that these guys are gonna know that I'm in the battle with them, not and I'll put it in a military extent, right? The sergeant on ground calling out to the guys and everything like that is loved, even though that he's hated too at the same time. That guy's saving their ass, and he's tough, but they have a love for him and a respect. He's not going to be the fucking the 5-star general that's not on the battlefield at all. You know what I'm saying? Calling it out, and that's how it's going to be a respect love. That's, I would imagine, more earned, but I still think he's going to be a hard-nosed type of coach. I'm hoping and praying.
But that's the shot he took at for the record. That is the shot that he took at Fangio.
That's right.
That he don't think that's a good idea to coach from the skybox when you need to be on the field in the heat of the moment, so you can feel the intensity.
The
energy.
Let's be real.
But I don't think it
the
matters.
Context too, though.
It does matter because you must not. When you on that field on the sideline, it is a big difference from being in the skybox to feel
but it ain't got nothing to do with the performances.
Yes, it does. The feeling of getting the feeling of the game. Yes, it does.
No.
It's a big difference.
So, well, hold on a second. Fangio is a guy that can. Fangio is certainly a guy that can feel the flow of the game from the box or from the field.
But
here's the deal, right? The thing he's not feeling.
But you can't reach the players and feel
That's right, Tony. That's right, Tony.
You got
That's right.
Devices.
He had communication difficulties from the overall sentiment from the leaders on their team down to the guys who were executing on defense. And it's not that these guys weren't doing what they were told, and it's not that, all the other stuff, and it wasn't effective at times. And it's not even so much. It sucks to say this, but you can't be a part of a team and be the leader if you're not going to listen to your team. And that's basically what it came down to. I agree with you. You could always be a leader, and if you follow and it's that dictatorship, yeah, you can get results. But it's just not going to get you to where you want to go.
Bro, it's probably the same way if you're first-year DC, if you're a first-year defensive coordinator, and you're trying to tell random people that you have not built the chemistry for, and you were just given a roster to coach over.
If there's a roster full of veterans and balanced, you can get it done in one offseason.
Full of veterans, you have a bunch of rookies.
Well, Dub, here's the difference, right?
You got enough solid people.
That is not true. There's nobody.
Well, Tony, hold up. Here's the deal. It's
yes,
not,
it has. It's been done before.
Never.
Look, Fangio is a guy.
There have been defensive coordinators in first year have went from almost last to first before.
Okay,
I've already looked this up.
Imagine that not working for Vic
I'm talking
Fangio.
about team success, not just one side of the ball.
This dude clicked.
That's all it is. One defensive coordinator.
Here's the deal, right, with Fangio in this whole clicking with his players, right? These are a younger generation. They don't know who the fuck Fangio is. Meanwhile, we all know Fangio as a great play caller and executor of defense. But let's not act like it's a surprise that players felt disconnect to him, because that has been the story since he's become a guy with any sort of power. Whether when he was a defensive coordinator before he became a head coach, called good defensive plays, never had connection with his players. When he became the DC or the head coach in Denver, it really fell apart. His defense was good because he called good defensive plays, but he had no connection to his offense and his offensive players, and they didn't play like it either. So again, agreed. But that's why being a head coach never worked out for him, because you can't just be a good leader of men and have a great game plan. You got to get their belief as well. And they didn't have his belief.
They can buy into
push
you.
back on something real quick?
Bill
Because I'll
Belichick
be
was a
honest,
defensive coordinator. He came a great head coach.
It doesn't matter. Bill Belichick was blessed with having a Tom Brady who everyone
all the
followed.
players,
Everybody followed
every
Tom.
player that came out, they said
followed
the
Tom.
only reason. Hold on,
Bill
everybody that
Parcells was
came
a
out of-
defensive
no,
coordinator. He
Cook, no.
became a great coach.
Yeah, but Bill Parcells was on the ground and everybody fucking loved him, even though he was a fucking prick and he knew how to push everybody's buttons. He was still walking around on the fucking practice field talking shit to him, and they loved to hate him. As a head coach and a DC, they love to hate him, and that you can get too. Drill sergeants, that's what they do. They either get you to respect me or love to hate me, but either fucking way, you're gonna listen to me, and I'm gonna have your respect. He did not do that. He was just gonna call the plays, and you should respect me because I'm the old head and I know what the fuck I'm doing.
We saw that shit on Hard
can I
Knocks.
add something?
Hang on.
No.
Can I
There
add
is
something?
there
Can
is
I add something to the panel about this situation?
Please.
I know Tony.
Nene, let W land, and then I'll ask the question.
Listen, you have one thing to base your entire argument on, and we saw it on Hard Knocks. I'm not blind. I know Tony ain't blind. I know Crypto ain't blind. Nene, I know you ain't blind. I know Crazy Dolphin ain't blind. And I am hell of a damn sure El Cap is not blind. We saw this shit on Hard Knocks. Okay? Vic Fangio was in front of our team in the KC game during halftime addressing our defense. He was standing there saying blah, 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 happily doodah. And no one gave a dumminy F what he was saying. That is the definition of our defense and its correlation to our DC throughout the entire offseason. Tony, I want you to back me up on this. Tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Well, I mean,
what game are you talking about? The playoff game or the Germany game?
Do you not remember?
We played them twice.
Do you not remember that fucking that scene in Hard Knocks?
Yeah,
that was embarrassing, bro.
Fair,
he was addressing.
Yeah, but we played Kansas City twice, right?
And they were just absolutely.
You're right, but guess what? We played them twice. They shouldn't have took us beat.
I'm the toxic one, huh?
Hey, but no, to be fair, Dub, you can say the same thing when Mike McDaniel was speaking to everybody.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Most
people
that was the most embarrassing.
They be sleeping. Their eyes are glazed over in that room, in that lecture room, and that room.
Everybody
they're playing
knows.
with their toes. They fiddling around with their fingers.
Be real with me.
They're snoozing.
You're right. Crypto isn't listening.
Be real about it.
Here's the deal. We know.
They slouched in their seat where he was talking.
We all know that the team players on all sides of the ball, from the freaking placeholder to the quarterback, for the defensive linemen to the DBs to everywhere, all have a relationship with the quarterback. They do, or with the head coach. Excuse me, with the head coach. They all have a relationship with him. He speaks to them all. He's amongst
Wilkins
them.
Don't.
As far as them being the team, they know he's part of the team. Fangio just
Wilkins
didn't become part of that team. Now,
around with his fingers.
I personally don't give a shit about who's invited to the barbecue and the cookout and who isn't, as long as their fucking job is getting done. And Fangio did that. and that's fine. Now if they're telling me that this guy can get the job done like Fangio did with the injuries he had in his unit and be invited to the cookout, then I'll be bully you. But if that doesn't happen and we got another buddy at the cookout that's failing at his fucking job, I'm gonna be pissed.
But Cap, can I
What
ask
just
this
drove me
question?
crazy was
Hold
Fangio
on,
doing
hold
that.
on. I
Hold
got
on. Go ahead,
question
Nene.
on.
Go ahead, Nene. What's your
So
question?
the reason why I brought this up because Tony and maybe a couple other people I heard brought up questions about
Color,
the
you said?
connection between
Couple other
Fangio and X, right? But everybody else, and I know Lewis is gonna be like, she ain't lying. Everybody else was calling Vic Fangio in the season and even towards that playoff game that the defense wasn't the problem with this team. The
Oh,
defense
never was. I don't think it was
hold on.
other
What
than the
I'm
first
saying-
quarter, maybe. But yes, go ahead.
So what my point is, I find it amazing the narratives that we now speak on Vangio outside of 2 or 3 people that I know had questions of his
Yeah,
connection.
it's
'cause
amazing.
everybody was bringing up the PFF grades
Yeah,
and
they
the
was.
rankings of the defense and
Yeah.
how, having him, they was actually
We went from
complimenting
dead last to top
having
10.
having that old stubborn guy is what they needed. And let's quote Hard Knocks, okay? Let's tell the story right. When they was at the dinner table, right? The defensive guys, they all maybe it was for the cameras.
Hey, who said it?
Yeah, but they weren't out there kicking rocks and doing all the little antics they doing now. They said
Who
that
said
the
it?
defense was tough, but once you learn it, it's good. So my
Well, it was a
thing
Who
good
said
is,
that?
defense.
Who
It
said
was
that,
though.
Nene? Who said that?
there was the guys at the
The
No, yeah,
stars.
yeah. There was
Jalen
hold on.
Ramsey's of the world.
Yeah,
Javon
there was a
Holland.
scene. There was a scene where all the players was around. Javon Holland, Ramsey. I think it was Zach Sealer. They was around. They Ogba was there. I know for sure.
Javon Holland was the one who was preaching all that.
No,
He
no,
was
no,
the
no,
one who
no.
said it.
Oh, hold on, wait. They were all saying that,
That's
right?
true.
And they were like, it was difficult at first, but once you get it, it's a good defense. That's
Yeah.
not that's no lie. This defense show
Yeah,
what they
Javon
put on
said
the
that.
field that is actually a good defense. But that don't change the fact that
Too
they
much
Yeah, but
bend
still
don't
didn't
break.
want to deal with the coach and
but
didn't like that. They feel
Tony,
like they
I'm
could
not
do
pushing
more.
back on you. I'm pushing back on this new group of
Oh, okay,
people
yeah.
who didn't have any negative. They was telling us to
Yeah,
shut
they were
up.
saying how Boyer was the evil man and he needed to be
Oh,
dealt with. And
yeah,
this
we knew
new
what they was
savior
calling him.
coming in, and that's who was going to get the job done. And then we was getting all these numbers on how everybody in the history of civilization is still in
Hey,
Vic
Crypto, you
Fangio's
wanted Boyer?
defense. Everybody was saying that. That's
No, they
not the
were.
point. That's a sidebar. I'm talking about everybody
Oh,
was sitting up there saying how everybody in history of civilization has been stealing Vic Fangio's defense, and now everybody runs his defense. And I had to gently throw in there how many teams that he gave up 48 points to, and what
Yeah,
style
remember,
quarterbacks was
Crypto?
he
That's the
giving it up
question I
to?
asked you, Crypto. That's
But
the
there
main
was a
question.
couple of people. Crypto,
and
you
that was
may
people.
I know it was Tony because me and Tony's were on the space talking about Xavier
Get him,
Howard.
Nene. Get him.
Me and Tony were both on the space talking about Xavier Howard and how he was taking his shots at Fangio. I think the third game of the season, and
Yeah.
The third game, yeah.
everybody was shooting
Everybody
us and
else.
saying, "Oh, it works." Y'all just being
Give it time. The
extra.
running game, the run
Yeah, they was
defense will
giving us
come
pushback. I
around.
remember. They was
Yeah,
giving us
because
a
of the
bunch of
200
pushback.
yards we gave up on the ground. They said, give it some time. Give us to week 7. We'll have
Yeah,
everything
but then
together. We'll
hold
have
on,
our players
Crypto.
back.
As soon as
Yeah.
this man leaves, and this is what Lewis was talking about, how
10 seconds out the door.
soon as he left, he never wanted to be here. He was toxic. I just have
Yeah,
a problem with
I
that
remember that.
after
Yeah.
That is
So,
crazy
Nene,
argument.
I
Because they
spoke a
should have
lot
known he
about
never
this.
wanted to be here from the very beginning then. They should have
I
been
spoke-
saying that after the Charger game. What happened to that kind of those statements after the Chargers game?
Exactly.
After the firing of Fangio, I spoke a lot about this. The Miami Dolphins smear campaign came in. That's all that was.
It came
That's
on
it, dog.
in.
Yeah, it did.
That's the smear campaign because here's the
exactly.
facts,
Yeah, it
right?
does. Come in.
Nobody blamed the defense. Defense was riddled with injury, and it didn't affect its ability to execute the game plan
At all.
And
The whole
so,
season.
if you were gonna fire Fangio, you couldn't say it's because he
Shoulda
didn't do
did it
his
after
job.
the Chargers
So
game.
they had to do it on the same reason they fired the last defensive guy that we had success with, and that was Flores, and that was that it was it was the smear campaign, and that's what they went.
I brought
and they
up
do it. It's almost like they got it on standby. It's almost like they have it on standby. The minute somebody go, they hit the send button. That's amazing. What happens?
Well, it's only when they fire. It's only when they fire someone that is doing their job. There's plenty of people that if you're doing your fucking job, you're not getting fired. There might be people at your job that don't like you, that none of that. Guess what? Your numbers are good. You're on time. You're never, as far as the description of your job goes, you're good. But that still doesn't mean you're not rubbing enough people the wrong way to still get fired.
Osman is the only one that is void of that statement because, goddamn, did that guy not do his job? And he still has a job with the Fins. Why is he here?
Yeah, that guy, I don't know. Crossman, he's talking about Crossman. Go ahead, Nene. Go ahead, Nene. Go ahead, Nene.
We was in top 10 special teams on when Flores was here on them.
What happens if this new guy implements certain parts of the defense? Because what we keep not talking about, he's not going to have Phillips. He's not going to have the other guy, Chubb. We don't know what's going to happen with Wilkins. There is conversation that Sealer may sit. You lost
Sealer's not sitting. Sealer's not going to sit. They're going to extend.
Wilkins is going to sign with the Raiders on Tuesday.
They're going to extend Sealer and give him some more money. That's what's going to happen.
But what I'm saying to you is this:
Sealer's getting
there's
paid.
a lot of complications that this man has to deal with.
They're going to pay him more.
Xavier Howard is good as gone. And people not talking about it. We still got to remember how good is Ramsey going to be with his injuries. We don't know.
Nene, it's really. I don't mean to interrupt, Nene, but you're right. But we're gonna get the best test early for our DC to get his shit figured out, and we're also gonna be able to do not only what we did last year. Fangio needed some time with the defense. This guy's going to get some time because the offense is high-powered and it can carry you for the early part of the season.
But what my point is, and I know I named out some of the other formalities, but my point is it possible that when you try to discipline these guys and they don't like
Can't do it no more, Nene.
that they go up to Greer or whoever and complain? I still believe that's a part of the story.
They did that during their exit interview, Nene. They did that during their exit interview, Nene. That's the reason why. Okay, can I speak, please?
Hold on,
the reason
because
why
I didn't get the form question as soon as I said something about the players and people started talking.
Because you said after they whatever.
But this team does have a reputation where players are not happy and they go to the front office and complain.
Nene, they didn't have to go to the front office or anything.
Really? So you don't believe that's true?
All of this, Nene, can I finish?
No, what I'm saying, I just want a direct question. You don't think our players, when they're not happy on what a coach tells them to do or not to do, that they don't run to the front office and complain?
They don't run to the front office and complain. Okay. They go to the front office when it comes down to their exit interviews, which is actually the perfect timing in which all of this happened. Vic Fangio was let go by the Miami Dolphins a day or two later. Maybe I'm wrong on the days or whatnot. People can correct me. But a few days after that, the exit interviews took place for all of the Miami Dolphins' active 53 roster. And so every single person was able to go in front of Chris Greer, Mike McDaniel, and all of their coaches and explain what their entire season consisted of. They were basically given a blank canvas to explain their griefs, their comments, their concerns, whatever. After Vic Fangio was let go is when all of those exit interviews took place. And so that's why. Yes, it is.
You got the order wrong.
Crypto. Did Vic Fangio get let go before or after the exit interviews?
No, that wasn't until later on.
No, he got let go before the exit interviews took place.
No, it wasn't exit interviews. That happened instantly. He got let go way after. It was a delayed exit for Fangio.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive because
Yeah.
you didn't see the press conference between Mike McDaniel and Greer. Fangio was still with the team, and that was after the exit interview.
I feel like I'm right. I can't verify that right now. If you guys feel you're right, maybe I'm wrong.
But what I'm saying, this team has a history.
Nene, I wanted to say my piece though. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, feelings were made by Fangio or about Fangio, about his leadership as a coach throughout the offseason. Whether or not their feelings were made before or after he got let go is a moot point. It doesn't matter.
Well, why bring it up? As if it was the other way around, you was emphasizing it as if it did, but it was a moot point.
Well, I'm bringing it up because all of this.
No, since you got this proven and if it's challenged, now you saying it's a moot point because it's convenient.
About what? Crypto?
Because no, you're saying now it's a moot point because it was challenged on the accuracy and the order of it. Right now. No, I'm not. Okay, stop with the cookie cutter. Stop with the fortune cookie cutter answers. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. When I challenged you on the order of operations, now you say it's a moot point because it's convenient. But you was emphasizing whether it was going to be before these exit interviews happened before in that order, and it made perfect sense because you think it's supported because you didn't preference that to your point and to your whole overall point. You didn't say, "Oh, it's a moot point."
With crypto,
but you were saying as if it wasn't a moot point,
at me, bro, and it's fine.
No, you're saying that now.
No,
I'm just saying. But these guys have canned answers, and they come out here and try to foil somebody else going out the door like clockwork. Like I said, they hit the send button on anybody that they're going to soy. They're going to soy their name and slander. So anytime they go out the door, they're going to hit the send button, and all the negative stuff is going to come out because they're a bunch of crybabies. That's what happens.
Entirely up to them. What is a
no one saying they can't do it, but they do that. I didn't say nothing about the fan have to do it. I'm talking about the players too, because they get salty too.
So
because they didn't get their way. They didn't get their way. And Fangio, bottom line, the man was successful. He was more successful than his predecessor. And our defense went up the charts with him under his tutelage. That's the bottom line. Those are the facts.
Let me ask y'all a question though. Don't this happen on every team? We're not the only team.
I forgot to put that disclaimer out there.
Every team.
That players always.
Yeah, I'm sure we got to treat it like. Yeah, we got to use.
You know what I'm saying? This
everybody gets paid equally.
Yeah, everybody does. Like
everybody's Eichenberg. Everybody's
No. What I'm
Flores,
saying is
everybody's freaking.
Crypto. What I'm saying is players.
Zach Wilson.
Hold on, Crypto, man.
You know.
When players complain on every team about their coaches, the people that they dislike, you hear it.
Yeah, but there's levels to it.
I don't know. Well, shit. Have you heard the levels of the ones coming out of the Patriots regime? You hear it all the time.
Okay, well that means there's levels.
Way worse than us, to be honest.
What I'm saying is, let's not act like our team are a bunch of crybabies, and it's a problem because our players are doing it. No, this happened to
every they all could be. All you're saying is that just because they're crybabies doesn't mean we're not crybabies.
What I'm saying is not.
That just mean you got 2 crybabies.
No, what
or
I'm saying
32 crybabies.
What I'm saying
it doesn't take away the fact that they're crybabies.
It's not crybabies if you're going over there and you don't like a person and you're like, I can't work with this guy.
Yeah, it depends on how you express it.
You know what I'm saying?
That's just my opinion.
You gotta go work. You gotta go and work with this guy. So if you don't like it or y'all have disagreements, obviously you're gonna voice your opinion about it. Because you have to work this guy. You got to get a job done. It happens on every team, every franchise. You know, we just in this fan base.
Yeah, but somehow we don't hit it on all 32 teams. That's why I say.
Well, no, because some of their coaches are not as bad. Like the stuff that come out with Bill Belichick. Have you ever?
They're not as bad.
No, it's worse than Bill Belichick. Why you think this guy don't even have a job now? Every player that came out
because he ran his course. He won 6 fucking championships already.
And you mean to tell me nobody wanted?
And he won another 2 as a coordinator.
Crypto, have you heard all of the things that came out about this guy? Everybody
it doesn't even matter, bro. Tony,
and that organization came out and told you How? If it wasn't for the fact that they had Tom Brady, nobody would deal with what that man was putting them through. That's why.
That's that'll be them out the door.
No. Well, Asante Samuel wasn't out the door. He got 2 of them motherfuckers. He wasn't out the door.
I'm just saying, only the strong ones survive.
He literally was on the interview telling you how he told the owners, and he told how he would tell them, Bill Belichick, fuck you, I ain't doing nothing you say. I don't even listen. He wasn't even speaking to Bill Belichick because he didn't like the way he spoke to the players. And the only reason that they were there is because of Tom Brady.
But Tony,
that's fine. But Tom Brady earns a paycheck too.
Darrell Reeves said the same thing.
This debate went totally from where I was going with it. What I am saying,
but the point is,
hold on, Chris,
there's been 56 Super Bowls champions crowned. I will bet you over 70% of them, the coaching styles were just as close as the Belichick than it was Tony Dungy. I bet you I can go down all 58 Super Bowls that have been crowned. I will guarantee you that all of the winners, their coaching styles were closer to Belichick than it was to Tony Dungy.
Oh, we know, but that's not what we're talking about.
I can tell you that much.
Crypto, you gotta when you say something, you gotta listen.
And all of them didn't have Tom Brady on their team.
Crypto,
you gotta listen to what
you gotta listen to what we're saying. You're not even listening to what we're saying. Nobody's debating that fact. The only fact we're debating is you calling them crybabies when this happened on every team.
This has
Tony,
okay, that means 32 crybabies. The teams are crybabies. There you go. How about that?
Okay, that's cool.
I was the one making the point.
If you're going to treat it like socialism where everybody gets the same currency, then that's fine.
Myself.
Oh God! Now it's fucking socialism. Jesus Christ!
Go ahead,
yeah, everybody gets the same currency. Everybody gets the same pay.
100, please.
All right, let's hear what Nene was saying. What you were saying, Nene? I'm sorry.
Listen, the only thing I was asking, and why I brought up some of the issues individually with Fangio, we can call a couple other coaches, Brian Flores. There's a pattern here, right, with these coaches, and when these players do not like it. And the end result is, how many coaches is it going to be? How many coaches are going to have to be shipped out of here because the player don't like this and the player don't like this?
Well, that's why I push back, because it's not because of the players. Nobody complained about Josh Boyer, and they love Josh Boyer. A lot of them
didn't.
No, a lot of
fans did. The players did. That was fan-driven and player-driven, Tony.
No, stop that, Crypto. That was not player-driven. The players were the ones that wanted him.
I'm talking about
to come back.
The media, guys like the Big Hole, and guys like the fans on social media, driven that man out the door.
But Tony, what I'm saying is, if this guy is another one where, let's say Holland,
this team is ran like the mob.
I'm in this contract year. I don't want him here. I don't like how he's talking.
But that's not how that works, though, Nene. This is not. You can't say that. That's not what's going on.
This team is ran like a bunch of mob bosses.
It seems like that. It started with, let's be honest, with Flores. Tua didn't like
that. Had nothing to do with Flores. Wait, hold on.
Well,
Flores didn't have nothing to do with the players, though. That had something to do with him. Him going at it with Chris Good and Stephen Ross and disrespecting and undermining them.
No, they weren't on board. He wasn't on board with who his players. He wasn't on board with the bullshit
they were trying to push. That had nothing to do with the players.
Nene,
hold on. I thought a part of it.
Flores said, "Get in this room." And we're taking off. I'm getting up this tank top. And we're going to box it out.
Hold on.
That's what he
said.
We
all know that he didn't like Tua, and Tua was happy that he was gone.
Tony,
but the reason that they got him up out of here was because of how he was going at it with those two.
Communication, collaboration about the roster.
Yeah, they had nothing to do.
Meaning you didn't give me what I wanted. Every other coach got what they wanted. He didn't get what he wanted.
Nene,
that's the bottom line.
You mentioned something about the overall just coaching shift from Fangio. Let's not bring up anything before that, because then we start like
on patterns.
Now we start like talking about like
coordinators
stuff.
But
you
cannot change my question because you don't like it.
Keep it locked in, and
no. What I'm saying to you is, you cannot change my question because you don't like the question. I'm speaking on patterns with these players and these coaches.
I'm asking you to reiterate it so that we don't go into
no disrespect to you, but no.
Well, yeah,
So
I
then
think she was
we don't
trying
Yeah,
to
know.
the players is running it. It's I'll sum it this way: the inmates is running the
they're
goddamn
running their
asylum. That's what's
asylum. That's what
happening.
you're trying to say, Crypto. I heard it.
You already
But
know, Tony.
Crypto
yes,
style.
I
They
know you.
running the
No,
Daddy Greer.
I think
I
hold
don't
on,
like
wait.
this.
I think the reason that this you can't say about Chris Greer, but I mean about Vic Fangio, but Nino, you just said it before when you started off. Me personally for sure, I was pointing out the mood and the way that they were looking during the season and saying that this is going to be a problem. I saw that, so I understand
At
in
what
that
game? The
aspect.
Carolina game?
The first one where asked him to
You got to
I
pick a
mean
game against a
I
bad
agree with
team,
that.
not a good
the
team.
Buffalo game week 4. That's when I started
Week
pointing it out.
4.
You remember when I had that big thing with
Yeah.
everybody in that space about X should have did what he had to do on that field because I was there in person in Buffalo. I seen how they were clowning Kato Kohu. I seen Stephon Diggs coming to the in the fans and grabbing the fucking Stone Cold cans and swapping them and clowning this man on the field while X is out there like, yo, look at what they're doing to him. Let me get over there and do it. And Vic Fangio just completely ignored the man and let the man get out there and get humiliated.
Actually, you want to know why
I
Fangio did?
pointed that out.
And he saved us from a Baltimore Ravens like scoreboard because had he did that, Buffalo probably would have scored 70.
Stop it! You
I ain't
just
gonna
don't
kid
like
you that
X. You
much.
just don't like Xavier Howard.
Stop.
Get the fuck out of here.
Would have scored fucking
But
70. That's what would have
what
happened.
I'm saying is, I understand everything is not the same. Every situation is not the same. I get where you're coming from, Nene.
So I'm glad Fangio did that.
He
saved us the
can say that
embarrassment.
it will become a problem if that's what's going on. If you know what I'm saying, if that's what's going on, yes, I think that would be a problem, and I think that would not be a good recipe for success. It's actually a recipe for disaster because at the end of the day, the players still got to go out there and play the game because everybody's not going to be your friend. You got to work with people that you don't like. It happens in every franchise. The only difference is, like with Bill Belichick, they were winning.
Tony.
So all of it gonna get covered up. But we're not winning like those other franchises. So it's gonna come out, and at some point you have to set some kind of precedent as like, yo, this is the way we're gonna run our regime. And either you're gonna run it the way we want it, or you could get out. You don't let the players dictate how you're gonna run your regime and how things gonna be ran when it comes to the front office and who you're gonna have
when you're
hired.
trying to win the Super Bowl.
Tony,
No, you don't do
Crypto.
that.
I got a question for all of y'all. You guys ready? All right. I want you guys to tell me why you think Anthony Weaver is either good or bad for this team. Can I start by saying what my opinion is? I think that Anthony Weaver was a super 5-headed play by this organization. The reason why I think that is because everyone in this league thinks that Anthony Weaver is ready to become a head coach. We all heard John Harbaugh, say his things about Anthony Weaver. I think that the Dolphins are actually being extremely 5-headed about this entire ordeal. If McDaniel does not pan out this year and Stephen Ross has, feels some type of way about Mike McDaniel and the way that he's running this with the hoopla, like the players run this team, or I'm going to build it through, being a great positive head coach. I think Anthony Weaver is basically our handcuff as a head coach going into next season. If McDaniel's on the hot seat this season, in my opinion, if he does not hit what he's supposed to hit in the Dolphins' eyes, I personally think Anthony Weaver will become our head coach.
Whoa.
And we're going to make some really, really big decisions come 2025. That's my opinion. And on top of that, I think Anthony Weaver brings what we've always wanted to the Miami Dolphins, which is an adaptable, adjustable, week by week, adaptable team based on who we're competing. Whether it be on offense or defense, I think he brings that mentality. He's going to bring it first on defense. But given the fact that we hired Anthony Weaver, I think this guy will 100,000%. If we, for any reason, fire Mike McDaniel, Anthony Weaver is going to be our head coach. And I think he's our safety net. I would love to hear what you guys think about that.
I would start this first. I do not agree because I don't think McDaniel is the problem. I think you continue to run this vicious cycle of it's the head coach, it's the coordinators. There's some bigger structural problems with the Miami Dolphins, and I'm not gonna say it's that they play on the India burial ground like some conspiracy theories say, but for the amount of money we've had.
Hey, you never know, Nene. It's crazy down here.
You already know I'm a believer of God. I don't believe in that foolishness. But what I am saying to you is this. You can never build continuity if you keep firing people when things get tough. You know, that's probably why the team isn't resilient in the first place. Is that we continue to change out coaches like we do underwear. So I think, I get the concept of bringing in somebody, and if Mike McDaniel doesn't, it's one of these things where he already will have the respect of the team and he'll just plug and play. But he's going to run into the same problems as Mike McDaniel. He's going to run into the same problems as Flores. He's going to run into the exact same problems. And I think if you do go for another head coach, get somebody that's actually a head coach. Stop putting these coordinators as head coaches. And in my opinion, I know Tony doesn't agree with me, you put them as head coaches and coordinators because you can micromanage the situation. You could come off your box and say, hey, this is what I want you to do. And because they're not a seasoned head coach, they're not going to tell you no. And I've said this before with the Tyreek situation, with the Tua situation, that I think is more in that onion. You ever had an onion and you had to keep peeling it until you find out what was really the rottenness of that core? It wasn't at the top layer.
You never had that problem with a red onion. Just putting that out there.
But you get my point. I just think I want to give this guy a fair shot. I know he obviously he was a part of the Ravens, so they are smash mouth and all of that good stuff on the defensive side. But to me, the Ravens culture eliminate that that's what they are. If you want to go back to Ray Lewis and Ed Reed and some of those guys that donned their uniform, the Miami Dolphins have been looking for an identity since Zach Thomas and some of the other guys that played and consistently. I even go back as far as Lewis Oliver for the old school fans. Lewis Oliver, Brian Cox, some of these rougher players.
That's a great take, Nene.
I would say this though, Nene. I felt like the defense, which was the shock of the firing of Fangio, that I was like, wow, they found an identity that when guys go down, the going gets tough, the tough get going, and these guys all step up, right? So
and he's out
here's
the
the thing, though. Weaver is now going to start with immensely amount less than what Fangio got, and if if we have a top 10 defense with the players missing from Weaver, it's a success. It's a success. If it's a bottom 20, like 22, 23 ranked defense, we are going to look at this as an absolute failure. And the weird thing is that we're going to have every built-in excuse on why the defense is and was a failure. It's a first-time head defensive coordinator season. He lost all his players. And that really comes down to where my problem is that if Fangio stayed here, that wouldn't be allowed to be the excuse. Right. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we restart this cycle over and over and over again. But I want to go ahead and close this down, guys. I do want to point out something real quick. I'm going to present this on the website, tftgnetwork.com. Something I wanted to show everybody. That
main site, huh?
Yeah, here's the main site. Pull onto the deal. If you go up into the top section where it says blogs, we have a new feature that's on here now where
do you have the Chris Greer robe?
No.
Where it's coming out, where we're going to be doing a new feature on the website, and you guys can actually add to this yourself. Right here, Tailgate recipes, right? And here's some right now: Johnny sauces, slow cooked wings, cheeseburger sliders, pull apart spinach artichoke dip, and right down here there's a way in which you guys can submit a recipe you guys think is a good tailgate recipe.
I got a coffee recipe I'm gonna submit.
We don't want none of your recipes, Crypto.
We want all
and
of
I
the
got
recipes.
one for apple cider vinegar and turmeric.
We want all the recipes, right?
No, you don't, Cap. You don't want that recipe.
Yes, we do. I want all the recipes. Give them all. You guys can send them here, and they'll make it up onto the website. You can see your recipe on there. And what I'm going to do, come here in the next couple of months during the off season while it's slow. And while this gets filled up with fan recipes and everything like that, I'm going to start picking some of them, and I'm going to fucking make this shit and make like a video. We're going to edit it up, and we're going to try it out. And then when we go to the tailgate party and have a party at the tailgate, which got some other news coming out about that later in the year too, we're going to vote on which recipes we should cook there. And we're going to do them and do them live at the cookout. And we'll get fucking live reactions and what people think of what it is, you know? Just
Hey, Cap, that crypto recipe, is that for people that's suffering from constipation?
Oh,
It's for all remedies.
And we like to baste it in a Metamucil for an overnight.
Get you some
this
that
is so when you get your after these ribs get inside you, they can get through you. Thank you. You can put these ribs inside, but we want to make sure they're gonna come out. So,
but I think it's been a good show. We've had
I do too.
dialogue.
I thought I had fun. I never thought I was going to come on and stay this long, and I've been on here for a couple hours. Shake held it down for 3. I held it down for another 3. Look at that.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, we've been having a good time. We'll have some
That's
other
a
ones.
real good one.
I'm gonna probably do a shorter one tomorrow. But shout out to everybody in chat. Shout out to everybody on the panel. We're not even gonna do any closing statements. We're just gonna turn this baby off. And guys, thank you everyone for coming, and hit the like button on the way out, and we'll see you guys next time. Fins up.
Appreciate
y'all, everybody.
All right.